Chapter 1, Return. Get up. Get up. Quickly. The urgent sound of knocking echoed as Harry Potter groggily opened his eyes. He instinctively reached under his pillow for his wand but grasped at nothing. His green eyes narrowed, and as he raised his arm, he noticed it had grown weak and frail. What's going on? His heart sank as he looked around and realized he was in a cramped and narrow space. The cupboard under the stairs. The Dursleys' cupboard under the stairs. This was a long-forgotten memory. Could it be? Have I returned to 1991? Get up. A sharp voice shouted again, snapping Harry out of his thoughts. He recognized it as Aunt Petunia's voice. He hadn't heard it in 6 years, almost forgetting the Dursleys altogether. Sitting up, Harry surveyed the cramped space. It's much smaller than the dormitory at Hogwarts, he thought. Ever since he had found that Hogwarts acceptance letter in this very cupboard, he had been whisked away to a school named Hogwarts, where he studied and lived for 6 years. He even felt like he was starting to blend into that Victorian-era lifestyle. Yet, somehow, he was suddenly back in the Elizabethan era. Harry grabbed his glasses from beside his pillow. Noticing the tape-wrapped frame, he curled a finger and lightly flicked it. The tape snapped with a crackling sound, circled the glasses frame, and vanished as the frame restored itself. Putting on his glasses and stepping out, Harry saw Aunt Petunia had already left. A pungent and indescribable smell wafted toward him. Following the odor to the kitchen, he found its source, an iron basin in the filthy sink. The Dursleys were already seated at the dining table. Harry marveled at how they tolerated the smell, though, considering Dudley's pig-like appetite and size, it would be strange if he wasn't eating. Seeing Harry enter, Uncle Vernon instinctively frowned. Before he could speak, the mailbox clattered, and letters dropped onto the doormat by the door. "What are you standing there for?" Uncle Vernon barked. Then, turning to Dudley, he said, "Use your smelting stick to make him fetch them." Seeing Dudley gleefully reaching for the stick, Harry cast him a long look and walked off. 3 letters lay scattered on the doormat. One was from Aunt Marge, another appeared to be a bill, and the last one was addressed in elegant green ink. Surrey, Little Whinging, Privet Drive No. 4, the cupboard under the stairs, Mr. Harry Potter. The envelope was made of heavy parchment, sealed with wax bearing the Hogwarts crest. Taking a deep breath, Harry turned the envelope over. As expected, it bore the Hogwarts seal. Such letters. Yesterday, no, 6 years ago, to be precise, he had found one just like this in the cupboard. It was what led him to the Victorian era. Holding the letter, Harry returned to the kitchen amid Vernon's impatient shouting. He placed the other 2 letters on the table and carefully opened his own. "Dad!" Dudley suddenly yelled. "Dad! Harry's got something." Before the word settled, Harry felt someone lunge at him. Instinctively, he raised his hand, and Uncle Vernon was suddenly floating mid-air before crashing back down. Nonverbal spellcasting, wandless magic. This was Harry Potter, Hogwarts' premier dueling champion. Wingardium Leviosa, a standard levitation charm. Paired with Descendo, soft landing, it was a spell combination taught to him by Sebastian Sallow from Slytherin House. Considering his uncle's troll-like bulk, Harry figured a hard fall might be fatal. So, he stopped the descent halfway, leaving Vernon dangling just inches above the ground. Holding his letter, Harry fanned himself casually. When Vernon began spewing profanities, Harry snapped his fingers, magically sealing Vernon's mouth like a zipped bag. "Do you mind?" Harry asked with a polite smirk. Aunt Petunia let out a sharp scream. You haven't even gone to Hogwarts yet. How do you know magic?" Harry's sharp ears caught the detail in her words. Lifting his head, his emerald eyes locked on hers. "That's not important. What matters is how you know about Hogwarts and magic." He waved the letter lightly. Petunia's throat went dry. "It seems you've been hiding quite a lot from me, Aunt," Harry said with a chuckle. His tone was light but carried an edge as he glanced at Dudley, who was frozen, and Petunia, who looked terrified. "Care to tell me?" "No, absolutely not." Petunia shrieked hysterically. Harry set the heavy parchment letter aside. Watching his aunt's reaction and Vernon's futile struggles in the air, memories of years of abuse surged back. It wasn't something 6 years at a magical school could erase. But while Harry bore no grudge against the Dursleys, Petunia's attitude made him less inclined to be lenient. "Aunt, surely you've heard of Legilimency, a spell that allows wizards to read minds," Harry said with a polite, refined tone. "I'd hate for us to resort to that." Petunia looked at Harry as though he were a stranger. Overnight, he seemed to have transformed into someone disturbingly composed and dignified. What she didn't know was that, thanks to the eccentric Phineas Nigellus Black, Hogwarts students were required to learn pure-blood etiquette. Even a stone would absorb some flavor after 6 years, let alone Harry, a naturally clever wizard. Fine, Petunia finally relented. "Your parents were wizards. They were killed by a powerful dark wizard. That's all I know. I don't understand what they taught at that wretched school." "So, you're not a witch?" When Harry said this, Petunia's face twisted in anger and shame. Thank you for the information, Aunt, Harry said with a smile, releasing Vernon from the spell and leaving them behind as he returned to his cupboard. Back inside, Harry opened the letter. At first glance, one detail struck him. Albus Dumbledore. Frowning, Harry recalled Phineas Nigellus Black, the headmaster during his time at Hogwarts. Could Phineas Nigellus Black be dead? Harry's previously sour mood brightened at the thought. Merlin's baggy pants. This called for a celebration. Go Power Stone for this book, thanks. Chapter 2, Admission Notice. Harry had restrained himself for as long as he could, but in the end, he couldn't help it. Sitting on what barely passed for a bed, he burst into laughter. By Merlin's bow tie, Headmaster Black, he's dead. Phineas Nigellus Black had been, without question, the most detested headmaster in the history of Hogwarts. How despised was he? Two complete strangers could instantly bond over their mutual loathing of him. There was even an old saying at Hogwarts, if you hate Headmaster Black, we're practically family. Shaking his head at the memory, Harry redirected his focus to the letter in his hands. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. President of the International Confederation of Wizards, Supreme Mugwump of the Wizengamot, First Class Order of Merlin. Dear Mr. Potter. We are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. Term begins on September 1st. We await your all no later than July 31st. Yours sincerely. Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. An owl reply. Harry instinctively rubbed the letter between his fingers. At this point in his life, the wizarding world was a complete mystery to him. He didn't even own an owl. If he went to Diagon Alley to purchase one, he'd be out of luck, he was penniless. He scanned the list of required supplies. The number of textbooks alone was staggering, and their cost was far beyond his means. And then there was the wand. A century ago, when he first attended Hogwarts, Deputy Headmistress Matilda Weasley had kindly covered his expenses and helped him apply for a scholarship. Removing his glasses, Harry rubbed his eyes. Maybe, borrow some money from the Dark Wizards. 100 years ago, Dark Wizards had been everywhere. Harry had often used them for spell practice, and acquired quite a few galleons in the process. Well then, Uncle Vernon could drive him to the leaky cauldron. But Dark Wizards? Harry clenched the letter tightly in his hand. It seemed his parents had been killed by a powerful Dark Wizard. Aunt Petunia, as far as he could tell, knew very little. The statute of secrecy ensured that Muggles rarely learned anything about wizards. He decided against asking her. Instead, he'd get answers from the wizarding world itself. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Aunt Petunia stood there, her expression conflicted. What is it, Aunt? Harry asked politely. When I opened the door earlier, there was an owl, yes, an owl, on the mailbox, Aunt Petunia said irritably. Yet beneath the irritation, Harry detected another emotion. I think it delivered your letter. Back when Lily, your mother, was around, she used owls for her letters too. You might need it to send a reply. Thank you, Aunt. Could you prepare some food for it? Harry said with a faint smile. Aunt Petunia's face twisted in displeasure, but she turned and left. Once she was gone, Harry retrieved a pen and paper from under his bed and composed a reply. To his surprise, when he stepped out of his room, he found a bowl of sliced sausages and another of water set near the door. Thank you, he said softly. Aunt Petunia, tidying up nearby, didn't respond but glanced briefly in his direction. Carrying the food outside, Harry approached the owl perched on the mailbox. Its feathers shone in the sunlight, making it look like a small golden statue. Hello, Harry greeted. Are you my postman? Hoo-hoo, the owl replied. Thanks for your hard work. Have some water and food, if you'd like. The owl eyed the sausages with what could only be described as disdain, so human-like that Harry almost laughed. It ignored the food, sipped water from the bowl, flapped its wings, and hooted twice. I see, Harry said with a shrug. But these Cumberland sausages are top-notch. Your loss. The owl hooted again, grabbed the letter, and soared into the sky, leaving Harry standing in the Dursley sausage-free yard. Picky eater, Harry muttered, finishing the sausages himself. Back inside, Harry was washing dishes when a loud knock came at the front door. Someone's here for you. Freak. Aunt Petunia's voice cut through the house, sharp and venomous. She hesitated, recalling her husband's humiliating experience earlier when he had briefly floated in midair. Swallowing the rest of her insult, she stormed off. Harry emerged from the cupboard under the stairs, his expression calm but guarded. At the door, a large, furry head loomed, filling the entire frame. Oh, Harry. The figure's deep voice quivered with emotion as tears began to well up in its eyes. The last time I saw you, you were just a baby. Sorry, I'm a bit too big to fit through this door. The giant figure's sincerity radiated warmth, and despite its overwhelming size, Harry felt no threat. Hello, I'm Harry, Harry Potter. Do you know me? Know you? Of course I do, the figure exclaimed, wiping its eyes with an enormous sleeve. I'm Rubius Hagrid. It was me who brought you here all those years ago. Hagrid studied Harry closely, his nose twitching. Blimey, you're the spitting image of your dad. And those eyes, you've got your mum's eyes. Chapter 3, Hagrid. Hearing Hagrid's words, Harry sharply caught a detail in his speech. So, you knew my parents? Then he realized it was quite rude to keep someone standing at the door, so he invited, Sorry, that wasn't polite of me, Mr. Hagrid. Please come in. Oh no, I'm far too tall, I wouldn't fit in this house, Hagrid replied, slightly embarrassed. Besides, I need to take you to Diagon Alley. If you don't mind, we can talk on the way. All right, Harry nodded. Hagrid immediately stepped aside to let Harry pass through the doorway. It wasn't until Harry stepped outside that he realized just how tall Hagrid really was. Wow, you're huge, Harry said, tilting his head up, his comment coming out dry. You're not the first to say that, Harry. Now, let's get going. Hagrid paused halfway through his sentence, awkwardly scratching his shaggy head. Shouldn't we let your aunt know? She is your guardian, after all. I think my uncle and aunt would be delighted for you to take me away, Harry said, his tone layered with meaning. Really? Hagrid asked suspiciously. Just then, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed from inside the house, followed by a loud roar. Harry Potter. Hearing Uncle Vernon's voice, Hagrid's attention shifted, and Harry tugged on his sleeve, pointing behind him. Hagrid, what's that? While Hagrid turned to look, Harry spun around, just in time to see Uncle Vernon charging down the stairs like a truck. Covering his mouth with one hand, Harry focused on Uncle Vernon, muttering a spell softly under his breath. Confundus. Uncle Vernon stopped in his tracks, squinting at Harry, then at Hagrid, who was still looking away. Muttering something incomprehensible, he turned around and marched back upstairs, as if he'd suddenly remembered something. When Hagrid finally turned back, he scratched his head in confusion. I didn't see anything. What did you see? I must have been mistaken. I thought it was a motorbike. As he said this, Harry suddenly recalled a dream he'd had before. It was like the motorbike that often appears in my dreams, the one that flies. Harry. Hagrid's face lit up with delight. You still remember? You remember how I rode a motorbike to bring you to the Dursleys? Before Hagrid could finish, a rapid knocking on the window interrupted him. Both turned to look. Uncle Vernon was outside, pointing furiously at them, his mouth moving wordlessly. Your uncle, what's he doing? Hagrid asked instinctively, sensing that Mr. Dursley's attitude wasn't friendly. Harry shaded his eyes with his hand and explained, Oh, Uncle Vernon is just telling me to be happy. Hagrid hesitated, glancing up at Uncle Vernon, who was still angrily pointing and shouting, then looking down at Harry. It doesn't seem like it to me. Well, they're muggles, Harry said, his tone solemn as he wiped away invisible tears. You know, their way of showing love is different from wizards. After all, I lost my mom at such a young age. Oh, Harry. Hagrid leaned down compassionately and enveloped Harry in a massive hug. Harry didn't resist the gesture, and when Hagrid released him, he looked up and asked, So, Hagrid, how are we going to travel? We'll take the train. On my way here, I heard there's a train to London from Surrey every hour, Hagrid said before asking, By the way, Harry, did you bring the letter from school? Harry patted the pocket near his chest, beaming up at Hagrid. Got it, right here. Good lad, Hagrid said, his own grin broadening as he ruffled Harry's messy hair. You're so much like your mother. All right, let's head to the station. Hagrid's massive frame naturally drew attention. He got stuck at the ticket barrier and later had to occupy 2 seats on the train. Once they were settled, Harry broke the silence. Hagrid, you seem to know my parents. Oh, of course I do. Hagrid chuckled heartily as he worked on a bright yellow, circus-like knitted bag, which seemed to muffle his booming voice as he continued. When they were students, I got along quite well with both of them. Especially your mother, Lily, she was head girl. Such a kind and gentle soul, we all adored her. And your father, James, was Gryffindor's famous Quidditch chaser and head boy, Hagrid reminisced, his beetle black eyes gleaming. A fine man, in every way. I've never known anyone as loyal as him. Really. Harry's eyes sparkled with excitement. For so many lonely nights, he had longed for a father's and mother's love. Whenever he saw Dudley spoiled by his aunt and uncle, Harry couldn't help but wonder, if his parents had lived, would he have been cherished like that? Not treated like an unwanted guest, enduring their disdain. The thought made Harry furious. Rage bubbled inside him as he imagined finding the dark wizard who had orphaned him and making him pay dearly. Yes, Harry, Hagrid said, oblivious to Harry's shifting emotions, lost in his memories of the Potters. It's such a shame about what happened 10 years ago. So. Harry's eyes flashed. The dark wizard who killed my parents, who is he? Hagrid shuddered at the question. It's the you-know-who. You-know-who? Harry asked, raising an eyebrow in confusion. Yes, you-know-who, Hagrid said, coughing to mask his fear. That dark wizard, he. Noticing Hagrid's unease, Harry placed a hand on his arm, offering comfort. Actually, I don't need to know if it's too hard to say. Oh no, Harry, Hagrid shook his head firmly. I can't let you go to Hogwarts not knowing a thing. But unless it's absolutely necessary, I'd rather not say his name, no one likes to. So everyone just calls him you-know-who? Harry asked, eyebrow raised again. Chapter 4, what about the next day? Yes, oh, by Merlin's Sagged Pants. Hagrid sighed wistfully. Even after all this time, people still shudder at the thought. That man was so utterly evil. His name was. However, as he reached this point, he swallowed hard and couldn't bring himself to say another word. Maybe, we could write the name down. Harry suggested helpfully. No, I can't spell it. Let me just tell you, it's Voldemort. Hagrid shivered. This dark wizard was incredibly powerful. Most wizards don't dare mention his name and instead use, that title. Where is he now? Harry took a deep breath. Justice must be served. The death of his parents, their son, had to avenge it. But Harry noticed that Hagrid's expression suddenly turned odd. What's wrong? He asked. Ah, the Dark Lord is dead. Hagrid reached out to ruffle Harry's hair again. On that night 10 years ago, he tried to kill you, but you, well, I don't know what happened exactly. Anyway, he couldn't kill you, and instead, poof. At this point, Hagrid spread his arms wide, mimicking the motion of fireworks. Hearing this, Harry's face also took on a peculiar expression. Such a powerful dark wizard, defeated by a baby. He had built up so much determination to seek vengeance against this dark wizard, only to find out, the score had been settled 10 years ago. By his own hands, no less. It felt like preparing a punch with full strength, only for it to land on a pillow. So he's dead? Harry asked. Everyone thinks so. Someone as wicked as him, if he hasn't caused trouble for 10 years, he must be dead. Hagrid clenched his fist and lightly punched his thigh. But I don't think so. Someone like him wouldn't die so easily. He must be hiding somewhere, waiting for the right moment to resurface. Harry nodded thoughtfully and then asked, so, Hagrid, how powerful was this dark wizard? Powerful. Hagrid looked at Harry as if he were an alien. Ha. In his prime, he gathered a massive following. Some joined him to gain power, others out of fear. Those were truly dark times. You didn't know whom to trust. He killed wizards left and right, spreading terror across the magical world. But there was one place he never dared to enter, Hogwarts. Why? Harry asked. Why? Hagrid repeated, and his expression turned proud. Because Albus Dumbledore is the greatest wizard in the world. No matter how powerful the Dark Lord was, he wouldn't dare provoke him. Harry nodded in understanding. It seemed this headmaster wasn't as obnoxious as Phineas Nigellus Black. So, this Vold, seeing Hagrid's nervous expression at the mere mention of the name, Harry quickly corrected himself, sorry, I mean the Dark Lord. During his reign of terror, did he kill many wizards? Yes, it was a dark time, Hagrid said with a shiver. He killed hundreds of wizards. Hearing the number, Harry frowned slightly and nodded pensively. And the next day? Hagrid, huh? Realizing his slip, Harry quickly rephrased. I mean, why didn't Headmaster Dumbledore stop the Dark Lord? Dumbledore formed an organization to fight against him and his followers. At this point, the train came to a halt, cutting off Hagrid's words. Well, I think we should get off now, Hagrid said. We've arrived in London. As they disembarked, Hagrid grumbled about how narrow the ticket barriers were and how slow the train was. Harry agreed. After all, the Hogwarts Express was much faster than this old subway. Towering over the crowd, Hagrid led Harry out of the station, walking toward their destination. For Harry, this was his first time in London, or more precisely, the London of 1991. He had visited Victorian-era London with his classmates, though. Skyscrapers loomed overhead, and the streets buzzed with traffic. Everything was vastly different from the Victorian London he had known. Harry found it refreshing. As Hagrid led him forward, he kept glancing around, trying to take in the cityscape. It all felt surreal, especially since just last month, he had been wandering through London with his classmates. For Harry, it had only been a month. For London, however, a full century had passed. Here we are, Hagrid interrupted Harry's musings, pointing to a small, grimy pub. The Leaky Cauldron. A famous spot. Meanwhile, a group of trendy young people walked past them, chatting excitedly. They paid no attention to Hagrid or the pub at all. Logically, someone as massive as Hagrid should have drawn their eyes, especially from Muggles. But none of them seemed to notice him, which was downright strange. Must be a Muggle-repelling charm, Harry thought. Then Hagrid nudged him into the pub. The Leaky Cauldron was a place Harry had visited many times before. Founded around the 1500s by Daisy Dotteridge, it served as a passage between the Muggle world and Diagon Alley. Aside from its bar, the pub also had rooms upstairs for rent. During his last visit, he had heard rumors that the Muggle government was planning to build Charing Cross Road, which would demolish the pub. The then Minister for Magic, Ferrus Spavin, had resigned himself to this inevitable fate, taking no action to save it. Just days before his return to 1991, Harry had heard classmates rallying their families to pressure the ministry into preserving the pub. Even O'Meany's privately remarked it was a pointless effort, but Harry still signed the petition. Looking at it now, the pub had survived. Chapter 5, I Thought It Was Harry Potter. Even after a century, the leaky cauldron remained as dirty and cramped as Harry remembered. As they pushed open the door, a strong smell of alcohol hit them, mixed with the stench of secondhand smoke. The patrons seemed to recognize Hagrid immediately. Upon seeing his towering figure, several customers at the bar raised their glasses and loudly welcomed him. "The usual, Hagrid?" asked Tom, the bartender behind the counter. "Oh, not today, Tom. I've got important business," Hagrid replied, patting Harry's thin shoulder with his large hand. "I'm taking Harry to Diagon Alley." At the mention of Harry's name, the noisy bar fell silent in an instant. All eyes turned toward Hagrid, more specifically, to the small boy standing by his side. "My goodness, is it really you?" Tom exclaimed, dropping the glass he had been cleaning onto the floor with a clatter. Rushing out from behind the counter, Tom approached Harry, grabbing his hand with tears in his eyes. "Harry Potter, what an honor, welcome, welcome back." Harry felt both surprised and overwhelmed. Could it be that people even a century later still remembered his exploits, defeating the Ash Serpent faction and quelling the Goblin Rebellion? If they could recognize him, did that mean? He had no idea what to say as the crowd pressed in, each eager to shake his hand. "It's such an honor, Mr. Potter, truly an honor. I've always hoped to meet you, my heart is pounding so hard." After the wizards expressed their admiration, Hagrid finally pulled Harry away, saying, "Sorry, folks, but I need to take Harry to Diagon Alley for some shopping." He managed to extricate Harry from the throng. "See? I told you, you're famous," Hagrid said with a smile. Harry gave him a faint smile in return, asking quietly, "Why are they acting like this?" "Why?" Hagrid said dramatically, clapping Harry on the back. "You defeated the most fearsome dark wizard of the century. You deserve every bit of respect." "Ah, so that's it." Harry nodded in understanding, feeling a wave of relief. It was a good thing they hadn't recognized him as the Harry Potter from 100 years ago. Time was a forbidden concept, the ability to travel through it and return to one's youth was enough to drive anyone mad. What's more, that Harry was one of the heirs to ancient magic, something well known in the wizarding world of the past. Dark wizards coveting ancient magic had once ambushed him openly during his student transfer. Harry doubted the dark wizards of this era were any more merciful. Now that he had returned to being 11, his magical strength had regressed accordingly. Facing ordinary dark wizards might be manageable, but if someone like Ranrock appeared, he wouldn't stand a chance. Thus, this secret was best kept hidden. Harry made up his mind silently. Meanwhile, Hagrid was giving instructions beside him. "Count 3 bricks up, then 2 bricks across, all right, step back, Harry." Noticing Harry still seemed lost in thought, Hagrid chuckled, thinking he was upset about the earlier crowd. "Harry, did you hear me?" "Oh," Harry snapped back to reality. Seeing they had reached the wall behind the leaky cauldron, he took Hagrid's umbrella, counted carefully, and tapped 3 times on a brick with the tip. The brick he tapped began to shake and shift, revealing a small hole in the center that gradually widened. Before long, a large archway appeared, wide enough for even Hagrid to pass through. It opened onto a winding cobblestone street that stretched endlessly ahead. "Not bad at all, Harry," Hagrid said cheerfully. "Welcome to Diagon Alley." Harry returned the umbrella to Hagrid, hesitating as he asked, Hagrid, I don't have any money." "Ah, no need to worry about that. You don't think your parents left you with nothing, do you?" Hagrid explained. "Come on, if you're concerned, we'll go to Gringotts first to withdraw some gold." Gringotts looked the same as ever, unchanged by time. Its entrance faced Diagon Alley, with white stone steps leading to 2 gleaming bronze doors. A goblin dressed in scarlet and gold stood by the door, bowing as Harry and Hagrid entered. Beyond the first set of doors was an entrance hall, followed by a second set of silver doors. Harry noticed words engraved on the silver. "Enter, stranger, but take heed of what awaits the sin of greed. For those who take but do not earn, must pay most dearly in return. So if you seek beneath our floors a treasure that was never yours, thief, you have been warned, beware of finding more than treasure there." "As I said, anyone who tries to rob this bank is mad," Hagrid remarked. The two walked to a counter in the main hall, where Hagrid addressed a goblin not currently occupied. "Morning," Hagrid said. "We'd like to withdraw some gold from Harry Potter's vault." Before he could finish, the goblin let out a sharp, piercing screech. "Who? Did you say who?" All the goblins nearby stopped their work, turning toward the goblin that had screeched. Hagrid, unfazed by the reaction, continued, "Harry Potter. Harry Potter. I know it's Harry Potter. But which Harry Potter?" the goblin demanded shrilly. The main hall of Gringotts hummed with energy as goblins began whispering to one another, clearly excited. Which Potter could it be? Hagrid replied, sounding impatient. Of course, it's the Harry Potter, the one who defeated you-know-who. He's about to start school, and I've brought him to withdraw money from his family's vault. Hearing this, the goblin visibly relaxed. Ah, Harry Potter. For a moment, I thought you meant that Harry Potter, 1800s. The goblin straightened up, his demeanor once again professional. Do you have the vault key? Go Power Stone for this book, thanks. Chapter 6, Gringotts Vault. Yes, I've brought it, Hagrid said, rummaging in his pocket as he spoke. First, he pulled out 2 dormice and placed them on the counter, then a puff skein. Finally, after searching for a while, he exhaled in relief. Found it. Hagrid held up a tiny golden key. The goblin took the key, examined it carefully, and then handed it back to Hagrid. Seems to be in order. I also have a letter from Professor Dumbledore himself, Hagrid said nonchalantly, pulling a crumpled letter from his pocket. It's about the item in Vault 713. Harry realized Hagrid was talking about something secret, but Hagrid's voice was so loud that he couldn't help overhearing the words, Vault 713's item. What was this, loudly plotting secrets? Harry found it both funny and exasperating. The goblin accepted the letter, carefully inspecting the magical seals before reading it thoroughly. Afterward, he nodded and said, very well, I'll have someone escort you, Griphook. At the goblin's call, another goblin, short and dressed formally, approached them. All right, let's go, Hagrid said, patting Harry on the shoulder to signal him to follow. We'll get your money first, then take care of business. Hey, your animals, the goblin at the counter reminded loudly. Hagrid suddenly remembered the small creatures still on the desk. He went back to retrieve the dormice and puffskein, which were still bewildered, and stuffed them back into his large pocket before striding off after Griphook. Harry and Hagrid followed Griphook to a cart, which sped swiftly along the tracks toward the vaults. The cart moved so fast that the cold air roared past them, making Harry's eyes sting. Noticing that neither Hagrid nor Griphook was paying attention to him, Harry conjured a small magical shield in front of his face to block the wind. Hagrid, do you really think my family left me money? Harry asked, still worried. Don't worry, Harry, Hagrid reassured him with a chuckle. You're worried about money? Ha! If James knew, he'd. Before he could finish, the cart screeched to a halt. We've arrived, Griphook said in a businesslike tone. Hagrid stepped forward and unlocked the vault with the key. Wow! Harry was dazzled by the piles of gold coins inside. Who would have thought he had such a small fortune buried deep beneath London? For some reason, the sight made him think of the golden-haired girl he'd met on the train in his first year. The girl, proud and arrogant, always flaunted her father's wealth and mocked his poverty, often attempting to recruit him as her lackey. Especially that summer after his second year. Oh! What are you doing here? Buying second-hand robes. Outside Twilfit and Tattings, Cassandra Malfoy stood haughtily, looking down her nose at a bashful Harry. Harry didn't mind her ridicule, though. Compared to the Dursleys, her comments were quite mild. Yeah. Harry smiled at the blonde girl. Are there any here you've worn before? At his words, her grey eyes filled with disdain. She turned and left the shop without a word. That afternoon, he received 2 used Slytherin robes. Harry. Harry. Hagrid's voice snapped him back to reality. Hagrid grinned and said, see. I wasn't lying. Your family left you quite a bit of money. Yeah. Harry, still marveling at the wealth, thought to himself that he might even be richer than the Malfoys now. These gold coins are called galleons, the silver ones are sickles, and the bronze ones are nuts, Hagrid explained patiently. 17 sickles make a galleon, and 29 nuts make a sickle. Easy enough, right? As he spoke, Hagrid helped Harry stuff coins into his pockets. Easy enough. No matter how many times he heard it, Harry couldn't help but complain internally about the wizarding currency system. When would the wizarding world learn from Muggles and reform their currency system? Even a tradition-bound place like Britain had ditched its old system in 1971. All right, this should last you 2 terms. The rest will stay safe here, Hagrid said, packing Harry's pockets with coins before turning to Griphook. Now take us to Vault 713, but can you slow the cart down a bit? There's only one speed, Griphook replied curtly. Hagrid shrugged at Harry helplessly. Harry didn't mind, though, as he had his mini-magical shield. The door to Vault 713 had no keyhole, something Harry noticed immediately. Step back, Griphook said solemnly, extending a long finger to tap the door lightly. The door melted away piece by piece. Only Gringotts goblins should do this, Griphook warned. Unless you want to be sucked into the door and never come out. The vault was bound to hold something incredibly valuable, Harry thought as he watched Griphook and Hagrid enter. Moments later, they emerged. Instantly, Harry felt a strong surge of ancient magical energy emanating from the item Hagrid was carrying. He regretted not going in to see it for himself. He could feel that the item had something to do with ancient magic, which couldn't be used before the age of 15, only sensed. His intuition told him that the item could bypass the age restriction. What is that? Harry asked, trying to sound like an inquisitive 11-year-old. Oh, no, Harry, I can't tell you that, Hagrid said hastily. It's a task Professor Dumbledore gave me, to deliver it to Hogwarts. Well, he strictly forbade me from talking about it. Sorry, lad. That's all right, Harry said, nodding in understanding. If it was a secret, he couldn't press Hagrid for details. Besides, Hagrid had already become a friend in his heart, a towering and kind presence. And Hagrid's earlier unfinished sentence had given him a clue. Since it was going to Hogwarts, he'd have plenty of chances to study it after term started. You can read more chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 7, I think he looks like Lily. After leaving Gringotts, Hagrid suggested taking Harry to purchase the items listed in his acceptance letter. As they passed a sweet shop, Hagrid bought 2 ice creams and handed Harry one topped with raspberry and chocolate sauce. Eating as they walked, they made their way to Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. Madame Malkin was a plump, kind-looking witch with a warm smile. When she saw Harry, she cheerfully welcomed him into the shop. Harry quickly finished his ice cream and followed Madame Malkin into the store. Dear, you're here for your Hogwarts robes, aren't you? We have many styles, and we can customize them to your needs, she explained enthusiastically. Oh, there's already a young witch inside trying on robes. I think you two will get along well. Following her gesture, Harry spotted a bushy-haired girl standing on a stool while a witch pinned up her robes. Madame Malkin guided Harry to stand beside the girl, and as he approached, the girl turned to face him. Oh, are you a new student at Hogwarts too? She asked, tilting her head with an air of pride, a different sort of pride from Cassandra's. Cassandra's came from her aristocratic lineage, but this girl's demeanor reminded Harry of a top student from his Muggle school. It was the pride of an academic overachiever. Yet, her prominent front teeth amusingly reminded Harry of the dormice Hagrid had in his pocket. Yes, Harry responded with a faint smile. Hermione also took note of Harry's attire, not its worn appearance but the unmistakable Muggle style. Are you from a Muggle family too? Hermione's tone became more friendly. Sort of, Harry replied. Hermione nodded knowingly. Hermione Granger, she said, extending her hand. Pleased to meet you. Harry Potter. Harry extended his hand and shook hers. At his introduction, Hermione's expression shifted to astonishment. My goodness, is it really you? She exclaimed. I know all about you, of course. I bought a few extra reference books for light reading, modern magical history, the rise and fall of the dark arts, and great wizarding events of the 20th century. They all mention you prominently. Light reading. Harry thought Hermione might not be the kind of person he'd naturally get along with. She seemed like the archetypal Ravenclaw. A famous person like you shouldn't be living in the Muggle world. Why did you tell me you're from a Muggle family? Hermione asked, frowning. You see, my parents were killed by Voldemort when I was very young, Harry explained quietly. I was raised by my aunt and only recently learned about magic. Oh, I'm so sorry, Hermione said, biting her lip. I truly didn't know. It's fine, Harry said with a smile. After all, you couldn't have known. Miss Granger. A stern voice interrupted. Harry turned to see a witch in a green robe and glasses. Professor McGonagall. Hermione exclaimed, clearly delighted to see her. McGonagall smiled warmly at Hermione before turning her attention to Harry, her gaze meeting his emerald green eyes. And this must be Mr. Potter, she said. Good day, Professor, Harry replied with a polite bow. McGonagall inclined her head slightly, a wistful expression briefly crossing her face. He reminds me of Lily, McGonagall thought, feeling pleased. At that moment, Madame Malkin approached. If you don't mind, ladies, and this young gentleman, Madame Malkin said, addressing Harry, I need to start taking measurements. I'll see you later, Harry, Hermione said as she stepped down. See you at school. See you, Harry nodded. Goodbye, Professor. After being measured, Harry and Hagrid continued exploring Diagon Alley, purchasing everything on Harry's school supply list. Finally, they arrived at Ollivander's, the wand shop. Ollivanders, makers of fine wands since 382 BC, Harry read aloud from the peeling gold lettering on the sign. Quite ancient, isn't it? Hagrid said, patting Harry on the shoulder. I bought my wand here when I started at Hogwarts, just like nearly every student from the school. Harry nodded in agreement. He himself had bought a wand here a century ago when the shop was run by Givens Ollivander, a slightly eccentric wizard. Holly and Phoenix Feather, 11 inches. But where was that old wand now? Harry felt a need to track down his former companion. The shop was small, containing only a single long bench. Hagrid informed Harry he needed to step out briefly, leaving him alone in the shop. He didn't have to wait long before a soft voice greeted him. Good afternoon. Hello, Harry replied, turning to face an elderly man. If Harry guessed correctly, this man must be Givens Ollivander's son. Yes, yes indeed, the man said, nodding fervently. I've been expecting you, Harry Potter. Your eyes are just like your mother's. I remember when she came here to buy her first wand, it seems like only yesterday. 10¼ inches, made of willow, swishy, and perfect for charms work. Your father's wand was quite different, Ollivander continued. Mahogany, 11 inches, pliable, excellent for transfiguration. He was very fond of it, though, of course, it's the wand that chooses the wizard. Ollivander leaned in closer, studying Harry intently. And that scar of yours? He reached out to brush aside Harry's fringe, revealing the lightning-shaped scar. I'm sorry to say it was caused by a wand I sold. 13½ inches, with a phoenix feather core. A powerful wand, terribly powerful, that fell into the wrong hands. Harry subtly stepped back, putting some space between himself and the overly inquisitive Ollivander. I forgive you, Harry said. You can read more chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 8, Magic Wand and Birthday Present. Mr. Ollivander opened his mouth slightly, clearly not expecting Harry to say something like that. To avoid an awkward silence, Mr. Ollivander decided to change the topic. Thank you, Mr. Potter, he said, turning back to the counter. He pulled out a measuring tape and then asked, which arm do you usually use for your wand? My right hand, sir, Harry replied, maintaining a polite smile. Raise your arm, oh good. Mr. Ollivander began taking Harry's measurements, from his shoulder to fingertips, then wrist to elbow, and even from his shoulder to the floor. Harry couldn't figure out why buying a wand required such precise measurements. It wasn't as though he was buying clothes. Did they really need to measure his waist, too? As he measured, Mr. Ollivander explained, though to Harry, it sounded more like a lecture about dragon heartstrings, phoenix feathers, and unicorn hair. He didn't explain why he needed to take so many measurements. After what felt like ages, the measuring process finally ended, and Harry let out a small sigh of relief. All right, Mr. Ollivander said, letting the tape measure drop to the floor where it coiled itself up. Now then, Mr. Potter, try this one, maple wood, phoenix feather core, 7 inches, quite springy. Give it a go. Harry took the wand and barely gave it a wave before Mr. Ollivander snatched it back. No, not this one. Try this, ebony wood, unicorn hair core, 8½ inches, very strong flexibility, he said, handing Harry another wand. Harry obediently took the wand, but before he could even wave it, Mr. Ollivander grabbed it from him. No, no. Try this one instead, Mr. Ollivander muttered to himself. Aspen wood, dragon heartstring core, 11¾ inches. This time, Harry didn't reach for the wand. Mr. Potter. Please, give it a try, Mr. Ollivander prompted, thinking Harry had zoned out. Are you sure this one is right for me? Harry asked. I feel like you'll just decide it doesn't suit me before I even try. It does seem like you and this one don't quite match, Mr. Ollivander murmured, ignoring Harry's sarcastic tone. He dove back into his shelves, rummaging for a long while. Aha, he finally exclaimed, pulling out a box from the very bottom. He opened it carefully, almost reverently. Beechwood, dragon heartstring core, 11 inches. Harry didn't take it right away. Instead, he looked at Mr. Ollivander. Go on, try it, Mr. Ollivander said cheerfully, holding the wand out to him. Harry finally took the wand. The moment it touched his hand, he felt a warm surge flow through him. The wand's tip emitted a glowing light that burst into sparks, scattering like fireworks and even splashing onto the walls around them. Ah, yes, yes, that's it. Mr. Ollivander exclaimed, covering his mouth in delight. Beechwood. I knew it would be beechwood, you see, a true match for a beechwood wand signifies a unique individual. If they are young, they possess wisdom beyond their years. If they are an adult, they are insightful and experienced. Harry's lips twitched downward into a faint frown as he muttered, not bad. He quickly pulled out some galleons and, after confirming the price with Mr. Ollivander, laid out 7 galleons on the counter to purchase the wand. Mr. Ollivander bowed deeply as he escorted Harry out of the shop. Outside the shop, Hagrid stood waiting with a large cake in his hands. Seeing Harry emerge, Hagrid walked up and handed the cake to him. I know your birthday's coming up, but we'll be parting ways soon. You're heading back to the Dursleys, so consider this an early celebration. Harry looked down at the cake. On it, the words, Happy Birthday Harry, were spelled out. 2 of the 3 words were misspelled, but his name, at least, was correct. Thanks, Hagrid, Harry said, giving him a wide smile. I love it. If you don't mind, how about we share it back at the Leaky Cauldron before we part ways? Ah, Harry, Hagrid said, ruffling Harry's already messy hair with his large hand. Back at the Leaky Cauldron, they enjoyed the cake. Along with all the books and supplies Harry had purchased, Hagrid also gifted him a snowy owl for his birthday. Harry decided to name her Hedwig. Thankfully, keeping snowy owls as pets was legal in England, so there was no need to worry about the authorities. However, the stares they received along the way were unavoidable. Ah, I regret it now, Hagrid sighed. I should have called the night bus. The night bus? Harry asked, pretending not to know. He had nearly forgotten about the night bus, which he had taken a few times during his school years. The night bus helps stranded witches and wizards. It can take you anywhere on land, Hagrid explained. Just take out your wand and stick it up in the air. Following Hagrid's instructions, Harry raised his wand into the air. Bang! A double-decker bus appeared almost instantly. At the same time, Harry noticed that the passers-by, who had been gawking at their unusual group, suddenly stopped paying attention. Confundus charm, Harry thought. It was likely embedded in the magic of the night bus. Hey, you two, are you getting on or not? The conductor called from the bus door. Hagrid quickly grabbed their bags and led Harry aboard. To Little Whinging, number 4, Privet Drive, Hagrid told the conductor. As Hagrid dealt with the conductor, Harry couldn't help but smile to himself. The thought of Dudley, who got carsick easily, experiencing a ride on the night bus was amusing. The look on his pudgy face would have been priceless. You can read more chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 9, Pigs with Wigs. Many thanks for who given this book a power stone. Considering that the Dursley residence wasn't very far, Harry and Hagrid opted for the 9-sickle meal on the night bus without bothering to order hot cocoa or grab a towel and toothbrush. The night bus was incredibly fast, far outpacing any Muggle transportation. Obstacles in its path magically shifted aside, making the journey both safe and full of magical charm. In less than 20 minutes, Harry arrived at the Dursleys' doorstep. I won't be going in with you, Hagrid said. I've got to report back to Dumbledore. All right, Hagrid, Harry said, resting his hand on the cage containing Hedwig. Safe travels. See you at Hogwarts. See you at Hogwarts, Hagrid replied, waving cheerfully before the night bus disappeared from view with a blink. The sky was still bright, as London's higher latitude meant that in July, nightfall didn't fully settle until about 7:30 p.m. The Dursleys hadn't gone to bed yet, given the dramatic events of the day. Ever since Harry left, Petunia and Vernon had been locked in discussion about what to do. Even Dudley's antics, pacing in his smelting school uniform in a bid for attention, went unnoticed. Bored, Dudley sat by the door, and when he spotted Harry suddenly appearing, his pudgy face twisted into a mischievous grin. Whenever Dudley was in a bad mood, he'd vent his frustrations on Harry, bullying him mercilessly. Now that his favorite punching bag was back, Dudley felt it was the perfect time for some reunion fun. He seemed to have entirely forgotten about the earlier events of the day. Hey, Dudley, Harry greeted him, undeterred by Dudley's approach. Help me carry these bags inside, will you? Oh, really? Dudley sneered, cracking his knuckles. What if I say no? You will, Harry said confidently, pointing at Dudley's backside. Unless you want that little pigtail gone. By the way, didn't someone once say you looked like a pig wearing a wig? As Harry spoke, he remembered that the nickname was something he'd coined back in his early years. It had always seemed fitting. Startled, Dudley reached behind and realized with horror that a pigtail had indeed sprouted on his rear. Harry Potter. Dudley's face turned purple, mirroring his father Vernon's usual look of rage. Humiliated, Dudley lunged at Harry with arms outstretched. Harry quickly pulled out his wand and cast a small jinx. What did you do to me? Dudley shrieked as his body began dancing uncontrollably. Tarantaligra, a little dancing spell, Harry explained, watching Dudley flail helplessly. Resting an arm on Hedwig's cage, he chuckled. Hedwig, if you've never seen a pig dance, now's your chance. Woo-woo. Hedwig hooted in response. Stop it. Make it stop. Dudley wailed in panic. Mum. Dad. Help. His cries brought results. The Dursleys, abandoning their discussion, rushed out of the house. Duddykins. Aunt Petunia cried, trying to grab hold of Dudley. Her thin frame, however, was no match for her son's involuntary movements. Uncle Vernon charged at Harry, his face flushed with fury. What did you do to my son? Helping him lose weight, Harry said casually, shrugging. Vernon's beady eyes narrowed, his hand raised as if to strike, but he hesitated, glancing nervously around before his expression softened slightly, as if relieved. Was he checking to see if Hagrid was nearby? Harry wondered. But he'd guessed wrong. Vernon finally said, Stop your nonsense this instant. Get inside. What about my luggage? Harry pointed at the pile beside him. I'll carry it in. Vernon barked angrily. Thank you, Uncle Vernon. Harry gave a mock bow and flicked his fingers toward Dudley, stopping the spell. The pigtail vanished as well. Vernon, looking as if he'd just swallowed a live insect, grabbed the heaviest of Harry's bags and hurried inside without a backward glance. Dudley, Harry called as Dudley tried to follow. Carry this one for me. Though the bag was small, Harry found immense satisfaction in ordering Dudley around. Sniffling, Dudley reluctantly grabbed the bag and shuffled inside. Once inside, Harry instinctively moved toward the cupboard under the stairs, but Vernon stopped him. Your room's upstairs now, Vernon said gruffly. Your aunt and I decided you're too old for the cupboard. You'll have Dudley's second bedroom. Why? Harry asked, raising an eyebrow. Don't ask why. Vernon roared. Harry knew the room well. Despite being called Dudley's second bedroom, it was mostly a storage space for things Dudley no longer wanted. For years, Harry had dreamed of moving into it. Dudley, however, reacted as if the world had ended. No. That's my room. He can't have it. Mum. Dad. Make him leave, he bawled. Do you want to keep dancing, Duddy? Petunia hissed, unusually stern. For the first time, Harry heard her use such a harsh tone with her precious son. Listen, boy, Vernon growled, grabbing Harry's collar. I don't care what tricks you've learned, and I'm not asking you to be grateful for all we've done raising you. Just don't let the neighbors find out we've got a freak in the family. Understand? Harry understood. What Vernon feared most was the neighbors discovering their freak secret. £1,000, Harry said, unfazed by being grabbed. After all, underage wizards weren't allowed to use magic outside school. Vernon took a deep breath. 500. Deal. Harry extended his hand. Releasing Harry's collar, Vernon reluctantly shook hands to seal the deal. Inspired, Dudley chimed in, if I'm giving up my room, I want £1,000 too. Exhausted, Vernon countered, 500. Dudley looked at Harry, who suggested, ask for half again. 750, Dudley said confidently. Deal. Vernon agreed hastily. Harry sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. You can read more chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 10, He Still Has to Thank Me. Uncle Vernon was very trustworthy, or perhaps he was just afraid that breaking his promise might lead the neighbors to discover that they had a freak living in their house. So, the £500 were delivered to Harry's room that very night. Boy, you'd better keep your word. Uncle Vernon said, his face full of displeasure. Rest assured, Harry replied with a sincere smile. Keeping promises. For £500, Harry was willing to play along. Lying in bed, Harry felt a sense of unreality. Just yesterday, he had been at Hogwarts, chatting with Sebastian about his sister's illness. He remembered that Veracia had said they'd found some leads. Harry wondered how Anne's condition was now. He thought to himself that he should find an opportunity to visit the Sallow family. Wizards were long-lived, and it had only been over 100 years. If nothing unexpected happened, the Sallow siblings should still be alive. Harry trusted Sebastian, one of his best friends. After all, he was the man who trusted him enough to teach him the 3 unforgivable curses. But for now, Harry thought it best to keep a low profile before the school term started. As Harry was deep in thought, the door suddenly opened. Without looking up, he could tell it was Dudley who had entered. Knowing it was Dudley, Harry didn't bother to open his eyes. He continued resting, curious to see what Dudley wanted. Unexpectedly, Dudley just sat on the floor beside him with a thud. After a while, Harry heard the sound of muffled sobbing. Picking up his wand, Harry lit the tip, illuminating Dudley's rather large, tear-streaked face. What's wrong? Harry's heart softened, and he asked gently. The response was louder sobbing. Though Dudley tried to suppress the sound, Harry knew all too well that if Dudley cried openly, it would be as deafening as a mandrake. Stop crying. If Uncle Vernon comes over, he'll accuse me of using magic to bully you again, Harry said helplessly. But this is my room. Dudley said through his tears. Didn't Uncle Vernon buy it for £250? Harry countered. Hearing this, Dudley choked up, unable to respond. Shaking his head, Harry suddenly had an idea. He pulled out a box of chocolate frogs from the cabinet and handed it to Dudley. Here, it's a magical snack. I bet you've never had one. What's this? Dudley's interest was piqued at the mention of food. His tears stopped, and he forgot all about the room. Chocolate frogs. Inside, there are collectible cards that are popular among young wizards, Harry explained. The cards feature famous wizards. Wizards. Dudley opened the box and saw what looked like a real frog, leaving him stunned. This isn't a real frog, is it? Of course not. It's made of chocolate and enchanted, Harry replied with a smile, not mentioning that the chocolate frog could jump. To Harry's surprise, as soon as the chocolate frog jumped, Dudley caught it with lightning speed and stuffed it into his mouth. When it came to food, Dudley always displayed extraordinary agility. Delicious. Dudley said with a big grin, savoring the treat while pulling out the card inside. It featured an elderly man with a kind smile. The back has information, Harry prompted. The name on the card was Paracelsus. Following Harry's suggestion, Dudley turned the card over and read the description aloud. Paracelsus, 1493 to 1541, a wizard of the same era as Copernicus and Leonardo da Vinci, was a medical genius. His bold theories challenged medieval thinking and led to the discovery of Parseltongue. Wow. After reading, Dudley flipped the card back over. He's gone. Dudley exclaimed. You can't expect him to stay there all the time. He'll come back later, Harry explained. Would you like some other magical snacks? I have plenty more. Of course. Dudley nodded enthusiastically, his chubby cheeks jiggling. As for the moving card, Dudley didn't dwell on it. In fact, he didn't care. He was more interested in eating a few more chocolate frogs. Here's the deal, I'll give you snacks, but you have to help me with something. Harry picked up a stack of chocolate frogs, and Dudley's gaze remained glued to them. Just tell me what to do, Dudley said, still fixated on the chocolate frogs. Then, he belatedly took out £250 from his pocket and placed it on Harry's desk. After some thought, he withdrew 4 50-pound notes. Here, this should be enough to buy your snacks. You'll probably need some pocket money for school, right? This is all yours. Even £50 was a substantial amount. Harry knew that Gringotts exchanged pounds for galleons at a 5-to-1 ratio. These pounds were enough to exchange for 10 galleons, which could buy not just the snacks but twice as much again. Though this wasn't the gold standard era of Victorian times, the purchasing power of pounds was still impressive. These are magical snacks, Dudley, Harry said with a raised eyebrow. You don't think £50 is enough to buy these, do you? Dudley nodded earnestly, convinced by Harry's words. After all, moving chocolate frogs were a rarity. His remote-controlled car, which could move, had cost £49.99. A chocolate frog that could move and be eaten was clearly worth more. Dudley cheerfully handed over the £200 to Harry and said, take it all. If it's not enough. No need, just take them all, Harry said indifferently, pocketing the £250. Dudley cheered and thanked Harry, saying, thanks, Harry, you're such a good person. Harry shrugged. See? He's even thanking me. I thought you'd hold a grudge against me for bullying you before and try to get revenge, Dudley said while stuffing the chocolate frogs into his pockets. Oh, right, I almost forgot about that, Harry said, grabbing a pillow. Noticing Harry's movement, Dudley instinctively gulped. What are you going to do? Harry's answer was a pillow attack right to Dudley's face. You can read more chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 11, The Start of School. The pillow fight carried a playful element, so Dudley didn't call for help, simply letting Harry give him a good beating with the pillow. For some reason, after that night, Dudley became Harry's follower. In the month leading up to the start of school, Dudley treated Harry as if he were a completely different person. Only Harry knew the truth. Part of it was that Dudley was somewhat afraid of his magic, but the bigger reason was Harry's promise to bring him some magical snacks the next time he returned home. Seeing Dudley's chubby figure, Harry thought it might be necessary to give him some weight loss potions. The £750 Harry had obtained from the Dursleys was spent entirely on Muggle snacks, with a particular focus on Coca-Cola. Who knew how much he had longed for a sip of the fizzy drink during the Victorian era? Given the purchasing power of the pound, Harry took the night bus to Diagon Alley once again and bought a suitcase with an undetectable extension charm. He packed all the Muggle snacks into the suitcase and, seeing there was still space left, stuffed in his books and clothes as well. This suitcase cost him 30 galleons. As the saying goes, you get what you pay for, and Harry was very satisfied with the suitcase. A month flew by, and soon it was time for school to begin. Since Dudley was also starting at Smelting's Academy, the Dursleys drove to London to drop him off. I've always been curious, where did you get wizard money? Uncle Vernon suddenly asked as they drove. It's the inheritance my parents left me, stored in Gringotts, Harry replied. The car screeched to a sudden halt, nearly causing Harry to hit the seat in front of him. Through the rearview mirror hanging in the car, Harry saw Uncle Vernon's face darken. Was he upset about not being paid for raising him? Harry wondered, then blurted out, I know I have money now. I can pay for all the years you've looked after me. You're just like your father, Potter. Uncle Vernon turned his fat body around in his seat, glaring at Harry. He was arrogant and conceited. My father wasn't conceited, and neither am I. If you don't mind, could you pull over? Harry interrupted, defending his father. Uncle Vernon snorted coldly and pulled the car to the side of the road. Turning to Harry again, he yelled, Listen, boy. I don't care how much pure gold you have stored in that blasted Gringotts. I love Petunia, I love her more than anything. If it weren't for her, do you think I'd have let a freak like you into my house? You know about Gringotts? Harry asked, raising an eyebrow, realizing Uncle Vernon had reacted so strongly because of its mention. Uncle Vernon's face turned purple again, his mustache trembling as he roared, Gringotts. Of course, I know Gringotts. When I met your father in a restaurant, Petunia told me he didn't have a job. I even considered offering him a position at my company, despite his lack of recognized qualifications. I even thought of funding him, but your father. Vernon. Oh my, Vernon. Aunt Petunia, seated in the front passenger seat, clutched her collar as if she couldn't catch her breath. Like father, like son. The station is here. You can get out. Uncle Vernon fumed. Harry looked up and saw that they had indeed arrived at King's Cross Station. Sorry, Harry said with a smile to the Dursleys, then turned to Dudley. I'll be off now. Don't forget your promise, Dudley mouthed silently. Harry nodded, retrieved his suitcase from the trunk, extended its handle, and walked away. That was the grudge of the previous generation and had nothing to do with him. No need for mental gymnastics over it. 9 3/4. Harry muttered as he walked into the station, dragging his suitcase. Since it wasn't his first time entering the platform, Harry wasn't in a hurry. He leisurely strolled with his suitcase, calm and relaxed, waiting until the red-haired family in front of him entered before stepping onto platform 9 3/4 himself. The smoke from the steam engine swirled above the crowd. Cats of various colors darted around people's feet, accompanied by the cacophony of chatter and the occasional hoot of owls, creating a symphony of back-to-school excitement. It was very wizardly and had a distinct magical atmosphere. Since it was close to departure time, the first few compartments were already crowded with students. Some leaned out of the windows to chat with their families, others were playing games, and some quietly snacked on treats in their seats. Harry even spotted a chocolate frog leaping out of an open window, much to the dismay of its owner. In one of the rear compartments, Harry found an empty space. After storing his suitcase, he encountered a pair of identical red-haired twins. "You're Harry Potter," the one on the left asked, his face lighting up with excitement. Before Harry could answer, a woman's voice called from outside. "Fred, George, are you on the train?" "Coming, Mum." The twins hastily said goodbye to Harry and ran off. Harry leaned against the seat, gazing absent-mindedly at the crowd outside. He could still hear the twins' mother scolding them, "That poor boy isn't a zoo animal for you to gawk at, Fred, George." As her voice faded, Harry lost interest in eavesdropping, settling into a comfortable position on the seat. Meanwhile, the twins' mother continued to reprimand them on the platform. "I don't want you asking him about his scar. Don't make him think of that on his first day. All the wizards celebrated the day he got that scar and defeated you-know-who, but for him, it was the day he lost his parents. Oh, the poor child." "All right, don't get mad," said one of the twins. "We get it." The whistle blew. "All right, children, time to say goodbye," the woman said with a smile, kissing each child on the forehead. "Get on the train, Ronnie dear, and you too, don't make me receive another complaint from a professor about your pranks." The last remark was directed at the twins. You can read more chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 12, Ron. The train rumbled to life, beginning the journey to Hogwarts. "Excuse me, is anyone sitting here?" Harry looked toward the door, where a red-haired boy with freckles on his face stood nervously. "No one," Harry replied. The boy thanked him, put his luggage away, and sat across from Harry. He looked nonchalant as he gazed out at the scenery, but he kept sneaking glances at Harry. Harry thought, this red hair must mean he's from that family. "Hello," Harry greeted him first. "I'm Harry Potter." "Ronald Weasley, but you can call me Ron," the boy said, reaching out his hand in a manner that made him seem older than he was. "Weasley." Harry's heart skipped a beat as he quickly asked, "Weasley? You said your last name is Weasley." "That's right," Ron replied, a little confused. "Shouldn't I be the one asking the questions?" he thought. "Asking about the famous savior and his incredible deeds. Why is the savior asking me instead?" But Harry's mind was elsewhere, recalling Professor Matilda Weasley, the kind deputy headmistress and head of Gryffindor House who had taken good care of him back in school, as well as his good friend Gareth Weasley. The two fell into silence for a moment before Ron decided to break it. "So, are you really?" He hesitated, remembering his mother's advice, and swallowed back the question about Harry's scar. "Really what?" Harry asked. "Did you really live with Muggles?" Ron asked awkwardly, changing the subject. "I heard that somewhere. Is it true?" "Yes," Harry nodded. "I live with my aunt and uncle. They're all Muggles." "What are they like?" Ron asked. "Not great, they're very against magic," Harry shrugged, then added wistfully, "I wish I had 2 brothers, though." "If you did, you'd know how annoying they are," Ron shuddered at the thought. "And it's not 2, it's 5. I have 5 older brothers and a little sister." "Wow," Harry said, genuinely impressed. A big, lively family like that had always been his dream. He had always wished for a few Potter siblings who would stand up for him when he was being bullied. But Ron didn't look too happy. "I'm the 6th in my family to go to Hogwarts. At home, Mom always expects me to follow in their footsteps. My oldest brother, Bill, was head boy, my second brother, Charlie, was Quidditch captain, my third brother, Percy, just became a prefect, and Fred and George, even though they're always goofing around, are brilliant and everyone thinks they're so cool." "So you feel a lot of pressure," Harry nodded understandingly. "Because your family expects you to live up to them." "No," Ron said irritably. "When you've got 5 older brothers, you never get anything new. I wear Bill's old robes, use Charlie's old wand, and I've even got Percy's hand-me-down rat." As he spoke, he pulled out a fat, sleeping rat from his pocket. "Look, this is Scabbers," Ron said helplessly. "He's really old and sleeps all the time." Percy got an owl as a reward for becoming a prefect, so he gave me this leftover rat. Ron realized he'd been talking too much, so he clammed up and looked out the window. He didn't want his new friend to think poorly of him because of all this. Look, Ron, Harry said, holding up his own clothes. These are my cousin Dudley's hand-me-downs. Look how baggy they are, like maternity clothes. Ever since I can remember, I've been wearing his old clothes. I've never had anything new. You see, Dudley's the same age as me, but he's huge, and I'm small, so I fit into his cast-offs perfectly. There's nothing quite like shared experiences to bring people closer. Harry's words made Ron feel less unlucky. He could tell Harry wasn't just being polite, he really understood his situation. Sharing embarrassing stories helped the two bond quickly. As they talked, the train sped out of London. At the same time, there was a clattering noise in the corridor. A smiling woman with dimples slid the compartment door open and asked, "Anything from the trolley, dears?" It was lunchtime. The train had departed promptly at 11, and Harry, having angered Uncle Vernon earlier, hadn't had time to eat breakfast. He was starving. "No, I've got sandwiches, thanks," Ron said quietly, lowering his head. Harry stood up and stepped into the corridor. "I'll take some of everything, thanks." Even though he'd attended school for 6 years a century ago, he was still just 16 at heart, a kid. His resistance to snacks was there, but not very strong. The trolley lady handed him one of everything. When Harry paid, he gave her a galleon, 3 sickles, and 4 nuts. Carrying his haul of treats back to the compartment, Harry noticed Ron staring at the snacks with wide, unblinking eyes. Harry knew his new friend was tempted. "You're really hungry," Ron said definitively. "Yeah, starving," Harry replied, pulling out a pumpkin pasty and handing it to Ron. "No, mate," Ron said, pulling out a sandwich from a paper bag. "Mum packed me sandwiches for the train, though she always forgets I hate corned beef. Trade me for one." "Go on, take it," Harry offered the pasty. "You won't like it," Ron said, sniffing. "She's got 5 kids to take care of, she doesn't have time." "It's fine," Harry said with a smile. He finally convinced Ron to take the pasty. After one bite, Ron didn't touch his sandwich again. Harry tactfully didn't mention the sandwiches either, leaving his own untouched on the table. "Not bad," Harry said, biting into a cauldron cake. Then he pulled out a box of chocolate frogs. "You even got chocolate frogs?" Ron asked in surprise. "Yeah," Harry replied, opening the box. "I bought some in Diagon Alley before. They come with cards, though I'm not really interested in those. The frogs themselves are pretty good." "Do me a favor, mate," Ron said quickly. "If you get Agrippa or Ptolemy, save them for me, yeah." "No problem," Harry agreed, flipping through the card. "Oh, it's Dumbledore," he said softly. "You can read more chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 13, Grindelwald. Dumbledore. Harry repeated. Ron, thinking Harry didn't know who Dumbledore was, said, "Don't tell me you don't know Dumbledore, mate. He's only the greatest wizard in the world." "Is that so?" Harry replied absent-mindedly. "Check the back of the card," Ron suggested, pulling it from Harry's hand. "I'll read it to you. Albus Dumbledore, current headmaster of Hogwarts, is widely recognized as the greatest wizard of our time," Ron began. Dumbledore is known for his numerous achievements, including defeating the Dark Wizard Grindelwald in 1945, discovering the 12 uses of dragon's blood, and his collaboration with Nicholas Flamel in alchemy. Harry interrupted suddenly at the mention of a familiar name. "Who?" "Nicholas Flamel," Ron said, raising an eyebrow. "His partner. You know him?" "No, I meant the one before that." "Who did he defeat?" Harry clarified. "The Dark Wizard, Grindelwald," Ron replied. That name sent Harry's thoughts spiraling back a century to his 5th year. "Hey, mate," Gareth, Harry's dorm mate, nudged him with his elbow. "Did you hear? We're getting a new student this year." "Really?" Harry asked indifferently, picking up his water goblet. "Yeah, heard it from my aunt, she's the deputy headmistress, so she always knows before us. But the feast has started, and they're still not here." As Gareth finished speaking, the great hall doors swung open dramatically. Harry turned to see a disheveled Professor Figo accompanied by a stunning girl who looked almost ethereal. Her golden hair shimmered even more brightly than Malfoy's, Harry thought. Sensing his gaze, the girl looked at Harry and smiled sweetly. That smile felt like moonlight pouring over his heart, catching him completely off guard. He choked on his drink and clumsily wiped his mouth with his robe, managing only to return an awkward grin. "Snap out of it, mate," Gareth teased, elbowing Harry again. "You're practically glued to her. Look at Malfoy's face, she's probably planning to mock you later." Harry snapped out of it, glancing at the Slytherin table. Cassandra Malfoy was glaring at him with utter disdain. When the Sorting Hat called out, "Slytherin," the hall erupted in applause. Before Harry knew it, the girl was standing beside him, to Gareth's evident envy. "Hello. May I sit here?" she asked. "Of course." Please do, Harry stammered, hurriedly pushing Gareth aside to make room. Ignoring his friend's wounded look, the girl took the seat next to Harry. And that was how Harry met Veretia, who would become one of his closest friends. Harry shook himself out of the memory. No matter what Ron said, he couldn't believe Veretia had become a dark wizard. How could she be a dark wizard? Harry muttered. Ron, chewing a candy, glanced at him. She. Oh no, mate, Grindelwald was a bloke. His name's, oh yeah, Gellert Grindelwald. Heard his relationship with Dumbledore was pretty complicated. Oh. Harry sighed with relief. He then recalled, Gellert. He'd met Gellert during a Christmas visit to Veretia's family in Austria-Hungary. Back then, Gellert had been an 8-year-old boy with a temper as fiery as his sunflower yellow hair. That kid. A dark wizard. Dark wizard or not, Harry couldn't help but remember how pinchable Gellert's cheeks had been. Mate, you really need to catch up on wizarding history, Ron sighed. You're the chosen one. You can't keep being this clueless. You're right, Harry agreed earnestly. At that moment, the compartment door slid open again. A pudgy boy with tear-filled eyes asked timidly, sorry to bother you, but have you seen my toad? Both Harry and Ron shook their heads. The boy burst into tears. It keeps running away from me. I've lost it again. Take it easy, Ron offered. Maybe it'll turn up soon. The boy didn't respond and bolted out of the compartment, still crying. If I had a toad, I'd have chucked it ages ago, Ron muttered. I just don't see the appeal. Thank Merlin I've got Scabbers. Sure, he's old and lazy, sleeps like the dead, but he's been with me for years. Honestly, I kind of like him. Don't judge. Harry was taken aback by Ron's peculiar fondness for his rat but decided not to judge. Everyone had their quirks. However, he was firm about one thing, Hedwig was never allowed on his bed. Yesterday, Fred and George taught me a spell to turn Scabbers yellow. Wanna see? Ron said, pulling out an old, battered wand. Look, even the unicorn hair's poking out. But it'll work. Charlie's wand, right? Harry asked. Yeah, Charlie's old wand, Ron replied reluctantly. Harry recalled Ollivander's words, the wand chooses the wizard. He wondered how well Charlie's wand would work for Ron. Before he could voice his concern, the door opened yet again. Has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Neville lost one. Harry recognized the voice instantly and looked up excitedly. Hermione. Oh, Harry. Hermione beamed. I was just looking for you. But then I saw Neville crying and thought I'd help. Are you practicing magic? I tried some spells at home, didn't go well, though. Can I see what you're doing? Her rapid-fire speech left Ron gaping. He had never met anyone who talked so fast. Hermione, unfazed, plopped down beside Harry, who handed her a bag of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Clearing his throat, Ron waved his wand theatrically. All right, watch this. Daisies, cream, sunshine, turn this rat yellow. Nothing happened. Are you sure that's a spell? Hermione asked skeptically. Ron sheepishly lowered his wand, realizing Fred and George had pranked him again. Hermione turned to Harry. What about you, Harry? Can you? You said that boy's name was Neville. Harry interrupted. Yes, Neville, Hermione replied. Harry drew his wand and pointed it at the door. Neville's toad, come here. Hermione sighed, pinching the bridge of her nose. She couldn't believe she was stuck with two boys who were equally clueless about magic. Do you really think that's going to work? She asked incredulously. You can read more chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 14, How did Slytherin become like this? Wait, Harry said, not rebutting Hermione. As soon as he spoke, a toad flew in through the door, landing accurately in front of him. Look, is this the toad you're looking for? Harry asked. Hermione widened her eyes in disbelief, staring at Harry. The summoning charm was supposed to be a fourth-year spell, something she had only noticed while casually reading yesterday. That's incredible. Ron sat upright in amazement, exclaiming, Mate, you truly deserve the title of the boy who lived. The hesitation Hermione had just felt vanished in an instant. Of course, he was the savior of the wizarding world, after all. I'll go return the toad to Neville, he's probably worried sick, Hermione said, picking up the toad. Thanks, Harry. I'll come back after dropping it off, I have so many spells I want to ask you about. Without waiting for Harry's response, Hermione left the compartment with the toad. She's terrifying, isn't she? Ron muttered with lingering fear as he watched the door. For some reason, every time he saw Hermione, he felt like he couldn't look her in the eye. Harry shrugged. Back when he was pestering Sebastian to learn dueling, he was far more persistent than Hermione. No matter which house I'm sorted into, I hope it's not the same one as hers, Ron continued. Merlin, she reminds me of Percy, except she's even more He tossed his wand into his trunk, muttering, "That spell's useless, just another one of George's pranks. Be careful around those two when you get to school. Don't trust anything they say, and definitely don't eat anything they give you. I mean it, you'll regret it." Harry nodded knowingly. If they could even prank their innocent little brother, those twins probably had a special talent for mischief. "Which house are they in?" Harry asked, already guessing it might be Gryffindor. "Sure enough," Ron replied, "Gryffindor. Mum and Dad were both in that house, and all 5 of my brothers too. If I don't get into Gryffindor, I can only imagine what they'd say about me. I mean, Ravenclaw wouldn't be bad, but please, just not Slytherin." "Why not?" Harry asked curiously. "Because Slytherin's full of dark wizards," Ron said matter-of-factly. Harry raised an eyebrow. While it was true that Slytherin students didn't shy away from studying dark magic, the statement seemed a bit harsh. Could the inter-house rivalries have deepened this much over the past century? "Why do you think that?" Harry asked, wondering if something had changed over the years. "Because you know who was from Slytherin," Ron mumbled. "And after him, almost all the Slytherins became his followers. You know what kind of person he was, anyone who followed him couldn't be good, just a bunch of dark wizards who don't care about life." Harry sighed. "Damn it, Slytherin, how did it come to this?" "Oh, I'm back," Hermione's voice rang out from the doorway. "I couldn't find Neville after looking everywhere, so I just left the toad on his desk." "What were you talking about?" "Houses," Ron forced a smile. Noticing Ron's unease, Hermione asked with concern, "What's wrong? Are you okay?" "I'm just wondering what'll happen if I don't get into Gryffindor," Ron said, resting his chin on his hands. "Fred and George told me that first years have to pass an entrance test to be sorted. Their year had to face a troll in groups of 10. But didn't you say," Harry caught the contradiction, "not to believe a word they say?" "That's true, but I asked Dad, and he said the same thing," Ron said, his face growing more distressed. "But he said their test wasn't as bad, only 5 of them had to deal with a giant spider. One unlucky kid got bitten and spent a month in the hospital wing." At that moment, a haughty voice came from the doorway. "So, it's true. Harry Potter is on this train." The 3 of them looked toward the door. Standing there was a slender boy with pale blonde hair slicked back, trying to appear more mature. His gray eyes were cold and proud. Blonde hair and a pompous air, Harry recognized him immediately. Another Malfoy. 2 boys stood behind him, one tall and burly, the other short and pudgy, clearly henchmen. "This is Crabbe, and this is Goyle," the Malfoy introduced his companions. "I'm Draco. Draco Malfoy." Ron stifled a cough to keep from laughing. "You think my name is funny, do you?" Draco sneered at Ron. "I don't need to ask who you are. Red hair, shabby clothes, you must be a Weasley. My father says the Weasleys have more children than they can afford." Turning to Harry, he added, "You'll find some wizarding families are much better than others. You wouldn't want to make friends with the wrong sort. I can help you there." He extended his hand toward Harry. Harry, who thought of himself as patient, found his temper flaring at Draco's arrogant demeanor. This Malfoy reminded him of Cassandra, but at least Cassandra had manners. She would never insult someone's family or launch into personal attacks. This Malfoy had no such restraint. "I think you owe him an apology," Harry said coldly. "Kids from decent families don't insult other people's homes." "I think Harry's right," Hermione said firmly, stepping up beside Harry and Ron. Ron's eyes reddened. He hadn't expected these 2 new acquaintances to stand up for him like this. "And who are you?" Draco asked, frowning at Hermione. "Hermione Granger," she replied proudly. Draco's sneer deepened. "A filthy little mudblood. You stink." "Shut up." Ron leapt to his feet, pointing his wand at Draco. "How dare you say that word?" Draco looked back at his companions with a smug grin. "Oh, defending your little girlfriend, Weasley. Are you sure you're ready to deal with the consequences of cursing me? My father's on the school board. He could get your father fired in a heartbeat. What would your family do then, huh?" The response came swiftly. "Leviosa." A yellow light hit Draco, lifting him into the air. His head bumped against the doorframe. The caster wasn't Ron or Hermione. You can read more chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 15, Educate You on Behalf of Your Ancestors. "Well done, Harry," Ron exclaimed enthusiastically. Draco, still floating midair, came to his senses and yelled in anger, "Put me down, Potter." Harry didn't budge, prompting Draco to turn toward his henchman. "Crabbe. Goyle. What are you waiting for? Help me." The 2 hulking boys snapped out of their stupor and began lumbering forward, ready to rescue their leader. Without hesitation, Ron leapt forward, trying to intercept them despite the obvious size difference. Unfortunately, Goyle shoved him back effortlessly, causing Ron to stumble and land on the seat. "What a fool," Hermione muttered with exasperation. She pulled out her wand and aimed it at Crabbe and Goyle. Petrificus totalis. Caught off guard, both boys were hit by the full body bind curse. They toppled to the floor with 2 loud thuds. Brilliant! Ron exclaimed in admiration, clearly impressed at the Muggle-born which had saved the day with a single spell. Full body bind curse. The Standard Book of Spells, Chapter 6, Hermione recited mechanically, still holding her wand at the ready. Her posture betrayed her internal struggle. She knew the severity of her actions, casting spells on fellow students, especially the son of a Hogwarts governor, before even arriving at school. She had read the rules thoroughly and knew the potential consequences. They might expel me, she thought sadly, but she did not regret stepping in. While she didn't fully understand the slur Draco had used, she knew enough to recognize its intent to insult and degrade. Ron had stood up for her, it was only right to return the favor. You filthy little mudblood. How dare you? Draco snarled, still suspended in the air. I'll tell my father. You'll all be expelled. And besides your father, what else do you rely on? Harry asked dryly, walking closer. You're a pureblood wizard, yet you've just been outmatched by a couple of Muggle-borns. Quite embarrassing, don't you think? He flicked his wand, causing Draco to drop unceremoniously to the floor. Standing over him, Harry locked eyes with the boy's frightened grey gaze. For a fleeting moment, Harry was reminded of another pair of proud, defiant grey eyes, Cassandra's. He thought back to his own humiliating defeat at her hands during his first duel at the Wand Combat Club. Is this your idea of effort? Cassandra had once sneered at him. Pathetic. Without realizing it, Harry let the words slip from his lips. Is this what you call superior? Pathetic. The remark was satisfying. While he bore no grudge against Cassandra, giving Draco Malfoy a taste of his own medicine felt like poetic justice. Infuriated, Draco scrambled to his feet and pulled out his wand, but Harry was faster. Expelliarmus. Draco's wand flew from his grasp, arcing through the air before landing neatly in Harry's hand. Relax, Malfoy, Harry said, tucking the wand into Draco's trembling hands. I'm just teaching you a lesson, for your ancestors' sake. Cool, Ron said with a wide grin. Draco, however, wasn't nearly as amused. Anger and humiliation bubbled over as tears welled in his eyes. I'll tell my father, he sniffled. Feeling bored with the exchange, Harry stepped back and gestured for Draco to leave. All right, Dramaco, stop your solo performance, Harry said mockingly. Your dad isn't here to save you, so take your cronies and get out of my compartment. Sniffling and stumbling, Draco gathered Crabbe and Goyle and stormed out of the compartment. He turned back once to yell, you'll regret this. All 3 of you will be expelled. As the door slammed shut, Hermione's face fell. Now we're really in trouble, she fretted, running a hand through her frizzy hair. We're definitely getting expelled. Then why'd you fight him? Ron asked. If someone else had learned more than 2 spells, I wouldn't have had to step in, Hermione snapped back. Ron flushed and looked away, unable to argue with the truth. Don't worry, Harry reassured her. We won't get expelled for something so minor. Besides, Malfoy started it. That word he used is seriously offensive. I still don't know what it means, Hermione admitted. But it was clear enough that it was disgusting, just like the person who said it. It's one of the worst insults, Ron explained grimly. Mudblood is what some purebloods call Muggle-borns. It means dirty or inferior blood, like you're worth no more than mud. Hermione bit her lip and nodded. Well, thank you, Ron. For sticking up for me. Ah, you're welcome, Ron stammered, waving his hand awkwardly. By the way, Hermione said, pointing to Ron's face, you've got a smudge right here. Ron wiped his nose on his sleeve. Oh, that must have been what Fred was talking about earlier. I thought he was joking. Harry and Hermione exchanged amused looks. Soon, the train whistle blew, and a voice echoed through the carriage. 5 minutes until we arrive at Hogwarts. Please leave your luggage on the train, it will be taken to the school for you. As they changed into their robes, Harry noticed Ron's were slightly too short, exposing his worn-out sneakers. The sight reminded Harry of his own hand-me-down clothes from the Dursleys. Come on, mate, let's get going, Ron said, grinning. After fighting together, their bond had deepened. And in Harry's mind, their trio already included Hermione, too. You can read more chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 16, Punishment. The September nights in the Scottish Highlands were biting cold. As soon as Harry stepped off the train, a gust of chilly wind hit him square in the face, penetrating his bones. So cold, Ron said through chattering teeth. First years, this way, a familiar voice called out. Come on over, oh, Harry, I see you. How are you doing? It's Hagrid, Harry told Ron, waving high above his head. Hagrid, I'm over here. Hagrid's towering figure was unmistakable. He waved back warmly and called out to the children, any more first years? Come along, I'll take you all to the school. This wasn't Harry's first time down this path. It was muddy and slippery, full of thorns, a trail said to have been walked by the founders of Hogwarts when they first established the school. It was meant to remind new students of the founders' hardships in building such a legacy. A lesson in appreciating the past, so to speak. Just around this bend, and you'll see Hogwarts, Hagrid called out. Ahead is the lake, we'll be taking boats across. 4 to a boat, got it. You can figure out your groups now. Harry grabbed Ron's arm. As he glanced back, Hermione appeared beside them with a small, chubby boy clutching a toad in his arms. Harry, Ron, this is Neville, Hermione introduced them. Then she turned to Neville, saying, this is Harry, he's the one who found your toad. Thank you, Mr. Potter, Neville said shyly, his voice trembling with gratitude. No problem. Just call me Harry, Harry replied warmly, his smile radiant. Neville felt as if Harry were a little sun, dispelling his fear and even the cold that seemed to cling to him. Shall we? The 4 of us in a boat. Ron suggested, slinging an arm around Harry's shoulders and addressing Hermione and Neville. Sounds good, Hermione agreed, though she muttered under her breath, I just hope we don't get expelled. Relax, Hermione. We only used the levitation charm in drama studies. It's not like we cast. Harry trailed off, realizing that mentioning the killing curse might not be the best idea. Cast what? Neville asked, puzzled. Alohomora, Harry quickly said, changing the subject. Come on, let's keep up. We need to get on the boats. None of them seemed suspicious, after all, at their age, they couldn't possibly know what the killing curse was. The temperature on the lake was even colder than when they'd first stepped off the train, likely due to the damp air. The young witches and wizards huddled into their robes, trying to shield themselves from the biting chill. Only when their boats reached the shore did they feel even a hint of relief. Hagrid led them to the gates of the castle. Wait here, he said. It won't be long before. Before he could finish, the massive doors swung open, revealing a stern-looking witch dressed in emerald green robes. It was Professor McGonagall. All the first years are here, Professor McGonagall, Hagrid said. McGonagall nodded. I'll take them from here, Hagrid. I'll lead them into the castle. Hagrid waved at Harry before turning to leave. First years, follow me, McGonagall instructed. The new students followed her into the castle, eventually arriving in a small chamber. Welcome to Hogwarts, she began. The feast is about to begin, but before you take your seats in the Great Hall, you must first be sorted into your respective houses. The sorting is an important ceremony because your house will be your home at Hogwarts. You'll attend classes, sleep in the dormitories, and spend your free time in the common rooms with your housemates. The 4 houses are Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each house has a proud history and has produced outstanding witches and wizards. During your time at Hogwarts, your triumphs will earn your house points, while any rule-breaking will lose points. At the end of the year, the house with the most points is awarded the House Cup, a great honor. I hope each of you will bring glory to your house. In a few moments, the sorting ceremony will take place in front of the entire school. I suggest you take this time to tidy yourselves up and look presentable. Her gaze lingered briefly on Neville's cloak before sweeping over Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, Miss Granger, please come with me, she said. Then her eyes landed on Draco Malfoy. And Mr. Malfoy as well. Hermione's knees buckled. Oh no, Harry, oh no, she whimpered tearfully. We're going to be expelled. Draco overheard Hermione's sobs and let out a derisive laugh. Harry glanced over and saw Draco silently mouthing the word mudblood at Hermione. That brat really needs a lesson, Harry thought. But first, he needed to figure out how to handle this situation. Hermione, don't worry, Ron tried to comfort her. Even if we get expelled, you'll still have me and Harry by your side. Hermione only cried harder at that. The 4 were soon led into a small room. Inside, 4 individuals were seated. Harry immediately recognized one of them, Dumbledore, whom he had seen on a chocolate frog card. To Dumbledore's left was a short man in formal attire with a bow tie, sitting next to a plump witch dressed simply, with a few green leaves adorning her robes. On Dumbledore's right sat a wizard with greasy black hair and a hooked nose. The hook-nosed man's eyes locked onto Harry, a flash of recognition followed by a cold, emotionless stare. Harry instinctively felt that this man didn't like him. Did I offend him somehow? Harry wondered. The matter is quite clear, the man spoke first. Mr. Potter cast a curse on a fellow student aboard the train, with Miss Granger and Mr. Weasley as his accomplices. Hermione let out a loud, despairing sob. Take it easy, Severus, Dumbledore interjected, his half-moon spectacles glinting as he looked at Harry with a smile. Why don't we hear from Harry and his friends? It wouldn't be fair to judge based on one side of the story. You can read more chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 17, You're a Nice Person. Snape cast Harry a long, penetrating look before silently consenting to Dumbledore's suggestion. Since no one raised objections, Dumbledore began, it's not uncommon for disagreements to arise on the Hogwarts Express. I've heard Draco's side of the story, but I'd like to hear from you 3 about what happened. but Malfoy was on the train the whole time. How did he? Ron's face flushed red, utterly dumbfounded by Draco's tactic of reporting first. With a smug grin, Draco pulled out a mirror from his pocket. A two-way mirror. Father gave it to me before school started, he said, shaking the mirror with an air of superiority. You see, Weasley, some wizarding families just have it better. My father makes sure I have the very best. Mr. Malfoy. Professor McGonagall's stern voice cut through his boast. Please stick to the topic at hand. Draco hesitated but then raised his eyebrows in a mocking challenge directed at Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Harry, however, had spent the walk to the office carefully plotting a way to turn the tables on Malfoy. He was already aware of Malfoy's familial influence. His father was a Hogwarts governor, after all. That kind of leverage could easily jeopardize the position of 3 unprotected students. Yet, McGonagall had a reputation for fairness, and Harry decided to appeal to that. He also knew she was the head of Gryffindor, the house where both his parents had once belonged. Their legacy, as student leaders, suggested they'd been her pride and joy. The other professors' roles were also fairly clear. The stout witch with leaves on her robes was likely the Hufflepuff head of house, while the greasy-haired man glaring at him had to be the Slytherin head of house. Harry wasn't expecting much sympathy from Snape, but he was determined to win over the rest. Professor, Harry began, his voice steady. Go ahead, Harry, Dumbledore said, his twinkling eyes offering reassurance. McGonagall also nodded encouragingly. Taking a deep breath, Harry continued, I'm sorry, but on the train, we didn't want to engage with Malfoy. It's just that when he found out Hermione was from a Muggle family, he called her a name. McGonagall's expression darkened. What name? Harry hesitated, feigning reluctance. Finally, he mumbled, Mudblood, Professor. I didn't know what it meant at first, but my aunt once told me about my mum crying at home during a holiday. Someone at school called her a stinky little. Is that true, Mr. Malfoy? McGonagall demanded sharply. The commanding tone of a teacher confronting a misbehaving student left Draco visibly cowed. He hung his head and muttered, yes. Harry felt some relief, but as his eyes darted to Snape, he caught the professor staring at him. Enough. Snape's voice was ice-cold. Harry braced himself for an onslaught of bias in Malfoy's favor. After all, Snape was Slytherin's head of house, it seemed only natural he would defend his student. But instead, Snape turned to Draco with a steely gaze. Mr. Malfoy, is this what you consider pure-blood decorum? Perhaps your parents, Lucius and Narcissa, should be called in to see what kind of son they've raised. Snape's words faltered briefly, but then he pressed on, his face a mask of indifference. Your house will lose 20 points after the sorting ceremony. Harry's eyes widened in astonishment. He'd assumed Snape would be adversarial, but here he was, reprimanding Draco and docking points from his own house. Cold on the outside, warm on the inside. Classic Slytherin, Harry mused. Ron was equally dumbfounded, his jaw practically on the floor. He'd heard countless tales from his brothers about Snape's favoritism towards Slytherin. Even Percy, the model student, had claimed Snape never deducted points from his house. What was going on today? McGonagall, though, looked entirely unsurprised. She fixed Draco with a severe glare. Since Professor Snape has dealt with your behavior, I won't add further punishment, she said firmly. But understand this, Mr. Malfoy, such language is absolutely forbidden at Hogwarts. Draco stared at the floor, utterly deflated. Now, Mr. Potter, McGonagall continued, turning to Harry, standing up for a friend is commendable, but we don't encourage the use of hexes on other students. Got it. Harry immediately understood the subtext, don't get caught. Yes, Professor, Harry replied earnestly. He bowed respectfully to the assembled professors. We're sorry for causing trouble on the first day. Very well, Mr. Potter, McGonagall said, a faint smile breaking her stern demeanor. You may return to the Great Hall with your friends. The sorting ceremony is about to begin. Harry led the still-stunned Hermione and Ron out of the room, each of them bidding the professors goodbye as they left. What a polite child, McGonagall said, folding her hands together. He truly reminds me of Lily. Indeed, Minerva, Dumbledore agreed, nodding thoughtfully as he glanced at Snape's unreadable expression. Shall we proceed? The sorting awaits. Back in the Great Hall, Harry and his friends were instantly surrounded by curious first-years. What happened? Are you all right? Neville asked worriedly. We're fine, Ron assured, puffing out his chest. The professors didn't give us a hard time. Look, we're back for the sorting, aren't we? He sounded completely carefree, despite having been terrified about expulsion only moments earlier. You think this is over, Weasley? Draco sneered from behind them. We've got a long year ahead. Ron bristled, but Hermione grabbed his arm. Don't take the bait, Ron, she warned. He's just trying to provoke you. Right, you're right. With Hermione's advice sinking in, Ron managed to restrain himself. For now. You can read more chapter on my Patreon. patrayon.com/winkaze. Chapter 18, Did I assign you to a school? Your power stone increases my power to up faster. Thanks. Underscore 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 underscore. After Hermione's persuasion, Ron reluctantly decided to stop watching Draco, opting instead to ignore his provocations. As the tension eased, Ron shifted his attention to chatting with the others about the sorting ceremony. Having worried earlier about being expelled, Ron now found his anxiety settling on the sorting itself. He wasn't alone. Before long, all the young witches and wizards, even those from pure-blood families, began to share the same unease. Surprisingly, even Draco Malfoy, usually so smug, looked pale. My father said he had to fight a werewolf when he was sorted. Draco muttered nervously. The group exchanged incredulous glances, their faces turning an odd shade of purple as they tried to process this revelation. The murmurs and whispers filled the air until, suddenly, the great hall fell silent. The change was almost tangible, as though an invisible hand had pressed pause on the entire room. Professor McGonagall strode to the front, carrying a four-legged stool, which she placed before the gathered first years. Atop the stool, she set a pointed wizard's hat that was patched, frayed, and undeniably ancient. Harry recognized it immediately. It was the sorting hat, the very same one he had worn during his first year at Hogwarts. Then, the hat twitched. Its brim split wide open like a mouth, and it began to sing. You may think I'm not much to see. But don't judge a book by its cover, my friend. If you can find a hat more magical than me, I'll gladly eat myself in the end. Your top hats may shine with a polished gleam. Your silk hats may sit so high and proud. But I am the sorting hat of Hogwarts. And my wisdom sets me apart from the crowd. Deep within your mind, your dreams are stored. And I can see them all with ease. Place me on your head, don't be afraid. I'll guide you to where your heart agrees. Perhaps you'll belong in brave Gryffindor, where dwell the daring and the bold. Their courage and chivalry shine so bright. Their legends are timelessly told. Or maybe in kind and loyal Hufflepuff, where hard work and honesty reign. Through toil and care, they light the way. And their dedication is never in vain. In wise old Ravenclaw, you may reside. With wit and wisdom to spare. They welcome those who love to learn. And seek knowledge everywhere. Or perhaps in cunning Slytherin, where ambition and resourcefulness rule. They'll help you achieve your greatest dreams. Though slyness may be their most useful tool. So place me on your head, and don't you fret. I'll find where you belong. Your secrets are safe with me, dear child. For I've been sorting for centuries long. I am the magical sorting hat. A talking hat with a purpose grand. So let the sorting now begin. Welcome to Hogwarts, the finest in the land. The great hall burst into thunderous applause as the sorting hat bowed theatrically to each of the house tables before settling into stillness once again. So, we just have to wear the hat? Ron asked skeptically, wrinkling his nose. I'm definitely going to kill Fred and George. They told me I'd have to fight a troll. And the worst part is, I actually believe them. And your dad? Didn't he say you'd have to wrestle a giant spider? Harry teased, smirking. Ron froze mid-protest. Well, that's not entirely relevant. Harry chuckled, satisfied with his successful jab. At the front of the hall, Professor McGonagall stepped forward with a roll of parchment in her hand. She picked up the sorting hat, which gave a disgruntled huff. Handle me gently. I'm old enough without being yanked around like this, the hat grumbled. Laughter rippled through the hall, but McGonagall ignored the hat's complaints and began reading from her list. When I call your name, step forward, put on the hat, and sit on the stool to be sorted, she instructed. The ceremony began. Hannah Abbott. A rosy-cheeked girl with blonde braids stumbled forward, placed the hat on her head, and sat nervously. Moments later, the hat declared, Hufflepuff. The table on the far right erupted into cheers as Hannah joined them. Harry noticed the fat friar, Hufflepuff's house ghost, waving enthusiastically in welcome. Susan Bones. Hufflepuff. Susan hurried to sit beside Hannah. Terry Boot. Ravenclaw. A round of applause greeted Terry as he joined a group of students who welcomed him warmly. Justin Finch Fletchley. Hufflepuff. Hermione Granger. Go on, Hermione, Ron urged. Taking a deep breath, Hermione walked to the stool and placed the hat on her head. Gryffindor, the hat announced. Ron grinned in satisfaction as Hermione hurried to sit at their table. Neville Longbottom. Neville tripped over his own feet on the way to the stool, earning a few giggles from the crowd. The hat took its time, but eventually declared, Gryffindor. Neville, in his excitement, forgot to take off the hat as he ran back to his seat. Oi, boy, the hat shouted. I'm not a souvenir. The hall erupted in laughter as Neville turned scarlet, returning the hat sheepishly. When Malfoy's name was called, he strutted forward with exaggerated confidence. The hat had barely touched his head before it declared, Slytherin. Malfoy sauntered over to the Slytherin table, looking immensely pleased with himself. Finally, Professor McGonagall called, "Harry Potter." The hall buzzed with whispers. "Potter? Did she say Potter? Is it the Harry Potter?" All eyes turned to him, watching his every move. Harry walked forward with measured calm, taking the sorting hat from McGonagall with both hands. He thanked her politely, earning a small smile in return. Placing the hat on his head, Harry suddenly heard a familiar voice in his mind. "Ah, back again. Funny. I could have sworn I sorted you once before." You can read more chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 19, Then Slytherin Would Gain a Great Wizard. The old sorting hat's words made Harry's heart tighten. Oh, was he discovered? Really? Harry feigned calmness and asked, neither confirming nor denying anything. Yes, the sorting hat never makes mistakes, the hat affirmed confidently. I remember you. Last time I sorted you, I even advised you to join Slytherin, but you insisted on Gryffindor. If nothing else had happened, Harry honestly wouldn't have minded going to Slytherin. But when he was applying for a scholarship, he had spent a moment alone with Phineas Nigellus Black. Afterward, he asked Deputy Headmistress Weasley which house Headmaster Black had been in. Upon hearing the answer, Slytherin, Harry's determination had solidified. Even if I drop out, I won't go to Slytherin. So, this time, will you still advise me to join Slytherin? Harry asked in return. I wouldn't think someone daring enough to use Polyjuice Potion to impersonate the headmaster would be a Slytherin. Oh, heavens, you should have seen Phineas' face, it was priceless, the sorting hat said with glee. You even made the Great Hall permanently display Gryffindor's banners, though Phineas quickly revoked that order. Suddenly, the hat seemed to realize something mid-sentence. Wow, time really is a magical thing. I never thought I'd see you back at age 11. But don't worry, the sorting hat keeps its secrets. Really? Harry was skeptical. Absolutely. Since my creation, I've never revealed any student secrets, the hat vowed. Not even that troublesome one who gave Albus such headaches. Harry was willing to trust the hat's professionalism. After all, if the hat leaked secrets, there wouldn't have been a Voldemort. So, which house will you recommend this time? Harry asked in his mind. No one betrays their own house, do they? The hat chuckled. Without a doubt, you belong in Gryffindor. Then what are you waiting for? Announce it. I'm ready, Harry said impatiently. The attention from all around made him a bit uncomfortable. Though the sorting hat communicated mentally, Harry still found it unsettling. This is heartbreaking, kiddo, the hat complained. Old friends should catch up, but you can't wait to get rid of me. It's truly disheartening. You have a heart? Harry asked in surprise. I think I've changed my mind. You should go to Azkaban, the hat replied with a hint of mock indignation. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean it that way, Harry quickly apologized. He didn't want to be sent straight to Azkaban. Then he asked, by the way, when did this headmaster join Hogwarts? Why don't I remember him? The headmaster? The hat thought for a moment and then replied, if I recall correctly, he entered in your 7th year. Phineas said you were missing, so it makes sense you wouldn't know him. How does it feel to see a junior become headmaster? It's a bit surreal, Harry admitted. But since I never met him as a kid, it doesn't feel too odd. Ha! You should have seen young Albus, the hat said slyly. Oh. Which house was he in? Harry asked. Without a doubt, Gryffindor, the sorting hat said proudly. Harry nodded knowingly and spent a long time reminiscing with the sorting hat. Finally, the hat, seemingly content, said, catching up with an old friend is delightful. As a token of appreciation, the hat has prepared a special sorting ceremony for you. What is it? Harry asked curiously. The hat didn't answer. Just as Harry thought it was preparing for a dramatic announcement, he felt something hard hit his head. He removed the hat and saw a hilt inside. Intrigued, he grasped the hilt and, with a clang, pulled out a magnificent silver sword. At the same time, the sorting hat shouted triumphantly, without a doubt. Gryffindor. The great hall fell silent. Then, after a moment, 3 of the 4 house tables erupted into thunderous applause, excluding Slytherin. We got Potter. We got Potter, the Weasley twins stood on their seats, waving their arms in excitement. Harry turned to the teacher's table. Hagrid clapped enthusiastically, barely containing his excitement. Dumbledore nodded at him with a smile, offering his applause. Meanwhile, the greasy-haired professor looked as though he couldn't stand him. Beside him, Professor McGonagall folded her hands, clearly pleased that Harry had been sorted into Gryffindor. Professor, what about this? Harry asked, holding the sorting hat in one hand and the Gryffindor sword in the other. I'll handle it, Mr. Potter, McGonagall said as she took the items from him and approached Dumbledore to hand him the sword. I never expected you to arrange such a sorting ritual, Albus, she whispered. Dumbledore looked momentarily confused. Ah. Then he understood what she meant and replied just as softly, no, Minerva, you'll see later. The headmaster has no authority to interfere with sorting, much less command the hat. McGonagall gave him a doubtful look but chose to believe him. As Harry walked to the Gryffindor table, the Gryffindors stood up to offer their most heartfelt congratulations. He sat next to Hermione on his left. On his right was a boy wearing glasses who looked scholarly. Percy. Percy Weasley, the boy introduced himself, extending a hand. Harry shook it, recognizing him as Ron's prefect brother. "You're Ron, brother, right?" Harry asked politely, recalling Ron's mention of him. "Exactly," Percy said proudly. Just then, McGonagall called out Ron's name. "That's my youngest brother," Percy whispered to Harry. "Gryffindor," the Sorting Hat declared. Ron slumped into the seat Harry and Hermione had saved for him. "Well done, Ron, well done," Percy said in an exaggerated tone. "I was so scared I'd end up in Slytherin," Ron admitted, still shaking off the nerves. Harry grinned and said, "Then Slytherin would have gained an exceptional wizard." "Ugh, shut it, Harry. You sound like my mum," Ron retorted, rolling his eyes. You can read more chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 20, Crazy Jr. "I think Malfoy must feel as much pressure as I do," Ron said again. "You know, the Malfoys have always been in Slytherin." Harry thought for a moment and couldn't help but laugh. "What's so funny?" Ron asked. "Just think about it," Harry said, suppressing his laughter, as he spoke to Ron and Hermione. Malfoy asking his father, "Dad, what if I'm not sorted into Slytherin?" Then his father would definitely pull out his wand, point it at him, and say, "Draco Malfoy, you better be." Hearing Harry's imagined scenario, the two burst into laughter. At that moment, the sorting ceremony came to an end. Albus Dumbledore stood up, his face beaming as he looked at the students. He spread his arms wide as though nothing delighted him more than seeing them all gathered together. "Welcome," he said. "Welcome to another year at Hogwarts. Before the feast begins, I'd like to say a few words, and they are, nitwit, blubber, oddment, tweak." The hall burst into applause and cheers, even Harry clapped along. "Thank you all." Dumbledore sat back down. If it had been Headmaster Phineas Black, he would have spoken for an hour before letting them eat. Though this slightly eccentric new headmaster was amusing, Harry couldn't help but feel that Dumbledore was more like a quirky schoolmate than a principal. An 11-year-old upperclassman and a 100-plus-year-old junior. That was certainly a rare combination. As Dumbledore sat down, the 4 long tables immediately filled with towering piles of delicious food. Roast beef, roast chicken, pork chops, lamb chops, sausages, steak, boiled potatoes, roasted potatoes, chips, Yorkshire pudding, sprouts, carrots, gravy, ketchup, and even mint humbugs. Harry used his fork to stab a piece of steak and placed it on his plate. It was well done, signifying top-quality beef. He remembered hearing that the Muggle Queen also preferred her steak well done. "This looks amazing," said a ghost wearing a ruffled collar as he sadly watched Harry cut into the steak. Harry looked up at the ghost and nodded in greeting. "Hello." He almost addressed him as Sir Nicholas but held back. "You look familiar," said Sir Nicholas, staring at Harry with a dazed expression. "I feel like I've seen you somewhere before." Just as Harry thought Sir Nicholas was about to recognize him, the ghost suddenly clapped his hands. "I've got it. James Potter, you must be his son. You look almost exactly like him." "You knew my father?" Harry asked with interest. "Of course, young Mr. Potter. James was one of Gryffindor's finest students," Sir Nicholas replied with a smile. "Oh, I remember now. You're nearly headless, Nick." Ron suddenly shouted, pointing at the ghost. "I'd prefer it if you called me Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington," the ghost said uneasily. But Seamus Finnegan, who had light brown hair, interjected, "Nearly headless. How can you be nearly headless?" Sir Nicholas seemed upset. He clearly didn't want to talk about this. "Like this," he said irritably, grabbing his left ear and pulling downward. His head wobbled, sliding off his neck and onto his shoulder as if it were hinged. It seemed that whoever tried to behead him hadn't done a thorough job. Watching everyone's stunned expressions, nearly headless Nick looked quite pleased. He gently popped his head back onto his neck, cleared his throat, and said, "Well, Gryffindor's new students. I hope you'll help us win the House Cup this year, won't you? Gryffindor hasn't won in so long. Slytherin's had a 6-year winning streak. The Bloody Baron has been insufferable. He's Slytherin's house ghost." Harry wasn't paying attention to the Bloody Baron. Instead, he turned to look at the staff table. At that moment, his scar suddenly throbbed with intense pain. This was the first time his scar had hurt since seeing Sebastian cast the killing curse at his uncle, Solomon Sallow. That incident had infuriated Vilacia, who restrained Sebastian with a spell and used transfiguration to save Solomon. Harry hadn't forgotten the effort it took to cast Obliviate on Solomon afterward. Solomon's obnoxiousness reminded Harry too much of Headmaster Black. He couldn't let his friend end up in Azkaban. After a while, the pain in his scar subsided. He pressed his hand to his forehead, making sure no one noticed anything unusual. However, Ron caught on. With a chicken leg in each hand, he turned to Harry and asked, "Mate, what's wrong? You look a bit pale." "I'm fine," Harry said with a smile. Then he asked Percy, "Percy, who's that teacher?" Percy assumed he meant Snape, so he smiled and answered, "That's Professor Snape. He teaches potions, but he'd much rather teach defense against the dark arts. Everyone knows he's got a knack for it." Harry wasn't asking about Snape. He'd already locked eyes with Snape in the hut earlier, and his scar hadn't hurt. "No, not Professor Snape," Harry clarified. "I mean the one next to him, wearing a turban and talking to someone." "Oh, that's Professor Quirrell," Percy replied. "He teaches defense against the dark arts. He used to teach Muggle studies, but for some reason, he switched subjects. Snape was furious about it. He's been taking it out on Gryffindor ever since." "Why would Snape being upset lead to Gryffindor losing points?" Harry asked, unable to connect the dots. "Because Snape doesn't like Gryffindor, that's no secret," Percy said with a shrug. "Maybe it's because he's the head of Slytherin. You know, Slytherin and Gryffindor have always been at odds." Harry didn't argue. He wasn't sure about the current dynamics, but a century ago, with Headmaster Black in charge, relations between Gryffindor and Slytherin had been quite cordial. Harry glanced at Snape again and found that Snape was also staring at him. His gaze seemed complex. Harry wondered, could he have been close to my parents? With that thought, Harry gave Snape a polite smile. But Snape merely huffed, his face expressionless, and looked away. You can read more chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 21, Peeves' Discovery. Harry didn't really care about Snape's reaction. After all, in his understanding, all Slytherins were full of contradictions. Take Omini's, for example, a textbook case of cold on the outside but warm on the inside. In contrast, Sebastian was warm on the outside but cold on the inside. And as the old Serpent King of Slytherin, Snape was naturally the most contradictory of them all. Makes sense, right? Food. He lowered his head and looked at the delicious meal in front of him again. It had been noon when he snacked on the train, and he was already quite hungry by now. After finishing the steak on his plate, the food on the dining table in front of him transformed into an array of sweet desserts. The British couldn't live without afternoon tea and post-meal desserts, just like the 3D zone couldn't live without Tifa. If forced to choose between the two, afternoon tea would undoubtedly be more important. Disappeared. Eventually, even the desserts on the table vanished. Professor Dumbledore stood up again, and the dining hall fell silent. "Oh, now that everyone is full and satisfied, I have a few announcements to make as we begin the new term," he said. "First-year students, please note that the Forbidden Forest is strictly off-limits to students, and some of our older students would do well to remember that as well." Dumbledore's twinkling eyes, visible through his half-moon spectacles, swept toward the Weasley twins. The message was clear. By older students, he specifically meant those two troublemakers. The Gryffindors joined the headmaster in focusing their gaze on the Weasley twins. After all, most of the points lost by Gryffindor were thanks to those two. Additionally, Mr. Filch, our caretaker, has asked me to remind everyone not to cast spells in the corridors between classes. Filch, holding his red-eyed cat, stood not far away and gave a loud snort at Dumbledore's words. Furthermore, Quidditch tryouts will be held during the second week of term. Those interested in joining their house teams should contact Madam Hooch, the flying instructor. Lastly, I must warn you that anyone who does not wish to meet a gruesome and painful death should avoid the corridor on the right-hand side of the 4th floor. Harry couldn't help but chuckle at that. He couldn't hold it in. To be honest, there wasn't a place in Hogwarts he hadn't been to. Even the Slytherin common room was a spot he'd once visited with Veracia, though the process wasn't exactly enjoyable. "Percy. He's not serious, is he?" Harry whispered. "Impossible," Percy frowned and muttered. "What's odd is that whenever he prohibits us from going somewhere, he usually explains why. For example, everyone knows the Forbidden Forest is full of dangerous creatures. I think he should at least tell us prefects more clearly." "Obviously, Headmaster Dumbledore has his little secrets," Harry said softly to Percy. "The kind he doesn't want anyone else to know." "Fair point," Percy nodded knowingly. "Now, before we all retire for the night, let us sing the school song together," Dumbledore said loudly. Harry noticed that the other teachers' smiles seemed to freeze on their faces. Dumbledore gave his wand a little flick, and a long golden ribbon flew out, twisting like a serpent above the high table as it formed lines of text. "Everyone pick their favorite tune," Dumbledore said. "Ready, sing." And so the entire student body and staff broke into song. Hogwarts, Hogwarts. Since the song had no set tune, everyone sang in whatever style they liked, completely ignoring whether they were in sync. The Great Hall became an even greater mess than Nocturn Alley, and Harry instantly understood why the professors wore such expressions. He remembered what the Sorting Hat had said, that Dumbledore joined the school the year after Phineas Nigellus Black's tenure as headmaster. This meant he too had suffered under Phineas. Perhaps this chaotic singing tradition was Dumbledore's revenge for enduring Phineas's annual choir rehearsals. Harry thought, though he swore he'd rather endure rehearsals with a single tune under Phineas than suffer this. In the end, only the Weasley twins were still singing along, following the somber melody of the funeral march. Dumbledore conducted their final verses with his wand, clapping the loudest when they finished. "Ah, music," he said, pointing to his eyes, "a magic beyond all we do here. And now, it's time for bed. Off you go." The prefect stepped forward, leading the new students of each house. Hufflepuff's Gabriel Truman, Ravenclaw's Penelope Clearwater, Slytherin's Gemma Farley, and Gryffindor's Percy Weasley guided their charges toward their respective common rooms. As the Slytherin and Gryffindor groups passed each other, Harry noticed Malfoy looking particularly dejected. It must have been because of the 20 points preemptively docked from him. Even in Slytherin, the Malfoy name didn't grant absolute immunity. Not even if his surname were Gaunt. Gemma Farley, a stunning Slytherin prefect, looked particularly displeased. She seemed annoyed about Malfoy losing points from their head of house. For Snape, usually biased in favor of his house, to deduct points, Malfoy must have done something seriously wrong. "Harry, did you see that?" Ron nudged Harry. "Look at Malfoy's face, it's like he just ate something foul." "He deserved it," Harry said gleefully. They hadn't walked much further when the group suddenly came to a halt. Floating in midair ahead of them was a bundle of sticks. Percy was just one step away from bumping into it. Those behind him stopped in time, afraid of colliding, creating a domino effect. "It's Peeves," Percy whispered to the first years. "A mischievous ghost." Raising his voice, he added, "Peeves, show yourself." The response was a loud, shrill, balloon-like squeal. "Do I need to fetch the Bloody Baron?" Percy threatened. With a loud pop, a mischievous, clownish ghost appeared, dressed in brightly colored clothes and wearing a tall hat. One look at him, and it was clear he wasn't someone to mess with. Contrary to Percy's expectations, Peeves didn't immediately cause trouble. Instead, he seemed to notice something interesting among the new students. "Peeves. They're just first years. If you play pranks on them, I'll fetch the Bloody Baron right now." Percy's threat had no effect. Peeves zipped up and down and eventually hovered over Harry's head. The great Peeves seems to have spotted an old friend. You can read more chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 22, Heart-Wrenching. Peeves wasn't a good spirit, Harry had known that for quite some time. This ghost delighted in mischief, especially in going against others. Familiar face. "You have no acquaintances here." Percy retorted angrily. "They're just first years." "Really?" Peeves floated leisurely over to Harry, his eyes glinting with mischief. "Potter, not going to greet an old friend." "Peeves." Percy barked in warning. "Harry is just a first-year student. Don't bother him." "A first year?" Peeves cackled as if Percy had told the funniest joke. Holding his stomach, he doubled over in midair with laughter. "Oh, I could never forget that face, Potter. You must have known my father, James," Harry said casually, pulling out his wand. "You don't think spells will work on Peeves, do you?" Percy asked in surprise. "Honestly, people have been trying to find a spell to deal with Peeves for years, but as you can see, so far, no success." To Percy's astonishment, Peeves screamed and bolted the moment Harry pointed his wand at him. "Maybe it does work," Harry shrugged. Percy opened his mouth, suddenly finding the atmosphere a bit awkward. Maybe he had other things to do, Percy offered weakly. "Anyway, if you encounter Peeves again, don't provoke him. Honestly, you should be on your guard around him." He led the group forward. "Don't try Harry's method. I recommend invoking the Bloody Baron's name to scare him off. The Bloody Baron is the only one who can keep him in line. Peeves doesn't even listen to us prefects." "Oh, here we are." At the end of the corridor hung a portrait of a plump woman dressed in pink. "Password?" she asked in a smooth voice. "Dragon dung," Percy replied. The portrait swung forward to reveal a circular hole in the wall. One by one, they crawled through. Neville struggled a bit, requiring some help to squeeze through. On the other side of the hole, they found themselves in the Gryffindor common room. It was a cozy circular room filled with plush armchairs. Gold and red decor adorned the walls, showcasing Gryffindor's signature colors. Percy began assigning rooms. "Those whose names I call will be sharing a room: Ron Weasley, Harry Potter, Neville Longbottom, and Seamus Finnegan." The four of them exchanged glances but didn't raise any objections. After dividing the boys' and girls' dormitories, Percy added a stern reminder: school rules strictly forbid boys from entering the girls' dormitory. "What about girls in the boys' dormitory?" Seamus called out. "No rule about that." "Unfortunately, no," Percy admitted reluctantly. Fred and George chimed in from the back. "Isn't it obvious?" "It's at your own risk." Percy responded by smacking them with a book, sending the twins laughing and scampering away from the common room. "Let's head upstairs," Neville suggested, still clutching his toad. "Aren't you afraid you'll overheat it?" Seamus teased. "You've been holding that thing all day." "I'm more afraid of losing him," Neville admitted. "I searched for him all over the train earlier." "Oh." In their dormitory, Neville safely tucked his toad away, while Seamus began sharing his story. "I'm half and half," Seamus said, swinging one leg over the bed. Dad's a muggle, and Mum only told him she was a witch after they got married, scared the life out of him. The others laughed. Harry rubbed his eyes. Muggles not believing in magic isn't surprising. My uncle, for example, is completely against it. Even if I performed magic in front of him, he'd refuse to accept it. He's lying to himself, Seamus remarked, crossing his arms. What about you, Neville? I was raised by my gran, Neville said, looking a bit downcast. She's a witch, and my parents were both wizards. But they're sick. They've been in St. Mungo's as long as I can remember. My family thought I was a squib for years, Neville added. My great-uncle Algie was always trying to force me to show signs of magic. Once, he even pushed me off the Black Lake dock. Nearly drowned me, and nothing happened. Then, when I was 8, he dangled me out a window by my ankle. He let go to grab some cake my aunt offered, and I bounced, flew across the garden and landed on the road. Everyone was overjoyed. Aunt Enid even cried from happiness. When my Hogwarts letter arrived, you should have seen their faces. They thought I didn't have enough magic to get in. Uncle Algie was so pleased he bought me this toad. Neville spilled his tales like beans from a jar, and after hearing them, Harry began to suspect that maybe the wizarding world hadn't come to rescue him sooner because of stories like Neville's. Look at Neville, his own great-uncle had tossed him into a lake and dropped him from a window. What illness do your parents have? Seamus asked gently. They were tortured with the Cruciatus curse, Neville said quietly. They never woke up. Sorry, Neville, Seamus said, clearly not expecting to stumble upon such a sad truth. The Cruciatus curse. Harry had learned it before, even used it with Sebastian. On Omini's too. The memory of using such a curse wasn't pleasant, it tortured not just the victim but the caster's soul as well. Ah, I just remembered. Ron suddenly exclaimed, then stopped himself, realizing naming Neville's parents would only cause more pain. He quickly changed the topic, saying to Harry, Harry, I think you've got some snacks in your bag. Oh, right, Harry said, glad for the distraction. He pulled his suitcase out from under his bed. I brought some muggle snacks. Want to try them? He needed the diversion just as much as Ron did. Memories of the Cruciatus curse weren't ones he enjoyed revisiting. You can read more chapter on my Patreon. patrayon.com/winkaze. Chapter 23, Animagus. Muggle snacks. Ron perked up immediately. When it came to eating, Ronald had never lost in his life. Only Crabbe and Goyle from Slytherin could surpass him in this regard. Try this. Harry pulled out a red soda can and handed it to Ron. Wow, it's Coke, Seamus exclaimed in surprise. It's Coca-Cola, not Pepsi. You like Pepsi? Harry raised an eyebrow. Oh, no. How could I like that dishwater? Seamus said with a disgusted expression. Harry extended his hand solemnly. Seamus, seeing this, also extended his hand and shook Harry's. In that case, we're good friends now. Friends. Seamus nodded emphatically in agreement. The rivalry between Pepsi and Coke was no less intense than the battle between sweet and salty flavors. Is this a drink? Ron curiously examined the can in his hand, pulled the tab, and poured the Coke into a cup. He stared at the fizzing bubbles, hesitating. Yikes, this color, is it really drinkable? I mean, I've never had anything better than butterbeer. Just try it, Seamus urged. Ron picked up the cup, and the potion-like dark color made him hesitate. The bubbling liquid didn't help either. I have to ask, is this stuff really not some kind of potion? Take a sip, Harry said. With his friend's encouragement, Ron put on a brave face. He closed his eyes and took a big gulp. Wow, he exclaimed. So, how is it? Pretty good, right? Harry raised an eyebrow. How does it compare to butterbeer? Butterbeer. Ron took another big gulp of Coke. What's that? Doesn't ring a bell. Hearing this, everyone burst into laughter. Harry then brought out a pile of snacks to share with his new friends. It was their first time meeting, and for most of them, their first day at Hogwarts, except Harry. No one felt like sleeping. They chatted until late into the night before bidding each other good night and falling asleep. The next morning, when Harry stepped out of the dormitory, he noticed a trail of whispers following him. That's the one with glasses. Did you see his scar? People murmured. Students from other houses even queued up outside the Gryffindor common room, treating him like a rare exhibit at a zoo. Wherever he went, they followed, whispering behind him with zero regard for boundaries. Harry didn't mind. He figured they'd stop once they got used to his presence. For the new students, the staircases of Hogwarts were their biggest headache. There were a total of 142 staircases. Some were wide and grand, others narrow and wobbly. Some changed destinations every Friday. Others had steps that vanished halfway up, requiring one to remember where to jump. There were also countless doors, some that wouldn't open unless asked politely, others that required you to press a specific spot. Some weren't doors at all but solid walls pretending to be doors. Remembering the layout was nearly impossible, as everything seemed to keep moving. Even the portraits moved around, visiting each other and having lively conversations. Harry, however, was unfazed. After all, he'd been here for 6 years. Returning to Hogwarts felt like coming home. A century ago, he had no home, just like now. If there was a place that gave him a sense of belonging, it was Hogwarts. Ron, on the other hand, marveled at his friend's sense of direction. After Harry mentioned he had an excellent sense of direction, Ron accepted it without question. But the moving staircases weren't the hardest part for new students. The ghosts were. Often, just as a student was about to open a door, a ghost would pop out, giving them a fright. Nearly Headless Nick was always happy to guide Gryffindor first years, but encountering Peeves the poltergeist was far worse than a locked door or a tricky staircase. Peeves would drop wastebaskets on your head, yank carpets out from under your feet, throw chalk at you, or sneak up behind you to grab your nose and scream, "Got your nose." Some first years were so tormented by Peeves that they burst into tears, worried they'd be late for class. Strangely, Peeves never bothered Harry and didn't even appear in his vicinity. Ron stuck close to Harry, so much so that he forgot about Peeves entirely. Since first years were still adapting to the school, their schedules were light, leaving them plenty of time to explore Hogwarts. When Harry received the timetable, he couldn't help but think how times had changed. In Phineas Nigellus Black's era as headmaster, students wouldn't have any free time. "All of you, go learn proper manners. You uncivilized trolls." When Harry and Ron arrived at the Transfiguration classroom, only a few students were seated. It seemed no one had woken up early. Harry thought they might have stayed up late, just like he and Ron had. On the podium at the front of the room sat a silver-gray tabby cat. When Harry and Ron entered, the cat's tail twitched, and its eyes narrowed into slits. "Wow, it looks like Professor McGonagall brought her cat to class." Ron grinned and walked forward, seemingly intending to pet the cat. "I bet she plans to use it as a teaching aid." Harry quickly grabbed Ron's arm, sensing something wasn't right. The markings around the cat's eyes resembled a pair of square glasses. He knew those glasses well, the stern Gryffindor head of house wore them. Could this cat? No, wait. Was Professor McGonagall an animagus? The more Harry thought about it, the more likely it seemed. He whispered to Ron, "Sit down, Ron. Even if it's a teaching aid, I doubt Professor McGonagall would want anyone touching her cat." "You're right." Ron quickly followed Harry to a seat. He recalled Professor McGonagall's stern expression and imagined her angry. Hiss. He took a sharp breath, his imagination of an angry McGonagall thoroughly scaring him. You can read more chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 24, Blue and White Bowl. Harry was quite familiar with animagi, especially since there were several among the Ashwinder faction. They often transformed into wolves or big cats, such as tigers and leopards, forms that were both aggressive and agile. The downside of becoming a beast, however, was that it allowed Harry to cast ancient magic on them without any psychological burden. His favorite spell involved shrinking the animal down and then stomping on it with a swift and final stomp. While it wasn't the most sanitary approach, it was undoubtedly stress-relieving. For reasons Harry couldn't fathom, the Ashwinder followers would always scream in terror upon witnessing this magic. Was it because they didn't like it? Before long, the classroom began to fill up with students arriving one after another. Perhaps due to observing that no one dared approach the cat, the new students only observed curiously from afar, not one of them brave enough to step closer. Once everyone was seated, the cat leaped forward. In a flash, it transformed into Professor McGonagall, who now stood before them in her emerald green robes. That was amazing. Ron instinctively exclaimed. "Thank you for your compliment, Mr. Weasley," Professor McGonagall responded. This extraordinary introduction immediately captured the young wizard's interest. They all straightened up in their seats, eagerly anticipating the start of their Transfiguration lesson. Transfiguration is one of the most complex and dangerous branches of magic you'll learn at Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall began. "Anyone caught misbehaving in my class will be asked to leave and will never return, I'm warning you now." "I'll bet, Harry," Ron whispered. She was thinking of Fred and George when she said that. Professor McGonagall shot a stern glance at Ron before proceeding to transform her desk into a pig and then swiftly back again. The students were enthralled, wishing they could start practicing such magic right away. However, they quickly realized that turning furniture into animals was a skill that would take a long time to master. For now, they had to settle for taking down a mountain of intricate notes before being handed a matchstick and instructed to transform it into a needle. For Harry, this task was a breeze. With a flick of his wand, he transformed the matchstick into a needle adorned with elegant patterns. "Wow, that's amazing!" Ron exclaimed instinctively. "Mr. Weasley." Professor McGonagall's stern voice interrupted. "No talking during class." "But, Professor," Ron argued, "Harry just turned his matchstick into a needle in one go." Hearing this, Professor McGonagall approached and examined Harry's work. Sure enough, it was a perfectly transformed needle. "Excellent transfiguration," she praised. 5 points to Gryffindor for Mr. Potter. The class erupted into applause, partly because of Harry's skill and partly because Gryffindor had earned points, a rare occurrence, as even the first years understood how easy it was to lose points and how difficult it was to earn them back. Harry, however, remained composed, gracefully thanking Professor McGonagall. If I couldn't manage this after 6 years, I might as well quit, he mused. McGonagall allowed herself a rare smile as she looked at Harry's green eyes, which reminded her so much of his mother. By the end of the lesson, only Hermione had managed to produce any noticeable changes in her matchstick. While her transformation was commendable, it earned Gryffindor just 2 points, a significant achievement but still overshadowed by Harry's performance. As the class ended, Hermione hurried over, inserting herself between Harry and Ron. "Harry, how on earth did you do that?" she asked, her rapid-fire speech making her excitement clear. "The professor just explained, and you immediately turned your matchstick into a needle." "Well, Harry is the chosen one," Seamus said from behind them. "You didn't really think the chosen one would be ordinary, did you?" Oddly enough, Seamus's logic was enough to convince Hermione. After all, if Harry weren't special, how could so many books have been written about him? The group made their way to the Great Hall and sat down at the Gryffindor table. "Harry," Neville asked hesitantly, "how did you do it? Can you teach me?" "It's not too difficult," Harry replied, draining his goblet of juice and drawing his wand. "Take this cup as an example. If I wanted to turn it into a bowl, I'd start by picturing the bowl clearly in my mind. Then..." As Harry spoke, the goblet transformed into a beautiful blue and white porcelain bowl. "Wow," Neville gasped, eagerly pulling out his wand. He aimed at his cup, and with a flash of light from the wand tip, it managed to swell slightly in the middle. "That's a great start, Neville," Harry praised. "Getting the object to begin transforming is a solid foundation. Just remember, the stronger your intent, the better the result." "Oh, nice work, Ron." To Harry's left, Ron had successfully turned his cup into a stemmed bowl. Considering he was working with a wand that didn't suit him perfectly, it was an impressive feat. Harry thought to himself that a new wand would make an excellent Christmas gift for his best friend. Ron beamed at the compliment but also looked a bit frustrated. "I was trying to make a regular bowl, but this is the best I can manage." "Believe in yourself," Harry encouraged. "Faith in your abilities is the best magic of all." Bolstered by Harry's words, Ron picked up his wand again and cast the spell. This time, the result was much closer to the bowl he had envisioned. "Nicely done, Ron," Seamus cheered. "Now, watch this." Harry had a sinking feeling as Seamus raised his wand. Sure enough, with a loud bang, Seamus's cup exploded spectacularly, soaring into the air before landing in pieces in front of them. "Well, in a way, it did change," Hermione said, picking up a fragment of the cup. "At least the opening is wider now." The afternoon brought herbology, taught by the stout Professor Sprout, who led them to the greenhouses behind the castle. There, they began learning about various magical plants and fungi and their uses. For Harry, herbology had always been one of his best subjects. Back in the 19th century, Hogwarts' herbology professor had been none other than the school's most beautiful instructor, Professor Garlick, who wore her hair in 2 braids. Harry couldn't deny that an attractive teacher could greatly enhance a student's enthusiasm for learning. He had fond memories of the kind and graceful Professor Garlick, who always had a sisterly warmth about her. He often found excuses to ask her questions after class, and she was never annoyed. On the contrary, she had even taught him how to cultivate Chinese chomping cabbage. Cassandra had often teased him about it. "Look at him," she'd say. "Like a dog chasing a flying broomstick, it'll never catch it, and even if it does, it can't ride it." You can read more chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 25, Chinese Chomping Cabbage. Since it was the first lesson for the new students, Professor Sprout didn't have them engage in any practical work. Instead, she began with theoretical knowledge. Professor Sprout was kind and patient, perhaps all herbology professors at Hogwarts shared this trait. When Neville couldn't answer a question, she gently encouraged him, helping him recall the material with soft words. Seamus, however, was sneakily practicing transfiguration during class. He managed to succeed once but then accidentally caused a potted bubotuber to explode with his next spell. Fortunately, Harry reacted quickly, turning Seamus's scarf into an umbrella to shield them from the splattering pus. "Well done on that transfiguration spell. 5 points to Gryffindor," Professor Sprout exclaimed. She then sternly scolded Seamus. When Seamus looked downcast, Professor Sprout somehow produced a small cake and handed it to him. Seamus solemnly promised her that he would never cause trouble in herbology class again. Professor Sprout forgave him, but as a punishment, deducted 1 point from Gryffindor. After class, Harry didn't hurry to leave. Instead, he stayed back in the greenhouse. "Mr. Potter." Professor Sprout noticed him lingering. "Is there something I can help you with?" "Well, Professor," Harry began, choosing his words carefully, "I read about Chinese chomping cabbage in a book, and I'm quite interested in it. I was wondering if you might have a mature specimen here." "Chinese chomping cabbage is a highly dangerous plant," Professor Sprout said gently. She didn't outright refuse Harry but added, I don't think a young wizard like you should cultivate such a perilous plant. However, seeing it in person might change your mind. Follow me. Ron and Neville exchanged glances and decided to tag along. Hermione joined them as well. Seamus, holding his cake, decided to head back. He felt a little embarrassed facing Professor Sprout again after having blown up a bubotuber. The 4 students followed Professor Sprout to the second floor of the greenhouse. They passed through some trees and stopped at a workbench. On the bench were 6 chomping cabbages with wide mouths and writhing bodies. Here they are, Professor Sprout introduced. The chomping cabbages in 1,000 magical herbs and fungi don't do them justice, they're far more intimidating in reality. She picked up a stick and placed it near one of the cabbages. The cabbage twisted its plump body and snapped onto the stick with a crunch, biting it cleanly in half. Such a violent temperament, Hermione said, frowning. Harry, I really don't think this is something we should try to grow. Before she could finish, Harry extended his wand and tapped the cabbage on its back. Then he reached out and touched it with his hand. Harry! Hermione and Ron shouted together. Take your hand back now. But to their surprise, the cabbage rubbed against Harry's hand like a puppy. I think it's actually quite friendly, Harry said, raising an eyebrow. Want to try? Ron looked tempted and reached out cautiously, but the cabbage turned toward him and gave a menacing grin. On second thought, I'll pass, Ron said, quickly withdrawing his hand. Harry patted the cabbage's body, thinking of spicy exploding cabbage dish he had tasted before. Fascinating, Professor Sprout said, as if she had discovered a new continent. It's amazing that a young wizard like you understands plants so well. If this were during class, I'd definitely award Gryffindor 5 points. Finally, she added, if you like it so much, I can give you a smaller one that's less dangerous, but promise me you won't throw it at your classmates. Understand? Thank you, Professor. I promise I won't, Harry replied obediently. Looking into Harry's green eyes, Professor Sprout smiled softly. This child, he's so much like Lily. Harry left the greenhouse, satisfied, with a small chomping cabbage in hand. Hermione watched him with concern, while Ron muttered, I hope it doesn't bite Scabbers. He decided that both he and his pet would keep their distance from the cabbage. Neville, on the other hand, took a keen interest in the plant. He frequently fertilized and watered it, asking Harry about herbology whenever he had questions. Harry patiently answered every one of them, feeling no need to withhold information from his roommate. When it came to Hogwarts classes, none felt more familiar to Harry than Professor Binns' history of magic. Professor Binns was a ghost. The story went that he had fallen asleep by the staff room fireplace one evening and then, the next morning, went to class, leaving his body behind. In class, Professor Binns spoke in a monotone, droning endlessly. Harry couldn't help but feel drowsy. It was so familiar. So nostalgic. Harry's eyes grew misty. Charms class, taught by the diminutive Professor Flitwick, was another highlight. He had to stand on a stack of books to see over the podium. During the first lesson, when he called Harry's name, he was so excited that he toppled backward out of sight. In the first lesson, they learned the Lumos charm. Most students managed to cast it successfully, but Harry's wand lit up like a searchlight, earning Gryffindor another 5 points from a delighted Professor Flitwick. The real disappointment for Harry was defense against the dark arts. In fact, the entire class found it disheartening. Professor Quirrell stammered his way through lessons, telling awkward stories of his supposed adventures. To make matters worse, the classroom reeked of garlic. According to Quirrell, the garlic was to ward off vampires. But the students suggested silver might work better. To divert the conversation, Quirrell taught them a small jinx, leg locker curse. The spell captured the students' attention, sparing Quirrell further questions about the garlic smell. Everyone was eager to learn the curse. You can read more chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 26, Potions. Harry was different from the others. While everyone else was focused on learning how to master the leg locker curse, his attention was fixed on the back of Professor Quirrell's head. What could be the reason for stuffing so much garlic in there to mask something? Could it be that Quirrell had some nasty sores on the back of his head? Or perhaps he was cursed. It wasn't that Harry wanted to help Quirrell solve his problem, he was just purely curious. When he returned to the Gryffindor common room, everyone was enthusiastically discussing Professor Quirrell. I bet there's garlic stuffed under that turban too, Fred and George chimed in. That way, no matter where he goes, he's protected against vampires. Then why don't you ask him yourselves? Ron, holding a bottle of Coca-Cola, suggested. Or better yet, just yank off that turban. You two love pulling pranks, don't you? The twins exchanged a glance before replying in unison. Oh, dear Ronnie Ekins, we'd rather not get expelled from school. Or worse, Fred added. Mom's howler, George finished. The twins high-fived, and Ron muttered under his breath, they really don't know which is worse. Meanwhile, Fred and George discovered Harry's little biting cabbage. These two copycats often visited his dormitory, showing an unusual interest in the peculiar vegetable. Fred even tried poking it once but was quick enough to avoid getting bitten. After a few days of classes at Hogwarts, Harry noticed something shocking: his classmates' magical abilities were surprisingly poor. Some were so bad they'd even developed their own unique flair for failure. The Muggle-born students were understandable. After all, nobody told them they were wizards until they received their Hogwarts letter, much less taught them any magic. But the so-called pure-blood families, their kids weren't much better. Take Malfoy's two goons, Crabbe and Goyle, for example. Rumor had it they couldn't even manage a basic Lumos spell. Even Ron, with his hand-me-down wand, managed to light it on his second try. Seriously, how had the wizarding world declined to this extent? Harry felt a pang of frustration. How could they possibly rebuild the magical world with such a crowd? A thought began to form in his mind, an immature idea, but an idea nonetheless. Should I restart the dueling club? In his days at Hogwarts, he hadn't heard of any such organization. On Friday morning, Harry woke up early and joined his classmates for breakfast in the Great Hall. Not seeing Hedwig felt strange. Usually, by this time, she would be perched beside him, nibbling at his toast or dozing on his shoulder before returning to the Ollery once classes began. It wasn't long before she returned, carrying a note. The handwriting was messy and scrawled. It was from Hagrid. Dear Harry, I know you don't have classes Friday afternoon. Could you come by for tea around 3? I'd love to hear how your first week went. Please send your reply with Hedwig. Hagrid. Harry quickly borrowed Ron's quill, scribbled, "Sure, I'd love to. See you soon," on the back, and sent Hedwig off. Potions class with the Slytherins was an exercise in tension. The two houses sat divided by an aisle down the middle of the classroom. Draco seemed to have forgotten the floating charm incident with Harry and was busy taunting Ron and Hermione, attempting to provoke a reaction. But Ron ignored him, and Hermione wasn't fazed either. Frustrated, Draco turned his attention to Neville. Before he could say much, the classroom door slammed open, and Snape swept in, his black robes billowing behind him. "You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion-making," he said, his voice barely louder than a whisper, yet every word was clear. Like Professor McGonagall, Snape commanded the classroom effortlessly. "Since there's no silly wand-waving here, many of you will hardly believe this is magic. I don't expect you to truly appreciate the beauty of the softly simmering cauldron with its shimmering fumes, or the delicate power of liquids that creep through human veins, bewitching the mind, and snaring the senses. I can teach you how to bottle fame, brew glory, and even put a stopper to death, but only if you aren't as big a bunch of dunderheads as I usually have to teach." The room was silent. Hermione leaned so far forward she was almost off her chair, eager to prove she wasn't a dunderhead. Snape's gaze swept the room, clearly satisfied with their reactions. "Mr. Potter," he said, fixing his dark eyes on Harry. "Our new celebrity." Harry looked up, unsure why he was being singled out. "Tell me, Mr. Potter," Snape drawled, his words as greasy as his hair. "What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Harry froze. He'd once studied Victorian botany with Miss Garrick, a knowledgeable herbalist, during a peculiar time-travel mishap. From her, he'd learned that in Victorian flower language, asphodel, not narcissus, symbolized, "My regrets follow you to the grave," while wormwood represented absence and bitter sorrow. Combining these with Snape's Slytherin demeanor, Harry understood, this was about his parents. Snape was expressing remorse and grief in his twisted, indirect way. What a peculiar man, Harry thought. If he had been friends with my parents, why not just say so? Then again, he wouldn't be a Slytherin if he could say it outright. Meeting Snape's piercing black eyes with his emerald ones, Harry's voice was calm as he replied, "It's okay, Professor. You can read more chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 27, That Summer, That Girl. As a master of occlumency, and a man who had managed to act as a double agent under Voldemort, Severus Snape had always been in perfect control of his emotions, never allowing even the slightest hint to show. But he had never expected that when he finally revealed the secret he had buried for years, using the language of flowers, to the son of the girl he once loved, it would seem, as though the boy could see right through him. Turmoil surged within Snape, though his face remained impassive. How could this 11-year-old boy possibly understand Victorian flower language? His questioning gaze met Harry's green eyes. Those eyes. Sev. By the clear lakeside, a red-haired girl stood with a book in her arms, her emerald green eyes curving into cheerful crescents. The weather was sunny, and the sunlight enveloped the girl, making her look even more vibrant and lovely. Hearing her voice, Snape nervously stuffed a dark arts book into his robes. But in his panic, the book slipped and fell to the ground. "Sev, you're researching the dark arts again." Lily bent to pick up the book, biting her lip as she looked at Snape. Her bright eyes were filled with sorrow. "Dark magic corrupts a wizard's soul. Professor Dumbledore warned us about this. Do you really want to become like?" "Enough, Lily." Snape lowered his head. "I just hope you can understand, I want so badly to impress that man. You know what he stands for, don't you?" Lily's tone was mocking, then sorrowful. "Sev, you promised me. I'm so disappointed in you." "Lily, I..." Snape opened his mouth to explain, but the words stuck in his throat. Lily threw the book, whispers among the petals, heavily at him and ran off without looking back. Countless nights, Snape would wake from dreams of that scene. The only solace left in his heart was that book, Whispers Among the Petals. Yes, Lily was the boy's mother. Immersed in memories of Lily, Snape suddenly noticed Harry's face. It looked exactly like his, that arrogant, self-important face. Whatever thawing had occurred in Snape's heart froze over in an instant. Potter. Gryffindor loses 2 points, Snape announced flatly, his tone as slow and dragging as ever. For your impertinence. With that, Snape swished his robes dramatically and returned to the podium. Harry. Hermione whispered urgently. Why did you say that? Honestly, I thought Professor Snape couldn't answer his own question. Harry raised an eyebrow and didn't answer Hermione's question. He, too, was baffled. What was with this professor? Fine, be miserable all you like. But why drag Gryffindor down with you? Soon, Harry would find out that Snape had actually gone easy on him. Unlike herbology, potions under Professor Snape didn't begin with theoretical study. Instead, Snape preferred to throw them into hands-on work, guiding them as they learned. Snape paired the students into groups of 2 and had them mix a simple potion for treating boils. As the students busied themselves, Snape stalked around the classroom in his long black cloak, watching them weigh dried nettles and crush snake fangs. Nearly everyone received a scathing critique, except Harry. It wasn't that Snape didn't want to find fault with Harry, he simply couldn't. He stood over Harry for a good 10 minutes, but every step of Harry's process was impeccable. It's just a boil cure, Harry thought. You want me to brew Felix Felicis on the spot? I could do that, too. When Harry smoothly poured the completed potion into a vial, Snape finally delivered his judgment with a complicated expression. Not bad. For a first year, it's adequate. Ron looked as though he'd seen a ghost. He kept his head down, terrified that Snape might notice his expression. If Snape caught him, losing 10 points would be the least of his worries. Harry glanced up and thought he caught a fleeting moment of softness in Snape's expression. But before he could say anything, a hissing sound and a cloud of green smoke erupted nearby. Neville had somehow melted Seamus's cauldron into a twisted lump. The potion spilled onto the stone floor, eating through students' shoes. Within seconds, the class was perched on their stools. Neville, drenched in potion, sprouted angry boils on his arms and legs and wailed in pain. Idiot. Snape bellowed, waving his wand to vanish the spilled potion. You didn't take the cauldron off the fire before adding the porcupine quills, did you, Longbottom? Neville sobbed, the incomplete potion causing boils to erupt wherever it had splashed on him. Weasley. Snape turned on Ron. Why didn't you stop him from adding the quills? Did you think his failure would make you look better? Because of you, Gryffindor loses 3 points. In truth, Ron hadn't been paired with Neville, he'd been working with Harry. But Neville's station was nearby. Ron, seasoned by years of dealing with unfair treatment, seemed unfazed. He stoically accepted Snape's manufactured grievance. Keep your head down, and the storm will pass, Bill, Charlie, Percy, Fred, and George had all advised him about potions class before term began. Harry sometimes wondered if every potions professor harbored an inexplicable grudge against Gryffindors, especially those named Weasley. Then, as expected, Snape confiscated Harry's perfectly brewed potion to treat Neville's boils. The potion worked instantly, healing Neville's boils as everyone watched. Harry rested his chin on his hands and sighed. Snape was so contradictory. Curious and frustrated, Harry resolved to ask Hagrid about it later. Hagrid had been at Hogwarts for years and had been close friends with his parents. Surely, he would know what had happened between Snape and his family. You can read more chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 28, Harry in the newspaper. Drenched by the scalding potion and subjected to Snape's venomous remarks, Neville continued trembling all the way to lunch. Don't let it get to you, mate, Ron said, attempting to console Neville. No one can be good at everything, right? You're right, Weasley, came Malfoy's sharp, mocking tone from the Slytherin table. Perhaps this little lump should think more with his brain instead of his fat backside. Shut it, Malfoy, Ron snapped, pulling Neville along and away from the confrontation. Before Malfoy could fire back, Slytherin prefect Gemma Farley intervened. Mr. Malfoy, she called. Miss Farley, Malfoy responded, clearly aware of her authority. Close your mouth, Gemma ordered curtly. She wasn't particularly concerned for Neville but rather for Slytherin's house points, which she didn't want docked due to Malfoy's careless taunts. Under her warning, Malfoy fell silent but kept casting furtive glances at Ron and Neville's retreating backs. That afternoon, Harry rounded up his dorm mates and Hermione to visit Hagrid's hut. Seeing the group of young Gryffindors, Hagrid's face lit up with joy. Come in, he said warmly. Noticing Neville trembling beside Fong, his massive boarhound, Hagrid quickly added, Hold on, let me tie up Fong, he gets a bit too friendly. Once the dog was secured, Hagrid ushered them inside. Harry had brought an assortment of Muggle snacks, including a few large bottles of soda. Ah, Coca-Cola, Hagrid exclaimed, holding up a massive 2.5-liter bottle as though it were a vial. I'll admit, Muggles do get some things right. After Harry introduced everyone, Ron, Seamus, Neville, and Hermione, Hagrid beamed at the familiar surname. Another Weasley, eh? I know your brothers Fred and George. Can't tell them apart, mind, but I've spent a good part of my life chasing those two troublemakers out of the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid then offered them a platter of what he proudly called rock cakes. Their surfaces looked hard enough to withstand a hammer. Harry eyed the cakes warily. Tentatively, he picked one up and tried breaking it in half. It didn't budge. Instead, he dunked it in water, planning to soften it before eating. The others stared at him in stunned silence. Neville, meanwhile, was still struggling to take a bite of the one in his hands. Ignoring their expressions, Harry conjured a fork with his wand and began eating the softened cake. To his surprise, the flavor was delightful, a strong, creamy sweetness akin to soufflé. It's good, he declared. Sorry, Hagrid, my teeth have been bothering me lately, so I had to soak it first. As they chatted, Hagrid began offering his thoughts on the professors. Professor Sprout makes a fine cake, I tell ya. And McGonagall, strict, sure, but she's as kind as they come. Truth be told, all Hogwarts professors are good people. Ron interjected immediately, except Snape. Absolutely, Neville chimed in, with Seamus nodding fervently. Now, Hagrid said, shaking his head. You lot don't know him like I do. He's. Hagrid faltered, unable to find the right words. He's always picking on Harry. Ron blurted. You should see the way he looks at him, like he wants to eat him alive. No, Hermione countered thoughtfully. It's more complicated. I can't quite put my finger on it. It is complicated, Hagrid agreed cryptically, giving them a knowing smile. Why? Harry pressed. You've known my parents and been here forever. Snape must have known them too, were they friends? At Harry's words, Hagrid visibly froze, inhaling sharply. Merlin's baggiest bloomers. What made you think that? Am I wrong? Harry asked, puzzled by Hagrid's reaction. Not wrong, exactly, Hagrid hedged. Let's just say, your parents and Professor Snape have quite the history. That explains a lot, Harry murmured, remembering Snape's earlier question. What do you mean? Ron asked, perplexed. How does that connect to the way he treats you? He's just out to get you, mate. Harry recounted Snape's cryptic question about the Victorian language of flowers. His friends listened, expressions shifting between confusion and shock. Ron looked particularly gobsmacked. But why not just say it outright? Hermione mused. It feels like there's more to this. That's Snape for you, Hagrid said with a chuckle, deftly steering the conversation elsewhere. By the way, Ron, how's your brother Charlie doing? I always liked that lad, he's got a real way with magical creatures. Ron took the bait, launching into stories about Charlie's dragon-rearing adventures in Romania. Meanwhile, Harry's attention was drawn to a newspaper on Hagrid's table. A section had been partially cut out but not completely removed. He noticed two articles, one about an attempted robbery at Gringotts, and another that caught his eye, a historical tidbit. It was a This Day in History piece commemorating the suppression of a goblin rebellion a century ago. Hermione, too, noticed the paper and gasped. Harry. Your name is in here. You can read more chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 29, Tribute to Dumbledore Sr. Harry's scar suddenly throbbed violently. He instinctively held his hand to his forehead, memories of a century ago flooding his mind. A century ago, on this exact day, September 6, 1891, he and a few classmates quelled a goblin rebellion during their fifth-year summer holiday. On that fateful day, they confronted and defeated the goblin leader, Ranrock. It had been a grueling battle, so intense that even Sebastian's desperate use of the killing curse failed to harm Ranrock. Ugh. Harry groaned involuntarily from the sharp pain in his scar. Harry, what's wrong? Ron leaned in, his concern evident. Nothing, Harry quickly covered his face with his hand, saying, toothache, you know, inflamed gums. As the memories surged like waves, Harry finally recalled how he had returned to 1991. At the exact moment Ranrock, in his dragon form, collapsed to the ground, Harry had barely managed to cast a shield charm before being struck by a flash of red light. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself back in the cupboard under the stairs at his aunt's house. In the final moments of his memory, he distinctly remembered the frightened and helpless looks of Veracia and Cassandra. Harry. He finally remembered that the two voices calling out to him were not his aunt's, but belonged to those two girls. Harry Potter, Hagrid said with a chuckle, seeing that Harry was all right. He stroked his thick beard as he began to explain to the younger students. Perhaps you've heard the name before, I mean, the one from 100 years ago. No, Hermione frowned. I've read plenty of books, like A History of Modern Magic, The Rise and Fall of Dark Arts, and important magical events of the 20th century. They all only mention our Harry, our savior who defeated Voldemort. At the mention of Voldemort's name, Hagrid, Ron, and Neville collectively shuddered. "Ah, good lass," Hagrid said, biting his lip. "Don't say the name outright. And as for that other Potter, he's from the 19th century, which is considered recent history. You wouldn't find him in a history of modern magic or important magical events of the 20th century. In fact," Hagrid added in a low voice, "because he ruthlessly crushed the Goblin Rebellion and perished alongside Ranrock, Gringotts goblins paid a hefty price to ensure his name was largely erased from public memory. For a while, before you know who emerged, that Potter's name served as a code word." "All right, Voldemort," Harry thought. "Now we have yet another account to settle. But isn't he mentioned in Hogwarts history?" Hermione asked, frowning. "Otherwise, why do you think it's called Hogwarts, a history?" Hagrid spread his large hands. "So even school history was censored." Hermione nodded in understanding. "Then how do you know about him?" Seamus asked, noticing the discrepancy. Hagrid scratched his head and let out an, "Oh, of course, Dumbledore told me." That Potter was his senior. If he hadn't perished with Ranrock, he would have been there to witness Dumbledore's sorting. Dumbledore even said he couldn't have handled things better than that Potter. Oh, the generations, Harry mused inwardly. Was he really that powerful? Ron asked in astonishment. "Oh, absolutely," Hagrid said mysteriously. "The goblins even have a legend that says when the you-know-who visited Azkaban, the Dementors there desperately tried to recall happy memories." Harry was speechless. Was I really that scary back then? Merlin's beard, I never even used the killing curse on the goblins. I merely disarmed them and flung their weapons back at them, or turned stones into explosives and tossed them in their faces. Hagrid continued, "But his name being the same as Harry's here is quite the coincidence, isn't it?" "It is," Harry replied with a small smile. "But it's not a coincidence," Hagrid suddenly said seriously. "Huh." The young students gasped in unison. Harry's heart skipped a beat. Could Hagrid have discovered something? "It's not a coincidence?" Seamus asked, startled. "Come on, Hagrid, are you saying that Harry is our Harry?" "Oh, don't be daft, Seamus," Hagrid said, spreading his hands. "That Potter perished alongside Ranrock. At the time, wizards called him the Savior because he not only ended the Goblin Rebellion but also defeated the Ashwinder Serpents with his friends. During the Ashwinder Serpents' reign of terror, life was miserable for both wizards and muggles alike," Hagrid added. "So," Hermione lifted her head, 100 years ago, there was a Harry Potter who saved the wizarding world, and 100 years later, there's another Harry Potter who did the same thing." "Exactly," Hagrid nodded. "And about why this isn't a coincidence, that starts with James. At the time, you know who, the Slytherin one, was murdering innocents, and the Death Eaters were ravaging the magical world. It was a truly dark time. James Potter decided to name his son Harry Potter," Hagrid recounted, "both to honor the great savior from a century ago and to hope his son might live up to that legacy. As you can see, Harry didn't let his father down." Harry opened his mouth, stunned. He hadn't expected his name to originate from himself. This feels like a time loop paradox. Was he not a member of the Potter family? Ron asked curiously. "Of course not," Hagrid chuckled. "He was reportedly from a Muggle background. But the V-named one didn't believe it, he insisted that Potter had to be of pure-blood descent." "Unbelievable," Seamus exclaimed. "The wizarding world was saved by 2 Harry Potters in a single century. What's so surprising?" Hermione flicked her bushy hair, resting a hand on Harry's shoulder. She began to recite, "Sometimes, on our great isle, a burden falls to one man, he shall lead the people from the Valley of Shadows to the sunlit highlands of peace and prosperity." "Cool. Where'd you learn that?" Ron asked, awestruck. "From Yes, Prime Minister," Hermione replied. "My dad loves that show." After pondering for a moment, Harry turned back to Hagrid and asked, "What about Potter's friends, the ones who fought alongside him? What happened to them?" "Thanks so much for Who Give Power Stone. You can read more advanced chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 30, News from an Old Friend. After that incident where Mr. Potter and Ranrock perished together, there has been no news of his friends, Hagrid shrugged. But it's been 100 years, even if they were still alive, they'd be elderly by now. He added one final remark. Time, you know, is always unforgiving. But they were all such remarkable people, Harry asked with a furrowed brow. Surely they wouldn't just vanish into obscurity. Hagrid shook his head and replied, "That, I don't know. But I've never heard of any of Mr. Potter's friends from that time being mentioned. So much so that many people believe he was just a fictional character." As they continued chatting, Hermione noticed a report in the newspaper about a break-in at Gringotts. "Seems Gringotts isn't as secure as they claim," Hermione read aloud from the paper. "Latest update on the illegal break-in at Gringotts on July 26th, investigations are ongoing, with suspicions falling on unidentified dark witches and wizards. The goblins at Gringotts have reiterated that nothing was stolen. The vault that was targeted had, in fact, been emptied earlier that day." A spokesperson for the goblins commented, "As for what was in the vault, no comment." Stay out of it. July 26th. Harry suddenly remembered that was the very day Hagrid had taken him to Gringotts. He asked, Hagrid, the day of the Gringotts break-in was the same day we went there. Could it be that it happened while we were there? This time, however, Hagrid avoided the question, lowering his head and avoiding Harry's gaze as he handed him a cup of tea. Here, try this. I picked these chamomile flowers in the Forbidden Forest earlier, Hagrid said, trying to change the subject. It's good for the inflammation in your gums. Seeing Hagrid's reluctance to talk and his attempt to shift the topic, Harry chose not to press further. After all, it was something Professor Dumbledore had entrusted to him, it couldn't be casually discussed. Taking the newspaper from Hermione, Harry carefully read through the report again. The vault targeted had, in fact, been emptied earlier that day. Combining this detail with Hagrid's reaction, Harry deduced that the vault in question must have been the one they visited. And since the vault had already been emptied, it meant the only thing left from it was that small parcel. This indicated that whatever the mysterious wizard was after, it was the item Hagrid had withdrawn. On the way back, Harry couldn't stop brainstorming. As he thought, he also began reminiscing about Omenes, the Slytherin boy who had essentially been his external brain for several years. If Omenes were here, he would undoubtedly help unravel the threads and find useful clues, Harry thought. Not only was Harry pondering the Gringotts break-in, but he also found himself missing his old friends. He still refused to believe that such extraordinary classmates could have simply vanished without a trace. Something must have happened. After some thought, he recalled two names, Cassandra Malfoy and Gareth Weasley. Their descendants were currently attending school, and one of them was now his close friend. But how could he bring this up? Asking Ron outright, hey mate, does your family have an ancestor named Gareth, would surely get him a skeptical response like, how do you know about my great-grandfather? As for Malfoy, that was even less likely, there was no way that insufferable boy would cooperate. Just as Harry was thinking about Ron, he heard him speaking loudly nearby. Muggles' flying contraptions are so clunky, Ron said. Back when I was riding Charlie's old broom, I almost crashed into a glider. Hermione looked up and shot him a stern glance, a look that clearly said, you know what I'm going to say. Ron's face flushed crimson. He had forgotten that the all-knowing Hermione came from a Muggle family. Oops, he had just boasted in front of an expert. Luckily, Hermione merely glared at him without exposing his exaggeration, and Ron sighed in relief. He considered salvaging his dignity but decided against it, though Draco at the Slytherin table behind him had started boasting loudly. Too bad, Weasley, you only almost hit a glider, Draco sneered. You must have heard about me. Once, while flying, I nearly collided with a Muggle helicopter. Luckily, I'm quick and agile, so I dodged. My dad was terrified and gave me a scolding afterward. Draco added, it's a shame first years aren't allowed to join the Quidditch team. Otherwise, I'd show everyone what I'm made of. What a braggart, Hermione whispered to Harry and Ron. Someone like him, who can't even use magic properly, would just get shredded by the rotor blades if he ran into a helicopter. As Ron was her friend, Hermione refrained from debunking his exaggerations on the spot. Draco, on the other hand, was someone she had disliked since the beginning. Hey, Miss Know-It-All. Draco sneered, holding back a more offensive insult. You think you know so much about flying broomsticks? I bet you wouldn't even dare ride one. Hermione smirked and retorted, oh, Drama King Malfoy, I may not know much about broomsticks, but I do know about helicopters. Draco's face turned red as he began rambling about how annoying Muggles were, throwing in some snide comments about Hermione. The Gryffindor table erupted in laughter. Draco, don't pay attention to them, coaxed Pansy Parkinson, who resembled a poodle. They're just jealous of your flying skills. When flying lessons begin, make sure to show them what you're made of. Perhaps Pansy's encouragement worked because Draco regained his usual smug demeanor. After all, apart from the helicopter bit, the rest of his boasts weren't entirely untrue. Draco was confident in his flying abilities. Ever since he was 4 years old, he had been zipping around the Malfoy Manor on a child-sized broomstick. 7 years of broomstick experience isn't a joke. Harry, for his part, also enjoyed flying. Although Headmaster Phineas Black had banned Quidditch, he never skipped flying lessons. But now, Harry had more pressing matters to attend to, like investigating the whereabouts of his old friends. He decided, that night, he would sneak into the castle's lowest level to check the map room. Perhaps Veracia, who shared the same ancient magical heritage, had left him a clue there. Thanks so much for who give Power Stone. You can read more advanced chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 31, Order of the Phoenix. Thanks more Power Stone. Weekends at Hogwarts were much like holidays at Muggle schools. So, Harry decided to set out during the latter half of the night, when all was quiet. This way, he could avoid his dorm mates and enjoy a lazy lie-in the next morning. The map chamber was located deep beneath the Hogwarts castle, a secret room tightly protected by ancient magic. Had it not been for Harry and Veracia helping Richard Jackdaw fulfill his final wish, they might never have discovered this place. This unique location became a spot for Harry and Voracia to exchange insights on ancient magic, though Professor Rackham's portrait always had plenty to say about it. In Professor Rackham's words, this sacred chamber reeks of the stench of juveniles. As Harry invisibly cloaked himself with a disillusionment charm, he couldn't help but feel a bit awkward. Looking down, he realized his body was hidden, but his feet were still visible. Blasted age, he thought bitterly. Being young meant weaker magical reserves, insufficient to fully power certain spells. For example, apparition, a spell requiring a license, had a minimum age of 17 due to the same reason. Throughout history, countless wizards had mishaps while practicing apparition. Some left behind bits of themselves. Those luckier lost hair or eyebrows, the less fortunate might leave an arm or leg, or even end up with their upper and lower halves separated. Fortunately, Harry was using the disillusionment charm, so even with insufficient magic, there was no risk of physical dismemberment. And at this late hour, he didn't worry about being discovered. Thus, an eerie sight unfolded, a pair of disembodied feet pattered quietly down the hall. If any wandering student happened upon this, they'd likely faint in terror. Harry wasn't directionally challenged. He'd visited the map chamber countless times, returning there felt like coming home. Descending the spiral staircase to the castle's lowest level, Harry eagerly looked up, only to be stunned. Instead of the familiar door, a solid wall greeted him. Damn it! Harry muttered under his breath. Then he remembered, the chamber had been reinforced with ancient magic. Only someone capable of wielding ancient magic could see the door, let alone enter. And since the age of awakening ancient magic was 15, Harry realized he'd have to wait until 5th year to access the chamber. Harry had once asked Voracia why she insisted on reinforcing the chamber with ancient magic. To prevent people like Ranrock from coveting ancient magic, Voracia had said. But Harry always suspected that wasn't her true reason, though he had no evidence. Circling the wall for a while, he found no way to break through and had to give up. Aside from the map chamber, there were 2 other potential places to investigate. One was the cavern beneath the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, the other, the room of requirement on the 7th floor. The cavern was something Sebastian had told him about, though Omenes had been furious when he learned. Ultimately, however, Omenes had begrudgingly approved of Harry's involvement. As for the room of requirement, Voracia had discovered it after transferring to Hogwarts in their 5th year. Harry wasn't keen on wandering into the cavern at this hour, it always reminded him of a prison. Still, thinking about it, he wondered if the spot where they practiced magic together back then might also be useful. For now, I'll check the room of requirement, Harry decided. I can save the cavern for another time. Resolving this, Harry climbed to the 7th floor and stopped before the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy being clubbed by trolls. I need a meeting place for the Order of the Phoenix, he thought, pacing 3 times back and forth. A faint rumble sounded from the wall, and a grand door appeared before him. Got it. Harry exclaimed happily, pushing the door open and stepping inside. Since Harry's thoughts were focused on the old meeting room, everything was just as he remembered it. The 4 walls were adorned with banners representing each house, from Gryffindor to Slytherin. In the era of Phineas Nigellus Black as headmaster, House Unity was something unimaginable today. House bias? Non-existent. If you disliked Headmaster Black, you were already allies. Even Slytherin students were no exception. But though the meeting room remained the same, its occupants were long gone. The friends who had once laughed together here were now scattered and untraceable. Deco. Harry called for the house elf, but there was no response. Deco had been assigned as Harry's caretaker by Professor Weasley. During Harry's time at Hogwarts, Deco managed his daily life. After Voracia transferred schools, Deco had to serve them both. Receiving no reply, Harry undid the ill-fitting disillusionment charm and sat in his usual spot, just like in those old gatherings. I think our group needs a name, Voracia had said back then, gently polishing the beak of the Phoenix Fiona. Her tone was soft. Harry, you're the glue that binds us. It's only right you decide the name. Harry, who always struggled with naming things, had spotted the Phoenix and gotten an idea. How about the Order of the Phoenix? Harry suggested. We do have a Phoenix, after all. What a lazy name, Potter. Cassandra's gray eyes were filled with disdain. The Order of the Phoenix. I could gag. I think it's pretty good, right? Sebastian laughed, draping an arm around Omenes' shoulders, clearly approving of Harry's suggestion. Omenes, with his head bowed, gave a quiet hum of agreement, not to Harry, but as a subtle protest against Sebastian's lack of boundaries. 5-1, said Hufflepuff's Poppy Sweeting, raising her hand. 7-1, added Gareth and Ravenclaw's Amit Talker, raising theirs. Cassandra, however, drawled, voting. How childish. I never said I disagreed with Potter's silly name, unanimous approval. Guys, Harry looked up but found the long table empty. I really miss you all, he said softly. Thanks so much for who give Power Stone. You can read more advanced chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 32, Legilimency. Harry sat motionless for a while, waiting for his emotions to settle before he began searching for clues. Grasping his wand, he gave it a gentle wave. Revelio. But nothing happened. The Order of the Phoenix's meeting room bore no traces of his old friends. After a fruitless search in the room of requirement, Harry reluctantly decided to give up. He slipped back into the Gryffindor dormitory and flopped onto his bed. Across from him, Ron lay sound asleep, smacking his lips as though savoring a dream of something delicious. The next day, Harry slept in until noon. He wasn't alone, many of his dorm mates did the same. "Good morning," Ron greeted with a smile. "It's already noon," Harry replied, drawing the curtains and peering out the window. On regular days, young wizards received their packages during breakfast. But being a weekend, they all slept late, so the owls delivered packages at noon. An owl swooped in through the doorway, dropping a package squarely onto Neville's lap. "Ouch!" Neville yelped. "Carol, you always do this," he muttered as he opened the package, pulling out a glass orb about the size of half a fist. Inside, white smoke swirled. "Look, it's a remembrall," Seamus said with a grin. "Yeah, a remembrall," Neville replied with a sheepish expression. "Gran knows I'm forgetful, it's supposed to tell you if you've forgotten something. You hold it like this, and if it turns red, oh no." As the orb glowed bright red, Neville's face fell. "It means I've forgotten something." He frantically tried to recall what it could be when Draco sauntered past the Gryffindor table and snatched the remembrall from Neville's hand. Malfoy. Harry, already in a foul mood, shot to his feet. "Give Neville his remembrall back." "Why should I?" Draco sneered, tossing the orb in his hand. "This little lump is so dim even a remembrall can't help him remember how to wear his robes properly." With a smirk, Draco slammed the remembrall onto the table. "Next time, try using your fat head to think, Longbottom," he added coldly. "People like you are just." He abruptly stopped as Professor McGonagall appeared, her sharp gaze fixed on the scene. "What's going on here?" she asked sternly. "Malfoy took my remembrall, Professor," Neville said quickly. Harry and Ron were telling him to give it back. Draco smirked defiantly at Harry and Ron before slinking away. Harry's already foul mood worsened. He had the sudden urge to cast Legilimens on Draco's pale, scrawny face, not just to teach him a lesson but also to see if he had any memories related to Cassandra. "Well done, Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley," Professor McGonagall said, a faint smile tugging at her otherwise stern expression. "Thank you, Professor," Harry and Ron replied in unison. On Tuesday, after a dull history of magic class, flying lessons finally arrived. The monotony of Professor Binns' droning lectures always made flying lessons a refreshing change of pace. Even the groggiest students perked up instantly. Flying lessons were shared between Gryffindor and Slytherin. Unfortunately, Professor Binns, true to form, had let his class overrun, so the Gryffindor students arrived late. The Slytherins, already waiting, looked visibly annoyed. 20 broomsticks lay neatly arranged on the ground. "These brooms are ancient," Ron muttered to Harry. "I heard they've been here since Bill's time at Hogwarts. Fred says they shudder at high altitudes, and the steering is awful." "They should replace them," Harry said absently, his thoughts elsewhere. While Ron seemed excited, Neville and Hermione were visibly nervous. Hermione clung to passages from Quidditch through the ages, reciting theoretical tips to ease her anxiety. Neville, finding comfort in her confidence, stayed close, absorbing her rapid explanations. Madame Hooch soon arrived, her short grey hair and hawk-like eyes commanding attention. "All right, what are you waiting for?" she barked. "Stand by a broomstick, quickly. We haven't got all day." "Stick out your right hand over the broom," Madame Hooch instructed. "Say, up." "Up," everyone shouted. Harry's broom leapt instantly into his hand. Hermione glanced at him, startled, as her own broom stubbornly remained on the ground. "When I blow my whistle, kick off hard from the ground," Madame Hooch continued. "Keep the broom steady, rise a few feet, lean forward slightly, then land vertically. Wait for my signal, 3, 2. But before she could finish, Neville shot into the air like a firework. "Whoa!" Draco exclaimed, shielding his eyes as Neville rocketed upward, only to plummet moments later. It happened so quickly that Harry barely had time to react. He instinctively extended his hand, casting a softening charm. Though his magic slightly cushioned the fall, Neville still landed with a heavy thud. "Broken wrist," Madame Hooch announced briskly, helping Neville to his feet. "I'll take him to the hospital wing. No one else is to fly in my absence, anyone caught will be expelled before they can say Quidditch." As soon as she left, Draco seized Neville's fallen remembrall. "Isn't this Longbottom's remembrall?" he taunted. Maybe if he squeezed it, he'd remember to land on his fat behind instead of his wrist. "Give it back, Malfoy." Harry snapped, stepping forward. Draco smirked. "No, I think I'll hide it. Maybe the roof. That'll teach him." Mounting his broom, Draco hovered midair. "What's wrong, Potter?" "Can't reach me," he jeered. Without hesitation, Harry climbed onto a broomstick. "Harry." "No." Hermione shouted. Madame Hooch said. But Harry was already airborne, flying with an ease that stunned everyone. That's amazing, Seamus muttered, awestruck. Give it back, Malfoy, Harry demanded icily. Or you'll regret it. Draco tossed the remembrall lazily in his hand. Standing up for Longbottom. How noble. Harry's anger flared. Between the frustration of his fruitless search and Draco's smug taunts, he was at his limit. He pointed his wand at Draco, his voice low and dangerous. Thanks so much for who give Power Stone. You can read more advanced chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 33, The Most Painful Memory. When Draco saw Harry draw his wand, his courage evaporated in an instant. Without hesitation, he spun his broom around and fled, wobbling erratically in midair to avoid being struck by Harry's spell. It was a desperate attempt to escape unscathed. Harry, however, lowered his wand. He wasn't particularly skilled in legilimency, and even if he were, the skill required more than fear-fueled flight to work. A target needed to be calm, maintain eye contact, and experience some emotional disturbance that could stir up memories. None of these conditions applied to Draco in that moment. Still panicking, Draco threw the remembrall high into the air, forgetting one critical detail: Hogwarts school brooms were notoriously old and unreliable. Reckless maneuvers could easily end in disaster. And disaster struck. The broom bucked wildly, throwing Draco off balance. His scream tore through the air. Ah! Help me! Somebody help me, he shrieked as he flailed helplessly, the broom jerking beneath him. Finally, the broom gave up altogether, and Draco was flung off like a kite snapped from its string. While Neville's remembrall fell toward the ground on one side, Draco hurtled through the air on the other. Harry had only a split second to decide. Though Draco had more than earned a harsh lesson, saving a life came first. Accio! Harry shouted, casting a summoning charm. Instead of targeting Draco directly, since summoning charms didn't work on people, he focused on Draco's robes. The spell yanked Draco toward him like a rag doll. Whoa! The students below gasped in awe as the magic unfolded. Potter. Draco stammered, trembling as Harry pulled him close with the broom's momentum. You'll pay for this, Malfoy, Harry said coldly. With Draco securely held, Harry turned his attention to the remembrall, now plummeting toward the ground. Despite his glasses, Harry's sharp vision honed in on the tiny sphere. Tilting his broom downward, he dived at full speed. Draco, however, thought Harry intended to crash them both into the earth and panicked even more. Please, Potter, don't do this. I'll do anything, he begged hysterically. His voice trembling with terror. Harry remained unfazed. The ground rushed up to meet them as Draco's fear peaked. Ayahawk! Draco's scream was piercing, high-pitched enough to rival a soprano's. At the last possible moment, Harry pulled up, the broom leveling out just above the ground. His hand snatched the remembrall mid-dive. Cheers erupted from the Gryffindor students below, who raced to greet Harry as he landed. Mate, that was brilliant. Ron exclaimed, his face alight with admiration. Even as a dedicated Quidditch fan, Ron swore not even players from the English national Quidditch team could have pulled off such a move. Harry grinned at his friends, releasing Draco, who landed with a graceless thud on the grass. I'll tell my father about this. Draco wailed, tears and snot streaming down his face. Oh, save it, drama queen, Harry retorted with disdain. Actually, you're not just a drama queen, you're a snot queen too. You'll all see. Draco choked out, glaring tearfully. See what? Ron teased, brushing his broom against Draco's robes. What are you going to do, wipe your tears and snot on us? Draco, humiliated and enraged, turned to insult the Weasley family. Before he could utter a word, Harry raised his wand, his voice icy. You really should clean that dirty mouth of yours. Scour Jiffy. Foamy pink soap bubbles erupted from Draco's mouth. Spluttering and gagging, he clawed at the air in vain. Potter. Professor McGonagall's sharp voice sliced through the commotion. The crowd of students parted to reveal Harry standing over Draco. What is the meaning of this? McGonagall demanded, her gaze piercing as she cast a counterspell to free Draco. Nothing, Professor, Harry said innocently. Malfoy's broom malfunctioned. I saved him, but he accidentally ate some dirt, so I thought I'd help him clean up. McGonagall's expression tightened. You're fortunate it was me and not Professor Snape who caught you, she said sternly before motioning to Harry. Follow me, Mr. Potter. With a shrug, Harry complied, relieved it wasn't Snape who had witnessed the incident. As Harry walked away, Draco smirked through his lingering humiliation. See? Potter's getting expelled, he gloated. Who's next? Hermione scoffed. Why don't you say that to Harry's face instead of whining behind his back? You filthy little mudblood, Draco began, only to find his mouth filled with soap bubbles again. That spell really does work wonders on dirty mouths, Hermione said coolly, lowering her wand. Before Pansy Parkinson could retaliate, Madame Hooch arrived to diffuse the tension. Meanwhile, Harry followed McGonagall into the castle, wondering what awaited him. Expulsion seemed unlikely, he had saved Draco, after all. Stopping outside a classroom door, McGonagall turned to address someone inside. "Sorry to interrupt, Phileas," she said. "May I borrow wood for a moment?" "Wood?" Harry frowned in confusion. Was she planning to punish him with a wooden cane? To Harry's surprise, a tall, athletic boy stepped out, looking equally puzzled. "Wood," McGonagall said, her tone uncharacteristically warm. "I've found you a seeker. Thanks so much for who give Power Stone. You can read more advanced chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 34, The Philosopher's Stone. That afternoon, the news of Harry being specially recruited onto his house Quidditch team spread like wildfire throughout the school. Even the ghosts floating through the halls were gossiping about it, let alone the students. "A seeker!" Ron exclaimed, so astonished he forgot to shove a pie into his mouth. "But first years never, you must be the youngest player on a house team in years." "A century, actually," Harry replied with a grin. "That's what Wood told me." In his 6 years at his previous school, Harry hadn't even been allowed to watch an in-school Quidditch match, let alone participate. Apparently, a few years ago, a student had fallen off a broom, giving Headmaster Black the perfect excuse to ban all Quidditch games on campus. The students cursed him behind his back, and even the ghost composed a song to sarcastically celebrate Headmaster Black's so-called great achievements. Ron nodded sagely. After all, catching the ball was no small feat, it also involved dragging a heavy Malfoy along with it. "I start training next week," Harry said, raising his glass of pumpkin juice to clink with Ron's. "By the way, after I left, did Malfoy say anything?" "Malfoy called Hermione a mudblood, but she cleaned his mouth out with Scour Jiffy, just like you did," Ron said, grinning widely. At that moment, Fred and George Weasley strode into the dining hall. Spotting Harry, they hurried over. "Well done, Harry," George said in a low voice. "Wood told us. We're on the house team too, as beaters. Our job is to make sure you don't get hit too badly." "I'll tell you this," Fred said confidently. "We're taking the Quidditch Cup this year. Ever since Charlie left, we haven't won. But this year, our team's going to shine. You'll be brilliant, Harry." When Wood told us, he was so excited he could barely speak. "And you know how strict he is about Quidditch, like a miniature Professor McGonagall. We trust his judgment. But we've got to run. Lee Jordan thinks he's found a new secret passage out of the school. I bet it's the one behind Gregory the Smarmy statue," George added. "We found that one in our first week here, see you." "Honestly," Harry said to Ron as the twins left, "I've known them for so long, but I still can't tell which one is Fred and which one is George." "Honestly. Me neither," Ron admitted, spreading his hands. Hermione sat down just then, carrying a thick, ancient book nearly as large as her torso. "What on earth is that?" Ron asked, staring in disbelief. "Something to pass the time after meals," Hermione said, slamming the book onto the table. "You call that passing the time?" Ron asked dryly. Hermione shot him a severe look, and Ron wisely closed his mouth. "Honestly," Ron muttered, glancing toward Draco Malfoy, who was chatting and laughing with Crabbe and Goyle. "Didn't the flying lesson teach him enough? I think Malfoy needs another good scare." Hearing Malfoy's name soured Harry's mood instantly. If Cassandra knew her descendant was such a git, she'd probably cast an unforgivable curse on him right then and there. The thought darkened Harry's mood further as he brooded over the still inaccessible map chamber. He was certain it held important clues, but how could he access it? At only 11 years old, was he really expected to wait 4 more years, until he turned 15 and awakened his ancient magic? "Look at this," Ron said, picking up a nearby newspaper. "The Daily Prophet is still printing statements from the Gringotts goblins. They keep insisting Gringotts is the safest place." Gringotts. Harry's thoughts flew to his trip with Hagrid to retrieve that tiny bundle, an object that radiated ancient magic. His instincts told him that with that item, the age limit on ancient magic could be bypassed. But the dilemma remained, it was Dumbledore's possession, clearly valuable. How could he persuade the headmaster to lend it to him? The next morning, as Harry and Ron entered the Great Hall and sat down, the male owls swooped in. Harry noticed 4 or 5 owls carrying a long, thin package. They circled briefly before landing in front of him. "Oh no, my chicken leg!" Ron exclaimed in dismay as the package knocked his food to the ground. But his attention quickly shifted to the intriguing package. "What's this?" "Mate, open it for me while I read this letter," Harry said. Unfolding the letter, Harry read. "Do not open the package on the table. Inside is your new broomstick, a Nimbus 2000. I don't want others knowing you've got it, lest they all start demanding one. Oliver Wood will meet you at the Quidditch pitch at 7 p.m. tonight for your first training session. Professor Minerva McGonagall." Harry lowered the letter, intending to stop Ron, but it was too late. Ron had already unwrapped the package, revealing a brand new Nimbus 2000. "Whoa, mate." Ron gasped in amazement. "Did you buy this?" Beside them, Wood stared, his face filled with envy. Of course, Wood guessed it was a gift from Professor McGonagall, but he couldn't say much. Harry was a seeker, after all, a position demanding speed and top-notch broomstick performance. Plus, Harry's family didn't seem particularly well off. Still, Wood couldn't help but feel envious. Harry was only in his first year, meaning he'd get to use the Nimbus 2000 for at least 7 years. "Don't forget to meet me for training tonight," Wood said, composing himself. "McGonagall told me to start your emergency training right away so we can crush Slytherin in the next match. She must have told you about last year. After we lost badly to Slytherin, she avoided Professor Snape for weeks." "I'll be there," Harry promised earnestly. Looking back on his years at his previous school, what he had yearned for most was the chance to play Quidditch, banned under Headmaster Black's rule. "Black, you ruin everything. Thanks so much for who give Power Stone." You can read more advanced chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 35, Sadness and Death. Due to Headmaster Black's ban, Harry didn't know much about Quidditch. Naturally, he was eagerly looking forward to Wood's lessons. After Wood delivered a lengthy and somewhat disorganized introduction to Quidditch, Harry suddenly asked, "So, has anyone ever died during a match? I mean, considering how high we fly and how often we dodge blood jares. How could that happen?" Wood replied, looking genuinely surprised. "The worst you might get is a broken jaw or a fractured limb. Even if you fall off, the field is enchanted with protective spells to ensure safety, you definitely won't die." Harry was now convinced this was all part of Black's conspiracy. When Harry demonstrated a sudden dive stop and a series of high-level maneuvers, Wood's expression shifted. What started as doubt about Harry's flying abilities quickly turned into admiration, and finally, outright confidence. "This year's Quidditch Cup is as good as ours," Wood said excitedly. "You know, I once saw your dad's name on the Quidditch trophy, James Potter, right? He was a chaser for Gryffindor." "I heard from Hagrid that my dad was excellent at Quidditch," Harry replied, his tone brightening. "Exactly. Flying talent runs in your blood," Wood said confidently. "Now, let's have our young Mr. Potter lead us to victory." Although Wood only taught Harry the rules of Quidditch, he didn't insist on Harry attending extra training sessions. To Wood, Harry's talent was so innate that he probably had been flying a broomstick around the yard before he could even walk. With Hogwarts' schedule not being overly demanding, Harry often found time to relax. However, no class bored him more than Professor Quirrell's stammering, unfocused defense against the dark arts lessons. This is the worst professor ever, Harry thought. Sitting at the Gryffindor table, Harry absent-mindedly chewed on his sandwich, his thoughts drifting to a plan to explore the dungeons beneath the defense against the dark arts classroom during his free time. While he was lost in thought, Hermione suddenly let out an excited exclamation. "Oh my goodness, Harry, Ron." She looked as though she had just discovered a new continent. Grabbing both boys, she slammed her small hand onto a thick book. "What is it?" Ron asked, confused. Could there be treasure hidden in the book? Otherwise, why would Hermione look so shocked and excited? "Ever since Hagrid mentioned it, I've been searching for over half a month," Hermione whispered, her voice brimming with excitement. Her hand pressed firmly on the book as if it might vanish. "Look, I finally found it, an article about Harry Potter's achievements." "Let me see." "Ron, Gareth Weasley, who is he to you?" "My great-grandfather," Ron said with a shrug. Harry, who had been indifferent to Hermione's discovery, suddenly looked up. "Good girl, you're just in time." "Your great-grandfather?" "Ronald." Hermione's eyes widened. "You never told us you had such an amazing great-grandfather." "I don't really know much about him," Ron said, spreading his hands helplessly. Hermione gave Ron a subtle look of disapproval and resumed poring over the article. Harry wanted to ask about Gareth's story but hesitated. He wasn't sure he wanted to know, it might be something he'd rather not hear. "Look at this, Harry," Hermione said with a grin, pointing to a passage. "I finally understand why Peeves is so scared of you. He must think you're that Harry. See, he created a spell specifically to deal with Peeves." "How do you know Peeves is scared of Harry?" Ron asked, curious. "Isn't it obvious, Ron?" Hermione rolled her eyes. "Haven't you noticed that whenever we're with Harry, Peeves never messes with us?" And on the first day of school, when Harry pointed his wand at Peeves, the guy fled in a panic. He must have mistaken Harry for someone else. "Cool," Ron said, intrigued. "Can you find out what that spell is? If we learn it, we'll never have to worry about Peeves again." "I'll figure it out," Hermione said determinedly, her expression like a knight atop a dragon's peak. Harry opened his mouth, he actually knew the spell and wanted to tell her. He was incredible, Hermione marveled, still reading. "It says here he invented that spell in his 3rd year. Goodness, I can barely manage to learn charms now." "See if there's more," Ron urged, crawling under the table to sit closer to Hermione. "Here, look," Hermione pointed to another section. "I never would have guessed, Ron. Your ancestor, a Weasley, was good friends with the Malfoys' ancestor. They were comrades against the Ash Serpent Order." "Impossible." Ron's face turned crimson. "My great-grandfather couldn't have had anything to do with the Malfoys. Don't make things up. See for yourself." Hermione said quietly, shoving the book toward Ron and pointing to the passage. Gareth Weasley, Poppy Switting, Cassandra Malfoy, they were all comrades of that Harry, fighting the Ashwinder and quelling the Goblin Rebellion. Ron leaned in, and to his dismay, the words were exactly as Hermione had said. His face grew even redder as he muttered, insisting the article must be wrong. How could a Weasley ever be friends with a Malfoy? Do you think history books lie? Hermione squinted at him. Well, I don't believe it, Ron said stubbornly. As the two continued their debate, Harry suddenly said, why not ask the person involved? I mean, your great-grandfather, Gareth Weasley. My great-grandfather passed away before I was born, Ron said softly. Even Bill and Charlie never met him. He didn't even leave a portrait. I'm sorry, Ron, Harry murmured, feeling a pang in his chest. So Gareth was gone. Then. Would Sebastian and Omenes also be gone? What about Cassandra and Veracia, could they? Harry's thoughts spiraled into chaos. The sudden realization that so many of his old friends might no longer be alive weighed heavily on him, leaving him in a dark and somber mood. Thanks so much for who give Power Stone. You can read more advanced chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 36, Troll. Harry couldn't quite remember how he had made his way back to the dormitory. All he could recall was Ron and Hermione having a brief spat afterward. He sat by the dormitory window, hugging his knees, staring blankly at the scene outside. Moonlight streamed through the window, bathing the room in a soft glow and stretching Harry's shadow long across the floor. Harry. Ron's concerned voice broke the silence. Ever since they had returned, Harry had been distant, responding with little more than distracted hums. His unusual behavior was beginning to worry Ron deeply. Snapping out of his daze, Harry turned to Ron and offered a faint, apologetic smile. Fancy a game of wizard's chess, mate? Ron asked, holding up the chessboard. I know you're upset, but Hermione didn't mean anything by it. She's just curious about that guy with the same name as yours. That's why she's been reading all those books. She didn't mean to bring up you-know-who. It's not like she could have known what would be in the next chapter. I know, Ron. Harry nodded, though his thoughts remained tangled. How about we visit Hagrid after class tomorrow? Ron suggested, hoping to lift his friend's spirits. Maybe in a few days, Harry replied. Tomorrow's Halloween Eve, and there's a banquet in the Great Hall. Right. I heard they'll have those limited edition pumpkin pies, Ron said, brightening. If you like them, you can have my share. Harry couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia. It was in this very dormitory that Gareth had once comforted him during a bout of homesickness. And now, after all these years, hearing Gareth's name again only to learn he was gone forever felt like reopening an old wound. Time might pass like the blink of an eye for Harry, but for his friends, it was an entire lifetime. Thanks, Ron, Harry said with a forced smile. It's getting late. We should get some sleep. Charms class first thing tomorrow. All right, Ron agreed, though the crease in his brow betrayed his lingering concern. The next morning, the Gryffindor first-years were abuzz with chatter as they gathered for breakfast. This year, Halloween fell on a Friday, which brought some good news. Their usual double potions class with Professor Snape was cancelled. For Gryffindors, no Snape on a Friday was practically a reason to celebrate. The downside, however, was that their afternoon flying class had also been cancelled due to the holiday. For many, it was one of the rare opportunities to practice flying on a broomstick. During breakfast, Professor Flitwick made an exciting announcement. After weeks of practice, today we'll be learning to make objects fly. Remember, it's a swish and flick, he squeaked, standing atop his familiar stack of books. And enunciate clearly. Don't forget poor Baruffio, who mispronounced a simple spell and ended up with a buffalo on his chest. Harry always suspected the wand movements were more about focus than necessity. With wandless magic, hand gestures weren't needed at all, what you envisioned was what you cast. Wingardium Leviosa. Harry flicked his wand with practiced ease, effortlessly levitating the desk in front of him. Wonderful, Mr. Potter. Simply marvelous. Professor Flitwick exclaimed, hopping excitedly. In his excitement, however, the tiny professor lost his balance and began toppling backward. Leviosa. Harry reacted instinctively, casting a precise levitation charm to catch him. Though similar to Wingardium Leviosa, the spell was subtly different. It made objects float but didn't allow directional control. Floating midair, Professor Flitwick paddled his arms comically as though swimming. Beaming at Harry, he declared, 10 points to Gryffindor. Superb work, Harry. You must have been reading ahead in your textbook. Yes, Professor, Harry replied as he gently set the professor back on solid ground. By the end of the lesson, only Hermione had managed to levitate her feather successfully, aside from Ron, who achieved partial success. With Hermione's guidance, Ron managed to lift his feather briefly, but Seamus caused a distraction when his feather unexpectedly exploded, sending Ron's feather crashing back onto the desk. Maybe you should focus on exploding charms, Seamus, Hermione suggested matter-of-factly as they walked to lunch. Are you mocking me, Granger? Seamus retorted, bristling. Whoa, easy there, Ron interjected quickly, giving Seamus a friendly pat on the arm. Sorry, Seamus, Hermione said hastily. I didn't mean it like that. Satisfied with her apology, Seamus let the matter drop. That evening, the Great Hall was transformed for the much-anticipated Halloween feast. Bewitched bats flitted through the air, casting fleeting shadows as they swept over the tables, and massive carved pumpkins flickered with candlelight. Where's Harry? Ron asked suddenly, noticing his absence. He said he was going to the restroom, Seamus replied. A pang of concern struck Ron. Was Harry still upset? Should he go check on him? I'll just eat this drumstick first, then go find him, Ron decided, eyeing the spread of food before him. Suddenly, the doors to the Great Hall burst open. Professor Quirrell stumbled in, his turban askew and his face a mask of terror. Troll. Troll in the dungeon, he shouted, staggering toward Dumbledore. Thought you ought to know. With that, he collapsed to the floor. For a moment, silence reigned. Then, chaos erupted as students began screaming. Dumbledore raised his wand, amplifying his voice. Silence. The command cut through the pandemonium like a blade. Prefects, lead your houses back to the dormitories immediately, he ordered, his tone calm but firm. Percy wasted no time. Follow me, Gryffindors. There's no need to panic. The professors will handle the troll. Hermione started to follow Percy but stopped when Ron tugged at her sleeve. Ron. What's wrong? She asked. It's Harry. Ron whispered urgently. He's still in the first-floor restroom. We've got to warn him, he's in danger. Thanks so much for who give Power Stone. You can read more advanced chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 37, Hope Fine. Upon hearing Ron's words, Hermione didn't hesitate for even a moment. She spun around and darted after him, weaving her way through the tide of retreating students. The prefects were too busy maintaining order within their houses to notice the two first-years slipping away, heading directly toward danger. Oh no, I hope Harry's okay, Hermione said, her voice trembling with worry. How could he not be? Ron replied, trying to sound confident, though his tone betrayed a hint of doubt. He's the boy who lived. Even you-know-who couldn't take him down, what's a troll compared to that? Despite his bravado, Ron couldn't shake a nagging sense of unease. Trolls were legendary for their toughness. With their granite-like skin and resistance to most spells, they were formidable even for experienced wizards. For a first year to stand a chance against one was, well, absurd. Merlin's socks, Ron thought desperately, please let Harry be all right. I'll give up chicken legs for a whole year if it means he's safe. Meanwhile, the subject of their concern, Harry, was in the middle of fastening his trousers. His original plan had been simple, use the chaos of the Halloween feast as a cover to sneak into the dungeon beneath the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. The noise and bustle made it easy to slip away unnoticed. And his excuse was perfectly plausible, he genuinely did need the bathroom. As Harry adjusted his robes, however, an unusual sound caught his attention. Heavy thud, thud, thud footsteps echoed ominously from the corridor outside, accompanied by a stench so vile it made his nose wrinkle instinctively. The source of the disturbance became evident almost immediately. No doubt about it, a troll. Cautiously, Harry pushed open the stall door and peeked out, just in time to lock eyes with the intruder. Standing in the doorway was a towering behemoth, easily 12 feet tall. Its mottled gray skin looked as tough as rock, its tiny head perched incongruously atop a hulking frame. In one massive hand, it dragged a wooden club that was thicker and taller than Harry himself. The troll paused, its pea-sized brain struggling to comprehend the sight of a lone human before it. Realizing its obvious size advantage, it let out a guttural roar meant to intimidate. Harry's response was far from what the troll had expected. Instead of fleeing, Harry grimaced. Ugh, its breath stinks, he muttered under his breath, recoiling slightly. The troll, despite its dim intelligence, seemed to pick up on Harry's expression of disdain. Enraged, it roared again, eyes blazing with fury. But even as it prepared to strike, it hesitated. There was something unsettling about the boy standing before it, seemingly unafraid. Harry's lack of fear wasn't born of courage. He was angry. Deeply, profoundly angry. The events of the previous day, the loss of someone dear, had left him seething. All he'd wanted was to distract himself with a quiet investigation. Now, this lumbering oaf had ruined everything. Worse, the commotion was bound to draw the professors, dashing his hopes of sneaking away unnoticed. The troll raised its enormous club, its lips curling in a grotesque semblance of a grin. But Harry mirrored that grin, his emerald eyes flashing with something darker. Perfect, he thought grimly. I needed to blow off some steam. And here comes a punching bag, delivered right to me. Sensing danger, the troll hesitated. But before it could act, Harry's wand was already raised. Expelliarmus. A jet of red light struck the troll's arm, sending its massive club flying. The weapon didn't hit the ground, though. Harry's wand flicked expertly, suspending the club midair. Not so tough without your stick, are you? Harry taunted. As the troll bellowed in rage, Harry gagged, unable to ignore the stench that filled the room. Muttering a transfiguration spell, he turned a broken stall door into heavy iron shackles that clamped tightly around the troll's ankles. "Hey, big guy," Harry called out mockingly, drawing the troll's gaze. As it turned toward him, Harry waved his wand, sending the floating club crashing into the troll's shoulder with a deafening wham. The creature howled in pain, staggering as Harry continued the assault. Each blow was deliberate, avoiding vital areas but delivering enough force to leave the troll reeling. The shackles around its ankles disrupted its balance, and with a resounding crash, the troll toppled to the floor. It groaned pitifully, struggling to rise, but Harry wasn't finished. For Harry, this wasn't just about venting anymore. The troll had attacked him first, and in his mind, he was entirely justified in defending himself. Surely, no one could fault him for that. The troll, meanwhile, was overwhelmed with regret. What had possessed it to wander into this building? Why had it confronted this deceptively small but terrifyingly dangerous human? It could only wail in agony, its cries tinged with despair. Outside, Ron and Hermione reached the bathroom door, their hearts racing. What if it's hurting Harry right now? Hermione whispered, her voice breaking. It's not, it can't be. Ron insisted, though his trembling hands betrayed his fear. The muffled sounds of blows and anguished howls seeped through the door. Ron gulped audibly. Is this the right room? He asked nervously. Hermione, pale but determined, whispered, let's open it quietly. If the troll's just smashing the place up, we don't want to provoke it. Nodding, Ron pushed the door open a crack. What they saw inside rendered them utterly speechless, a sight so surreal it would haunt their memories forever. Thanks so much for Who Give Power Stone. You can read more advanced chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 38, Hogwarts is about to become the laughingstock of the wizarding world. Appearing before Ron and Hermione was a troll sprawled on the ground, clutching its body. Ron now understood why the troll had been howling in frustration, it was in pain. Above the troll, a massive wooden club floated in midair. Hi, Harry greeted, noticing his two companions pushing open the door. At the same time, he gave a gentle wave of his wand with minimal movement. The wooden club slammed heavily onto the troll's head. The troll only managed a muffled grunt before collapsing unconscious. My Merlin's beard, Ron exclaimed, his eyes wide in astonishment. Harry, you defeated a troll. Oh, Harry said casually, stuffing his wand back into his pocket. He deflected the praise with a question, why are you two here? Professor Quirrell said there's a troll in the dungeons. Ron remembered you went to the bathroom and hadn't returned, so he dragged me along to warn you about the danger, Hermione rattled off quickly. She glanced at the troll again and added, but now it seems the danger wasn't really the troll. Harry felt a wave of emotion rise in his heart. He hadn't expected that, knowing there was a troll on the loose, his two friends would risk their lives to come warn him. How Gryffindor of them, he thought. Thank you, Harry said sincerely. Ron, Hermione. Before he could finish, there was a sudden loud banging on the door and the sound of hurried footsteps. The three of them turned to look at the entrance. Moments later, Professor McGonagall burst into the room, followed closely by Snape, with Quirrell bringing up the rear. Quirrell took one glance at the unconscious troll and let out a feeble sob before sitting down on a toilet and clutching his chest tightly. Harry turned his head away, hiding a faint sense of disdain. So pathetic, he thought. A defense against the dark arts professor behaving like this. At this rate, Hogwarts would become a laughingstock in the wizarding world. What on earth are you playing at? Professor McGonagall demanded, her voice icy with anger. Her stern gaze swept over the trio before settling on the unconscious troll sprawled on the floor. You're lucky you weren't killed by it, why weren't you in your dormitories as you should have been? Sorry, Professor, Harry stepped forward and explained, they were looking for me. I had a stomachache after class and went to the bathroom. I didn't expect the troll to come in. They knew I was here, so they came to warn me about the danger. Professor McGonagall's severe expression softened. Given the circumstances, Harry couldn't really be blamed. Taking responsibility and stepping up like this. She thought fondly, this boy is just like Lily. With Ron and Hermione's help, we managed to defeat the troll together, Harry added. He decided not to stand out too much, after all, a first-year student defeating a troll single-handedly would be too shocking. Hearing Harry's words, Hermione discreetly pinched Ron, then struck a confident pose as if it were all true. Ron nodded along, as if he had played a crucial role in defeating the troll. Impressive transfiguration, Professor McGonagall noted, her eyes landing on the shackles binding the troll's feet. She nodded approvingly at Harry and then glanced at Ron and Hermione. Breaking the rules, leaving your dormitory without permission, Mr. Weasley, Miss Granger, Gryffindor will lose 5 points each for your actions, she said sternly. Hermione hung her head, not expecting Professor McGonagall to be so unrelenting. Ron, too, looked disgruntled. By Merlin's beard, he thought, why can't our head of house be as biased as the Slytherin one? But then Professor McGonagall continued, however, for risking your lives to help a friend, Gryffindor will gain 10 points. At her words, both of them looked up in surprise, seeing their professor offer them a rare smile. Finally, Professor McGonagall concluded, "Well, you're lucky. Very few first-year students could face a fully grown troll and come out victorious. Each of you has earned Gryffindor 5 points. I'll inform Professor Dumbledore of this. You may leave now." Off you go, Professor Quirrell said nervously, getting up from the toilet. I'll handle the bathroom. Don't worry. Just as he finished speaking, the troll let out a loud snore in its sleep. Professor Quirrell jumped in fright, instinctively leaping into the air. Harry paid no attention to him. He had noticed that from the moment they entered the room, Professor Snape had been staring at him intently. He didn't think much of it, he felt no hostility towards Snape and believed the feeling was mutual. He's a good friend of my parents', Harry thought. On their way back, Harry stopped on the second floor and turned to his friends. "Thank you for today." Ron and Hermione exchanged glances, then smiled warmly at him. "Why thank us?" Ron said with a big grin. "That's just what friends do." Harry froze. He had always regarded Hermione as a classmate he got along with. And Ron, he had always treated Ron kindly because he was the descendant of an old friend. But today, his two companions had risked their lives to warn him. How could he not be moved? "Yes, we're friends," Harry nodded firmly, opening his arms to hug Hermione and then Ron. He accepted them as friends. Perhaps it was time for a fresh start, he thought. In addition to old friends, he should also embrace new ones. "So, Harry," Hermione suddenly asked, "why did you tell Professor McGonagall it was the three of us who defeated the troll?" "Oh, I just didn't want to draw too much attention," Harry said, a little troubled. "You know, they already call me the boy who lived. If word got out that I defeated a troll on my own, I'd end up being surrounded like some zoo animal again." "I see," Hermione nodded in understanding, accepting his explanation. "By the way, mate," Ron said, slinging an arm around Harry's shoulder, "how exactly did you beat the troll?" "That was seriously cool." "It was just a combination of a few spells," Harry said to Ron. "I've read some books on dueling techniques in my spare time. I just used some of what I learned, and it worked pretty well. You want to try learning it together?" He thought of the useless defense against the dark arts teacher. Even in this era, dark wizards hadn't disappeared entirely. Harry didn't think the class would teach them much about defense. In that case, why not revive the concept of dueling? And perhaps, it could start with these two friends, he thought. Thanks so much for who give Power Stone. You can read more advanced chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 39, Cassandra's Letter. Cool. Ron's eyes lit up. Can I? Why not? Harry shrugged. Children at this age are always easily influenced by those around them. Under Harry and Hermione's subtle guidance, Ron had gradually shed the rebellious attitude he'd shown at the start of the term. For a young wizard like Ron, studying potions or transfiguration might not spark much interest, but learning some minor curses. That was a whole different story. Just imagine casting a few clever curses at Malfoy's smug face. How satisfying would that be? But we'll need a suitable place to practice spells, Hermione said with a touch of concern. The Gryffindor common room doesn't allow magic. I've got it covered, Harry assured her. The next day, Harry decided to investigate the dungeon, careful not to draw any attention. Ron and Hermione provided perfect excuses, finding a proper place to practice spells. Taking advantage of their classmates being occupied at the banquet in the Great Hall, Harry quietly made his way to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom and located the dungeon entrance. The entrance resembled a cabinet with 4 clock-like dials on the door. To pass through, the dials had to be aligned in specific directions. Drawing his wand, Harry adjusted the dials, following the method Sebastian had taught him. When the last pointer clicked into place, the door swung open with a loud creak, revealing the dungeon beyond. Harry stepped inside, momentarily disoriented by the familiar sensation of dizziness, and surveyed the space. The dungeon, Harry thought, seemed untouched for years. Thick layers of dust coated every surface, and the air was heavy and stale. Wrapping a scarf around his nose to avoid breathing in the stirred-up dust, Harry refrained from using a cleaning charm. He didn't want to risk erasing potential clues during the cleanup. The dungeon earned its name. It lay at the very base of the defense tower, with only faint shafts of light filtering in through the skylight above. Taking out his wand, Harry lit the braziers and torches, illuminating the dark chamber. He approached a nearby desk, brushing aside the thick dust with his wand. To his surprise, he discovered a letter, its handwriting unmistakably Cassandra's. Excitement flickered as he picked it up, but the passage of time had blurred much of the writing. With careful effort, Harry managed to decipher it. I think Veretia Grindelwald is truly insane. Time is forbidden magic, something even Merlin dared not tamper with. When she emerges from that so-called love shack with Potter, I hope you can dissuade her. Ancient magic isn't omnipotent. C.C. Malfoy. Harry's heart raced. Time magic. Could it be that Veretia had attempted to use time magic to find him after his disappearance? If Cassandra was correct, Veracia had likely failed, with grave consequences. This would explain why the name of Gellert Grindelwald had echoed through history, while no word of his sister ever emerged. Veracia, with her unwavering loyalty to family, wouldn't have abandoned them willingly. Could she have been trapped somewhere? Harry's mind lingered on Cassandra's biting remark. The Love Shack was her nickname for the Chamber of Secrets, as only inheritors of ancient magic could freely enter. Pocketing the letter, Harry's determination hardened. He needed to uncover the truth and harness the artifact within the chamber to awaken ancient magic. Perhaps he could even approach the headmaster for help. For now, Harry set the matter aside. Among the dungeon's contents, he found several thick books on dueling techniques, which he tucked into a pocket enchanted with a disillusionment charm before slipping out unnoticed. Returning to Gryffindor Tower, he placed the books in front of Hermione, who was meticulously reviewing Ron's homework. "You made another mistake here," Hermione corrected, pointing at Ron's parchment with a teacher-like precision. "Oh," Ron muttered, looking sheepish. Noticing Harry's return, Ron quickly switched the topic. "Harry. You're back. Did you find anything?" "Oh," and Hermione checked your homework and marked the mistakes. "It's over there." Harry glanced in the direction Ron indicated, spotting his own work with neat red marks. He and Ron had convinced Hermione to review their homework, but Hermione had flatly refused to let Ron copy hers. "Harry, you only have a few gaps in your history of magic essay," Hermione said sharply, before turning to Ron with a glare. "And you, Ronald. Look at your mistakes. How many times have I told you? It's Leviosa, not Leviosar." "Oh," Ron muttered again, puffing out his cheeks in frustration. "I found it," Harry said, steering the conversation away from Ron's blunders. "We'll head there later. Look at these books I found. Dueling Strategies of the 19th Century, Harmless Little Curses." Hermione's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she examined the titles. "Good heavens, Harry, these aren't in the library." "How do you know?" Harry asked instinctively. Hermione shot him a pointed look, and he understood. Never question the overachievers. She opened Harmless Little Curses, her expression curious. A moment later, she slammed it shut, her face pale as if she'd seen a ghost. "Good heavens, you call these harmless little curses," she hissed. "Thanks so much for Who Give Power Stone. You can read more advanced chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 40, Potions to Tension. Harry hadn't read the book and had no idea what it was about. However, judging by Hermione's expression, he could tell that the curse mentioned in it was likely something terrible. "Where did you even find that book?" Hermione exclaimed, clearly unsettled. Rolling her eyes, she added with a touch of exasperation, "Honestly, I'm terrified this book will get us all thrown into Azkaban." "Correction," Ron interjected, raising his hand theatrically. "You're a witch now. God won't save you. He'd probably watch you turn into a human torch." Hermione shot him a venomous glare. What's wrong with the book?" Harry asked cautiously. "Do you know what the very first curse in this book is?" Hermione hissed, glancing around to make sure no one was listening before continuing in a harsh whisper. "It's the Imperious Curse. Controlling someone's soul. Who in their right mind calls that harmless?" Harry suddenly remembered, it was the book Sebastian had stolen from the Gaunt family. Well, that actually made sense. Considering the Gaunt family's twisted tradition of forcing their children to use the Cruciatus Curse on Muggle kids, it wasn't surprising they'd see soul manipulation as a minor spell. "This must be a Gaunt family heirloom," Harry said without hesitation, throwing his friend under the bus. "When I took it, I noticed a name on the side, something like Omini's Gaunt." "Oh, well, if it's from the Gaunts, that explains everything," Ron chimed in. "The Gaunt family's descended from Salazar Slytherin, and Slytherin himself was a dark wizard." "One of Hogwarts' founders?" Hermione asked, looking genuinely shocked. "Mr. Slytherin was a dark wizard. How is that possible?" Harry didn't argue. After all, he'd seen Salazar Slytherin's notes in the Chamber of Secrets before, and they weren't exactly the writings of a saint. Ron shrugged nonchalantly, deciding to leave it at that. "This book is off-limits from now on," Hermione declared firmly, her voice dropping to a fierce whisper. "I don't want to get implicated in one of these so-called minor curses and end up in Azkaban, or worse, expelled from school." "You really don't know which one's worse, do you?" Ron teased with a sly grin, earning himself another withering glare. By November, the weather had grown bitterly cold. In the Scottish Highlands, even with the moderating effect of the North Atlantic current, the high latitude gave the climate a chill comparable to Moscow's. The mountains surrounding the school were cloaked in mist and snow. The lake's surface was frozen over with a thick layer of ice, cold and hard as tempered steel. Each morning, frost blanketed the grounds. From the upper floor windows, they could see Hagrid out on the Quidditch pitch, bundled up in a mole fur coat, rabbit fur gloves, and massive beaver fur boots, de-icing the brooms. For some reason, Hermione seemed more nervous about Harry's first Quidditch match than he was. Ron was the same. Ron spent his days obsessively oiling Harry's broomstick, while Hermione borrowed Quidditch through the ages from the library and insisted Harry read up on the rules. The biting cold prompted Hermione to conjure several handfuls of blue flames that could be stored in jam jars and carried around. She handed them out generously, not just to Harry and Ron but to Seamus and Neville as well. Seamus, who had long since let go of any grudges, was so grateful for the portable fire that he half-jokingly called Hermione Mum. On Friday, during potions class, Harry absent-mindedly brought Quidditch through the ages with him to the dungeon. Snape, as usual, hovered close, scrutinizing Harry's every move as he worked on his potion. When Harry successfully brewed a flawless draught of living death, Snape let out a nasal oomph. It was impossible to tell if he was pleased or irritated, so Harry decided to chalk it up to Snape's typical Slytherin habit of being inscrutable. But Snape's attention soon shifted to the book on Harry's desk. Picking it up with alarming speed, he glanced at the title page before sneering. "Well, well, Potter," Snape drawled, looming over him. "Bringing unrelated books into potions class. 10 points from Gryffindor. And you'll be serving detention in my office every Wednesday and Saturday evening." Harry gaped at him, stunned. Losing points over a Quidditch book. That was new, even for Snape. After class, Ron and Hermione caught up to him. "Harry," Ron said in a hushed tone, "did you notice Snape's limping? Looks like he's injured." "Now that you mention it, yeah," Harry replied, recalling Snape's uneven gait. One moment he appeared taller, the next shorter. "Still, I need to get that book back," Harry said with determination. "You're mad," Hermione and Ron said in unison. But Harry didn't think so. He was convinced that deep down, Snape didn't really hate him. Dislike? Maybe. But hate? Impossible. His parents' friend couldn't possibly despise him. Snape probably just had an issue with Gryffindor as a whole. With this comforting thought, Harry headed for the staff lounge, hoping to get lucky. Knocking softly on the door and hearing no response, he peeked inside. The room was empty except for Snape and Filch. Snape had lifted his robes, exposing his leg. Harry froze, shocked. Snape's leg was covered in fresh wounds, blood oozing from gaping cuts deep enough to expose the muscle. "Professor, this," Filch muttered, handing Snape a bandage. "Bloody thing," Snape growled. "How does anyone manage to keep an eye on 3 heads at once?" 3 heads? Harry frowned. Could Snape's injury be tied to some kind of 3-headed creature? Before he could think further, a sharp voice startled him. "Potter." Harry looked up, meeting Snape's furious glare as the man hastily let his robes fall back into place. "Sorry, Professor," Harry said quickly. "I just came to ask if I could have my book back." "Get out," Snape bellowed, pointing at the door. Harry didn't need telling twice. He bolted, silently relieved that Snape hadn't docked more points from Gryffindor. Still, what kind of creature had injured Snape? Determined to find out, Harry decided to pay Hagrid a visit. If anyone knew about magical creatures, it was Hagrid. Thanks so much for Who Give Power Stone. You can read more advanced chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 41, Who Plays Quidditch Without Armor. Harry wasn't in a rush to find Hagrid. After all, the Quidditch match was just around the corner. For years, he'd only heard about Quidditch but had never had the chance to play it himself. Blame Black, Harry thought. But thanks to Hogwarts, he could finally fulfill his dream. The next day dawned sunny and cold. Despite the bright sunlight, the chill in the air lingered, untouched by the sun's warmth. Harry grabbed a plate of roasted sausages and a serving of baked beans in tomato sauce. Sitting at the Gryffindor table, he ate slowly and gracefully. Classic English breakfast, simple yet satisfying. "Have you noticed? No matter when, Harry always eats so elegantly," Neville said, his voice tinged with admiration. Harry smiled and nodded at Neville, thinking, wait until you get beaten with a stick for holding your fork wrong. Then you'll understand the importance of elegance. At that moment, the chatter at the Gryffindor table fell silent. Because Snape had arrived. Harry didn't know when Snape had drifted over to him, but by the time he looked up, the potions master was already standing there, peering down at him with that familiar disdain. "Good luck, Potter," Snape said with a forced smile. "Since you managed to handle a troll, surely a little Quidditch match should be no problem, even if your opponent is Slytherin." With that, Snape slapped a copy of Quidditch Through the Ages onto the table beside Harry. "Thank you, Professor," Harry replied politely. But his thanks were premature. Snape's expression darkened as he furrowed his brow for no apparent reason. "Yesterday, you trespassed in the staff lounge. Gryffindor will lose 2 points for your troll-like recklessness. I suppose if Mr. Potter's brain weren't filled with baked beans, he'd remember that today is Saturday." Saturday. Which meant Harry was supposed to serve detention in Snape's office. Watching Snape's limping figure disappear into the distance, Harry felt an inexplicable urge to pull out his wand. He really finds every excuse to deduct points from Gryffindor, doesn't he? Ron shrugged. Though the Gryffindors overheard Snape docking points because of Harry, none of them blamed him. Instead, they looked at him with sympathy. When it was time for the Quidditch match, the students left the Great Hall and made their way to the Quidditch pitch. Nearly the entire school had turned out, along with a few wizarding parents. They filled the stands surrounding the pitch to capacity. After changing into their red Gryffindor uniforms, Harry and his teammates gathered. The captain, Oliver Wood, approached Harry. "Nervous, Potter?" he asked. Harry shook his head. Of course, he wasn't nervous. He was more than prepared. Nervous is good. I was the same way my first time, Wood said, as if reading from a well-rehearsed script. But, Captain, he said he's not nervous, Fred interrupted. Neither are we, George chimed in. All right, lads, Wood cleared his throat awkwardly. And ladies, Angelina Johnson interjected. Right, and ladies, Wood agreed. Before he could continue, Fred interrupted again. This is the important moment. The moment we've all been waiting for, George added. Their interruptions dissolved the tension in the room, and everyone laughed. Even Harry couldn't help but smile at the infectious atmosphere. That was Oliver's speech from last year, Fred told Harry. I heard from Charlie that he gave the same one the year before. Seems it's his go-to script every year. Shut it, you two, Wood snapped, glaring at the twins. This year is different. We've got Potter now, and we're going to win. Madam Hooch's whistle blew, and Wood turned to the team. Time's up, folks. Let's kick Slytherin's butts. Kick their butts, everyone shouted in unison. Though Harry wasn't nervous, he was a little excited. Taking a deep breath, he squared his shoulders and followed Angelina onto the pitch. Look, Potter, Angelina suddenly pointed towards the Gryffindor stands. See that? Harry followed her gaze. Ron, Hermione, Seamus, and Neville were holding up a massive banner that read, Potter for the win. The banner featured a large Gryffindor lion, likely drawn by Dean Thomas, whose artistic skills were well known. Hermione had enchanted it to shimmer with vibrant colors, making it particularly eye-catching. When Harry turned to look, his friends cupped their hands around their mouths and shouted his name enthusiastically. Harry waved back at them, a warm glow spreading through him. Friendship is wonderful, he thought. Listen, I want a fair and honest game, Madam Hooch said, her sharp gaze fixed on Marcus Flint, the Slytherin captain, as if addressing him specifically. Harry couldn't help but notice Flint's troll-like appearance, jagged teeth and a perpetually unintelligent expression. Flint bared his crooked teeth in a provocative grin at Wood. Wood responded with a calm, dignified smile. Watch out for Flint, Angelina whispered. Slytherin's notorious for dirty play and zero sportsmanship. Winning by any means necessary. Harry understood that all too well. Although he didn't know much about Quidditch, he knew Slytherins. That's why, just yesterday, he'd ventured into the dungeons and retrieved a sturdy suit of armor. After resizing it with magic, he wore it beneath his uniform. Harry had never understood why the Defense Against the Dark Arts Tower housed a collection of knights' armor, but that didn't stop him from putting it to good use. Bring it on, Harry thought. Let's see who outlasts whom. Marcus Flint, meanwhile, had noticed the small Gryffindor seeker. Harry Potter. The boy who lived. Flint decided it was time to teach the famous boy a lesson, that Quidditch wasn't a game you could win on fame alone. Noticing Harry looking back at him, Flint flashed a menacing grin, baring his crooked teeth. But what he didn't expect was for Harry to return an even more ferocious smile. Thanks so much for who give Power Stone. You can read more advanced chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 42, Dumbledore's. When the match began, Harry soared leisurely on his broomstick, his keen eye scanning the sky for any sign of the golden snitch. Stay on the side, Wood advised, flying close to him. Wait until you spot the snitch before diving in. We don't want you getting targeted too early. Got it, Captain, Harry nodded with a grin. Brilliant. Gryffindor's chaser Angelina Johnson is off to a flying start, deftly snatching the quaffle, the commentator, Lee Jordan, announced with infectious enthusiasm. She's executing a breathtaking spiral to dodge the Slytherin defense, and she's left them all in the dust. Oh, what's this? A Slytherin player is grabbing at her robes, but it's futile. Gryffindor scores 10 points. The stands erupted in cheers from three houses, their jubilation clashing with the frustrated roars of the Slytherins. Galvanized by Gryffindor's first goal, Slytherin retaliated with ferocity. However, their efforts were repeatedly thwarted by Gryffindor's keeper, Oliver Wood, whose skill seemed almost impenetrable. Shot after shot failed to make it past him. Here comes Gryffindor on the attack again. Lee's voice rang out. What a move by Alicia Spinnet, another brilliant recruit scouted by none other than Oliver Wood. She was only a reserve player last year, but, oh no. Slytherin's captain, Marcus Flint, intercepts the quaffle. Let's see how Gryffindor responds. Wait, incredible. Alicia steals it back with equal flair. Oh, but what's this? Alicia's pass is intercepted by a Slytherin chaser, Merlin's beard. Just when it looked like Gryffindor was about to fumble, the quaffle deflects off Angelina's, well-placed chest muscles, and straight into the goal. Another 10 points for Gryffindor. Professor McGonagall, seated nearby, delivered a sharp smack to the back of Lee's head. Stick to the game, Jordan, she admonished, her eyes narrowing. Lee muttered an apology, his enthusiasm only slightly dimmed as he resumed his play-by-play. Meanwhile, Harry hovered above, watching the chaotic match unfold below. Suddenly, Wood's panicked shout reached his ears. "Harry! Watch out!" Harry's hand instinctively tapped the layered protective enchantments on his Quidditch robes as Marcus Flint, grinning wickedly, launched a bludger straight at him. Flint's face lit up with anticipation of Harry's imminent fall. To everyone's astonishment, a dull thud echoed across the pitch as the bludger bounced harmlessly off Harry's enchanted armor. "Harry, you all right?" Fred called out, zooming in and sending the rogue bludger hurtling back toward Flint with a well-aimed strike. "I'm fine," Harry assured, brushing off his robes as though nothing had happened. But just as he spoke, a glint of gold caught his eye, the snitch. Harry leaned forward, urging his broomstick into a steep dive. From across the pitch, Slytherin's seeker, Terrence Higgs, spotted the snitch as well, and the two streaked through the air in hot pursuit. The chasers momentarily paused, captivated by the high-speed duel. Harry's superior broomstick and skill quickly gave him the lead, leaving Higgs trailing 2 lengths behind. "Harry, look out!" Angelina's warning rang from above. Harry glanced to the side just in time to see Flint barreling toward him, clearly intending to ram him midair. Bracing himself, Harry shifted his elbow subtly. Thud. Flint yelped as Harry's well-timed counter sent him tumbling off course, spinning through the air like a discarded rag doll. Harry smirked as he glanced back at Flint, who was now clinging to his broom for dear life. But Harry's victory was short-lived. His broom suddenly dipped, jerking violently as though rebelling against his control. "What's happening?" He yanked the broom upward, narrowly avoiding a collision with the ground, but it began bucking even more violently. "Someone's jinxing my broom." Harry's mind raced. Who could it be? Malfoy. No, he's spiteful, but he doesn't have this kind of skill. Gripping the broom tightly, Harry smacked the handle with his free hand. "Finite," he commanded, but the broom only thrashed harder in defiance. "Harry! Look at Harry!" Ron's panicked voice rose from the Gryffindor stands. Beside him, Hermione seized the binoculars from Neville, her sharp eyes scanning the field. "This doesn't make sense," Ron muttered, his face pale. "With McGonagall's new broom and Harry's flying skills, this shouldn't be happening." "Quiet, Ron." Hermione snapped. "I'm thinking." She turned the binoculars toward the staff box, her expression hardening. "I knew it," she hissed, shoving the binoculars into Ron's hands. "Look, it's Snape." He's muttering something while staring right at Harry. He's cursing the broomstick. "But why?" Ron asked, stunned. "I thought he was friends with Harry's parents." "Why would he?" "That doesn't matter now." Hermione interrupted, her voice edged with urgency. "I'll handle this." Without another word, she bolted from the stands, leaving Ron clutching the binoculars in confusion. High above, Harry continued to battle his rebellious broomstick. His sharp gaze shifted to the staff box, where Dumbledore sat serenely, offering no sign of intervention. "Seriously, Dumbledore? Are you just going to watch?" Despite the chaos, Harry resolved not to land. He would expose whoever was behind this sabotage. Activating a Far's Eye charm, Harry's vision zoomed in on the staff section, and locked onto Snape, whose lips were moving as his piercing gaze bore into Harry. Could it really be him? You can read more advanced chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 43, Is Hogwarts the Lair of Death Eaters? Before Harry could react, he noticed Hermione stealthily sneaking toward the teacher's stand. What was she up to? Harry's distraction caused him to momentarily forget to cast Finite Incantatem on his broomstick, leading to a violent shake that almost threw him off. Phew. The stands erupted in gasps and murmurs of alarm. What is Hermione trying to do? Ron muttered anxiously, peering through a pair of binoculars but failing to locate her. I've no clue, Hagrid replied absent-mindedly, his massive hands clasped in silent prayer for Harry. From above, Harry saw Hermione reach the teacher's stand. Before she could do anything, though, he suddenly felt the force that had been tossing his broom vanish. What was going on? He watched as Hermione lit Snape's robes on fire. You're on fire, shouted someone next to Snape, snapping him out of his trance. Alarmed, Snape quickly stood up, frantically patting down the flames, looking utterly distraught about his singed robes. Harry was perplexed. What was happening here? There was no time to ponder, though, as a golden glimmer flashed before his eyes. The golden snitch. In an instant, Harry leaned forward, dipping his broom into a dive. With one swift motion, his hand shot out, and the snitch was securely in his grasp. He raised his arm high, the small golden ball buzzing faintly in his grip. Harry Potter has caught the golden snitch. Gryffindor earns 150 points. Lee Jordan's voice boomed with unrestrained excitement. Gryffindor wins the match 170-60. Madame Hooch flew over on her broom, blowing her whistle to signal the end of the match. Gryffindor wins. Harry gracefully landed on the field, where his ecstatic teammates quickly surrounded him, cheering loudly. Potter. 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 The Weasley twins, in perfect unison as always, pumped their fists and chanted as if they were copies of each other. Professor McGonagall. Harry shouted excitedly, holding the snitch aloft and beaming at her from the crowd. I caught the golden snitch. Professor McGonagall approached, her expression transitioning from worry to relief as she asked, Potter, are you all right? Was there a problem with your broom? No, Professor, Harry replied, choosing to lie. I think I just lost my grip for a moment, got a little too nervous. My hands were slippery. Oh, I see. Professor McGonagall's face lit up with a smile, and she clasped her hands together like an excited schoolgirl. How wonderful. We won. We won. Oliver Wood shouted, punching the air triumphantly. We finally beat Slytherin. He had every reason to celebrate, since joining Hogwarts, Gryffindor had never beaten Slytherin in Quidditch. After some celebratory moments on the pitch, Harry politely declined the invitation to return to the Gryffindor common room with his teammates. Instead, he was pulled aside by Hermione and Ron, who led him to Hagrid's hut. It was Snape. Hermione declared firmly. Ron and I saw it clearly. He was muttering an incantation while staring at your broom the entire time. Rubbish. Hagrid interjected. His focus had been entirely on Harry during the match, and he hadn't noticed Snape's actions. That's impossible. I even cast a fire charm on Snape's robes, Hermione said. And right after that, Harry's broom stabilized. It's proof that Snape was the one cursing it. Not a chance. Absolutely not. Hagrid barked, frowning deeply. Snape's a professor at Hogwarts. He wouldn't do something like that. Even if you think he might have done it to someone else, it's out of the question when it comes to Harry. Why not? Ron asked in confusion. Don't ask me. I won't say anything, Hagrid muttered, clamming up. The complicated history of the previous generation wasn't something he felt comfortable gossiping about, especially since he'd sworn secrecy to both Dumbledore and Snape. Hermione, Harry interjected before she could press Hagrid further, steering the conversation elsewhere. Yes, Harry. Hermione turned to him. When you climbed the teacher's stand, I saw you, Harry began, speaking quietly. But before you set Snape's robes on fire, my broom had already stopped shaking. Snape was still chanting, but the broom showed no further signs of disturbance. How did you even notice that? Ron asked incredulously. Mate, you're wearing glasses. It's a seeker's instinct, Harry replied casually, offering an irrefutable explanation. Hermione began pacing the room, her brows furrowed as she muttered to herself. If that's the case, then who could it be? Are you sure, Harry? I don't think Snape likes me very much, Harry admitted. But I'm certain he's not the one trying to kill me. He then shifted the topic to a puzzling question. What confuses me most is that Professor Dumbledore was in the stands the whole time. Why didn't he stop my broom from being cursed? Or, he continued thoughtfully, why did the culprit feel bold enough to cast a curse in front of Dumbledore? A sudden thought struck Ron, and he raised a finger. Wait, could it be that Dumbledore himself? Before he could finish, Hermione elbowed him sharply. Ronald. Are you insane? Do you think Hogwarts is a Death Eater's headquarters? She snapped, fuming like a mother lioness defending her cubs. Ron stuck out his tongue sheepishly. I know that's not true. I was just joking to lighten the mood. But the atmosphere turned even more somber. Of course, I don't doubt Dumbledore, Harry said resolutely, his fingers drumming lightly on the table. I'm just questioning why he remained indifferent. You can read more advanced chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 44, Please Call Me Senior. Compared to that, mate, Ron said, it's Saturday today. Snape has you doing detention in his office every Wednesday and Saturday, I don't think you should go. What if he really tries something? Don't worry, it'll be fine, Harry reassured his two concerned friends. That evening, Harry showed up at Snape's office as scheduled. He didn't go alone. Filch escorted him there, practically dragging him by the arm, despite Harry's repeated insistence that he had been invited by Professor Snape. A Gryffindor, invited by the head of Slytherin. Filch nearly laughed his teeth out. What Filch didn't expect, however, was that Harry wasn't lying. In fact, Harry had deliberately let himself be caught, having someone to bicker with on the way made the walk far less boring. Filch, ever the pessimist, found Harry's sharp tongue unbearable. A few sarcastic quips later, Filch was practically spitting fire. If this were decades ago, you'd have been flogged in the dungeons. Filch snarled. Harry shot back without missing a beat, and if this were 100 years ago, you wouldn't even have the right to stand in front of me and speak. Red-faced and seething, Filch had no choice but to angrily drag Harry the rest of the way to Snape's office. Professor, Filch announced, shoving Harry through the door, I caught this Gryffindor student. He dared to lie and say you. He didn't lie, Snape interrupted curtly. Filch looked as though he'd swallowed a fly. He gawked at Harry, then at Snape, utterly speechless. Ignoring them both, Harry began surveying the office. Snape's office, deep in the castle dungeons, was as gloomy as one might expect. Shelves lined the walls, crowded with jars holding slimy, grotesque contents, preserved animal parts, magical creature embryos, and even what appeared to be a floating brain suspended in viscous green fluid. Had your fill, Potter? The greasy, deliberate drawl came from behind him. Yes, Professor, Harry replied evenly. Snape didn't waste words. With a flick of his wand, 2 buckets, one empty, one full, appeared before Harry. Your task today is to extract mucus from these flobberworms, Snape drawled, his voice slow and deliberate. Without magic. Harry glanced at the bucket teeming with wriggling flobberworms. When he looked up again, Snape had already turned his attention to grading essays. Harry noticed Snape's expression twitch slightly as he picked up Marcus Flint's parchment. After a brief pause, Snape scrawled a D across it. Then, as if reconsidering, he scratched out the D and replaced it with a T. T. Harry frowned. Hogwarts' grading scale went from outstanding, O, to dreadful, D. Unable to resist his curiosity, Harry asked, Professor, what does T stand for? Snape didn't respond, continuing to write with his quill, the scratching sound filling the silence. Just as Harry was about to begin squeezing the flobberworms, Snape's oily voice came again. Troll. Harry shrugged. The answer wasn't particularly surprising. Slytherin seemed to have a fondness for the term. Cassandra, 4-1, frequently called Gryffindors trolls. Donning dragon hide gloves, Harry began carefully extracting mucus from the worms, collecting the sticky substance in a small jar. One by one, the deflated flobberworms were discarded into the empty bucket. Flobberworm mucus, used to thicken potions, Snape suddenly said, his voice cutting through the quiet. Harry didn't look up, he didn't want Snape's hair grease dripping onto his face. Your technique is mediocre, Snape commented, though his tone was oddly less icy than usual. After completing the task, Harry was dismissed. Standing outside the office, he let out a breath of relief. He had never doubted Snape's innocence. Tonight's detention only reinforced Harry's belief that Snape had no intention of harming him, at least, not fatally. If Snape were guilty, Harry reasoned, he would either try to earn Harry's trust with kindness or strike directly. So, who could it be? Harry didn't get far before noticing someone standing in the corridor ahead of him. The figure wore robes embroidered with stars and moons, a long white beard flowing to his waist. Looking up, Harry saw Dumbledore, smiling kindly, the half-moon spectacles perched on his nose gleaming in the dim light. Harry. Dumbledore said. Would you mind joining me for a chat in my office? No, you should be calling me Senior, Harry thought idly. Out loud, he said with feigned urgency, Headmaster, it was Professor Snape who gave me detention. Relax, Harry, Dumbledore said softly. Severus explained everything to me. I'm not here to dock points from Gryffindor. After all, there's hardly any left, is there? As he spoke, Dumbledore gave Harry a playful wink. All right then, let's chat, Harry said, shrugging. Dumbledore chuckled lightly and gestured toward the spiral staircase behind him. Harry followed, step by step. His opinion of the headmaster wasn't exactly glowing at the moment. Someone had cast a curse in plain sight during a Quidditch match, and yet the headmaster had. Just wait. If Voracious Time magic succeeds and she comes 100 years into the future. When she finds out you locked up her brother Gellert. Fizzing whiz-bees, Dumbledore's voice interrupted his thoughts. Harry realized they had arrived at the entrance to the headmaster's office. The candy's name must have been the password, as the stone gargoyle moved aside, revealing a spiral staircase. Come in, Harry, Dumbledore said, stepping inside. Harry followed him through the gleaming oak door into the office. The headmaster's office was a spacious, circular room, alive with the hum of soft, tinkling sounds. Tall-legged tables were covered with various silver instruments, each emitting mysterious vapors, as though whispering ancient secrets. The walls, as they always had, were lined with portraits of former headmasters. Each snoozed peacefully within their frames, soft snores filling the air. Harry's gaze lingered on one portrait. Even Phineas Nigellus Black, the least popular headmaster in Hogwarts history, had earned a place on these walls. If Phineas recognized him, Harry thought nervously, it could mean trouble. You can read more advanced chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 45, Good Headmaster. Harry sat uneasily in the chair across from the desk, his gaze darting around the room. Dumbledore smiled kindly, interpreting the boy's discomfort as a natural reaction to their first one-on-one meeting. Oh, Harry, relax, Dumbledore said warmly. I was once a Gryffindor student too. You might even call me your senior. Harry glanced up briefly before lowering his gaze again. He didn't respond, unsure of the potential consequences of disagreeing with the headmaster. Most of what he knew about Dumbledore came from Hagrid's tales, and without first-hand experience, he couldn't gauge the man's true demeanor. Lemonade. Dumbledore offered, reaching for a pitcher. Yes, please. With ice, Harry replied, masking his unease with politeness. A moment later, a glass of chilled lemonade materialized before him. Harry picked it up, took a sip, and immediately grimaced. Ugh, he exclaimed. Why is it so sweet? He strongly suspected that sugar was free at Hogwarts, judging by the syrupy concoction masquerading as lemonade. Dumbledore chuckled, unperturbed. It seems you're not a fan. What a shame. Reaching into a jar on the desk, he extracted a cockroach candy and popped it into his mouth. Harry's stomach churned at the sight. If he hadn't known it was a magical treat, he might have lost his appetite entirely. Some of us are trying to sleep, you know, an irritable voice echoed from the wall. For Merlin's sake, Albus. Even during my tenure as headmaster, I never summoned students for late-night meetings. Not once. The voice belonged to Phineas Nigellus Black, whose portrait hung prominently among the other former headmasters. Harry immediately recognized the sharp tone and condescending air. Don't look at me, don't look at me, Harry silently prayed, hoping to avoid drawing Black's attention. Fate, however, had other plans. After admonishing Dumbledore, Black's gaze shifted to Harry. He squinted, as if trying to place him, before his expression changed to one of realization. Aha. I knew it. Let me think, Gryffindors. Dreading Black's usual tirade about house superiority and bloodlines, Dumbledore intervened swiftly. Dillies, might I ask for your assistance? With pleasure, Albus. Dillies Derwent curtsied with a playful gleam in her eyes. She rallied a small contingent of headmasters from their frames and led them into Phineas' portrait. What are you doing? Black demanded, his voice laced with alarm. The headmasters didn't answer. They advanced in unison, knocked him off his feet, and secured him to a chair, even gagging him for good measure. After a brief struggle, Phineas went still, his expression darkening. His mind raced as he processed the situation. So, the Gryffindor boy hadn't perished alongside Ragnarok but had somehow reappeared a century later. Time travel. And his age, had it even reversed during the journey? So what? Even if reduced to ashes, I'd recognize him. But Phineas' indignation burned hotter. You tied me up. Even if you beg, I won't tell you the truth. Never. Phineas is always like this, Dumbledore explained to Harry with a sheepish smile. He's actually a good headmaster. Harry ventured, though the words felt strange as they left his mouth. Phineas Nigellus Black. A good headmaster. By Merlin's longest bunny ears. Dumbledore's expression twisted into something complex. For a moment, he opened his mouth to respond but thought better of it. Memories of enduring Phineas' strict and often arbitrary rules as a student resurfaced, unbidden. The other portraits fell silent before breaking into uncontrollable laughter. Oh, child, Dillies gasped, dabbing her eyes. If you'd been a student during Phineas' tenure, you'd understand just how hilarious that statement is. Harry shrugged, unfazed. He had visited the headmaster's office before, albeit under Polyjuice Potion, impersonating someone else. Besides, the other headmasters had never interacted with him directly, so their lack of recognition wasn't surprising. To be fair, Eupraxia Mole chimed in, Phineas' efforts to unite the houses were unparalleled. Not even the founders themselves could have done better. Phineas thrashed furiously in his chair, the wooden frame creaking under the strain. Portraits truly are fascinating, aren't they? Dumbledore mused, raising his lemonade in a toast to the animated frames. Harry decided it was time to steer the conversation toward more pressing matters. He was young and valued his sleep, after all. Well, Headmaster, Harry began, I wanted to talk about what happened on the Quidditch pitch today. Go ahead, Dumbledore replied, dropping another cockroach candy into his glass. Its antennae jutted out, twitching eerily in the liquid. Harry took a deep breath. I believe someone cursed my broomstick. It went out of control, and a classmate warned me it might have been a jinx. It must have been Hermione, Dumbledore chuckled. At her age, few witches match her brilliance. Which brings me to my question, Harry interrupted. Why would someone dare curse my broomstick in front of you? And more importantly, why didn't you do anything about it? Someone was already doing their best to save you, weren't they? Dumbledore replied, stroking his beard thoughtfully. As he disentangled a stray cockroach candy from his beard, he glanced up to find Harry studying his glass with the same apprehension. Are you afraid of me? Dumbledore asked, raising an eyebrow. His tone suggested he wouldn't be surprised if the answer was yes. No, sir, Harry replied. I was just thinking about a spell I read in a book. A spell? Yes, Harry said carefully. One that claims you can read someone's thoughts just by gazing into their eyes. You can read more advanced chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 46, Expelliarmus. When Harry gave his answer, Dumbledore smiled, relief spreading across his face. Legilimency. The incantation is Legilimens, he said, placing the cockroach cluster candy back into its jar. But you don't need to worry. I don't use this spell on young wizards, Dumbledore added with a wise smile that suited his age. I've lived long enough, Harry. For a man over 100 years old, whatever a child of 11 is thinking is usually written all over their face. That's true, Harry replied with a small smile, setting his cup back on the table, though he kept his head lowered. Noticing Harry's lingering unease, Dumbledore spoke again. All right then, it's getting late. I won't keep you here chatting any longer, head back and get a good night's sleep, Harry. Put today's troubles behind you. Yes, headmaster, Harry replied politely. Dumbledore blinked, his half-moon glasses glinting. I prefer being called Professor over headmaster, he remarked. All right, Professor, Harry agreed readily. After Harry left, Dumbledore sat quietly in his chair for a long time, lost in thought. The boy, Harry, had just reminded him of an old acquaintance. A former Hufflepuff student, none other than Newt Scamander, the famed Magi-zoologist. Dumbledore didn't suspect Harry of being the same person from a century ago. After all, time travel was known to occur occasionally, but crossing 100 years. That was unheard of. Besides, this Harry was not only an 11-year-old first year but also a child whose birth Dumbledore had personally witnessed and whom he had entrusted to the Dursleys. The Harry Potter from a century ago, who had perished alongside Ranrock, had been a 6th-year student. Unless Dumbledore had truly gone mad, such a far-fetched suspicion would never cross his mind. The magic of love is truly extraordinary, isn't it? Dumbledore mused, seemingly to himself, though perhaps he was speaking to Fawkes. Fawkes tilted his head and chirped twice in response. The next morning, right after breakfast, Harry dragged Ron and Hermione to the 7th floor of the castle. It was Sunday, with no classes scheduled. Ron had planned to play wizard's chess with someone but found himself here instead. He pointed to the portrait of Barnabas the Barmy being bludgeoned by trolls and said, "Look at that, what a hilarious painting." Barnabas the Barmy's troll experiment, Hermione explained, giving Ron a brief background on the painting. How do you know everything? Ron asked, a little disheartened. I feel like you should have been born into a wizarding family. Read more books, it'll do you good, Hermione replied, tapping her temple with a finger. While the two bickered, Harry had already prepared the room of requirement. A large door appeared out of nowhere on the wall opposite the painting, startling Ron and Hermione. This is where we'll practice dueling, Harry said, introducing the room to his friends. From now on, it'll be our secret base. Really, a secret base? Ron's interest piqued. Brilliant. I bet Fred and George have Northwest clue about this place. And why's that? Hermione asked, puzzled. Because if they knew, I'd know, Ron replied with a shrug. The trio pushed the door open and stepped inside, greeted by a professional training area for spell practice. The walls were mirrored, thick cushions were casually piled in the corners, and at the far end of the room stood a row of dummies holding wands. Cool. Ron exclaimed, pulling out his wand. It's a shame this has to stay a secret. If Fred and George saw this, they'd die of envy. So, which spell are we practicing? Hermione asked. Spells Professor Quirrell won't teach us, Harry said succinctly. For example, the most basic dueling spell, the disarming charm. He walked to the center of the room and summoned a dummy holding a wand. Watch closely, like this. Expelliarmus. A flash of red light shot from Harry's wand, striking the dummy's hand. The wand spun through the air, and Harry deftly caught it. This is the simple disarming charm, Harry explained, placing the wand back in the dummy's hand. That's the disarming charm. Ron scratched his head. Doesn't seem very cool, definitely not as flashy as I imagined. The most powerful spells are often the simplest, Harry explained. Spellcasting is infinitely versatile, just like the levitation charm you've used before. Harry demonstrated, pointing his wand at a nearby chair. Wingardium Leviosa. The chair floated into the air. Now watch this. Harry set the chair down gently, then used the disarming charm to knock the dummy's wand away again. This time, he followed up with the levitation charm to accelerate the wand's flight, sending it hurtling into the dummy's eye socket. That's barbaric. Hermione frowned. Barbaric. Harry thought to himself. It was clear these children had grown up in peaceful times. Back in his day, students feared their spells weren't barbaric enough to effectively harm dark wizards. Dark wizards won't bother with civility, Hermione, Harry said. You need to understand, they're vicious and ruthless. Take the Death Eaters who tortured Neville's parents, for example. Do you think they care about being civil or barbaric in a duel? No, at that moment, you'd only worry whether your spells were strong enough. Harry's right, Ron added. Dark wizards are the most cunning and merciless people you'll ever meet. Sorry, Harry, Hermione said, nodding in agreement. Here's how it's done, Harry said, patting Ron's shoulder and demonstrating in slow motion. Swing your wand like this, horizontal, then vertical. Expelliarmus. Expelliarmus. Ron mimicked Harry, pointing his wand at the dummy in the middle of the room. Nothing happened. The atmosphere grew awkward. It wasn't just Ron, Hermione also failed to produce any results. Harry patiently corrected their movements. Half an hour later, Hermione successfully cast the disarming charm, followed shortly by a determined Ron. While Ron and Hermione practiced, Harry found himself deep in thought. There was no doubt that the disarming charm had been his specialty back in the day. Veretia had even suggested he refine the spell further. Her idea was to mark a target with other magic, allowing the disarming charm to chain between multiple enemies. In simple terms, it meant a single disarming charm could disarm multiple opponents at once. In theory, when several enemies were close together, one disarming charm could disarm them simultaneously. But Voracious' vision was to extend this capability to distant or even extreme distances, allowing one spell to disarm multiple foes at once. You can read more advanced chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 47, I've seen him before. Creating a magical mark was no easy task. Harry had spent half a day experimenting in the room of requirement without success. Meanwhile, Hermione and Ron were enthusiastically dueling with Expelliarmus spells, taking turns to pummel the training dummy, their delight plainly visible. But Harry couldn't ignore a growing concern. Ron's talent wasn't bad, but his mismatched wand made learning spells twice as hard and half as effective. Harry recalled Ollivander's words about wands choosing their wizards, but he had always felt it went both ways. Surely, it was just as much about the wizard choosing the wand, wasn't it? It was time to figure out a way for Ron to get a new wand, Harry decided. Considering the Weasleys' financial situation, if they could have afforded one, they wouldn't have handed Ron Charlie's old wand in the first place. Maybe he could gift Ron a wand. But the thought of directly giving it to him made Harry hesitate. He didn't want to hurt Ron's pride. He'd have to find a better way. When they finally left the room of requirement, Ron and Hermione seemed reluctant to end their practice session. Kids, after all, were naturally drawn to new and exciting things, and to the thrill of destruction. Hermione and Ron were no exceptions. Who wouldn't be fascinated by the freedom and exhilaration of casting spells at will? Excellent. Well done. 5 points to Gryffindor. During Charms class, Professor Flitwick clapped his hands in delight, praising Ron's spell work. Ron had been the first in class to levitate something heavier than a feather using the Wingardium Leviosa spell. The proof hovered briefly before Flitwick in the form of a desk, which promptly crashed back down after a few seconds. Still, Flitwick was thrilled and generous with his encouragement. Harry. I did it. Ron exclaimed excitedly, shaking Harry's arm. Hermione clapped politely but couldn't help shaking her head at Ron's enthusiasm. She had mastered this level long ago. She'd held back deliberately in class at Harry's private request, allowing Ron a moment to shine without stealing all the house points for herself. To their classmates, it simply looked like Ron was celebrating with friends. No one suspected his sudden improvement in charms was thanks to Harry's careful guidance. The trio often visited Hagrid in his hut on Friday afternoons. As usual, Harry didn't hesitate to accept a rock cake under the disapproving stares of his friends. Just soak it in tea before eating, Harry advised. I tried it last time when I had a toothache, it worked surprisingly well. Hagrid, could you break them into smaller pieces for us? Of course, Harry, Hagrid said cheerfully, taking the rock cakes and breaking them into manageable chunks. Fully aware that human teeth were no match for his baking, Hagrid smiled as he poured them each a cup of honey water. Phew. Harry took a sip and said to Hagrid with mock relief, you know, Hagrid, this is lemonade. What I had in the headmaster's office the other day. That was more like lemon syrup. You were in Dumbledore's office? Hagrid asked, stroking his beard. Dumbledore's a good man, isn't he? Loves sweets, everyone knows that. Professor McGonagall keeps trying to hide his candy, but it never works. Most of Snape's tooth-strengthening potions end up going to him. Hagrid leaned in conspiratorially, motioning for the trio to do the same. Speaking of Snape, he whispered, he suggested the tooth potion expenses go on the school board's budget. But Dumbledore refused. Hermione frowned. Hagrid, don't you realize Snape was being sarcastic? Hagrid blinked in surprise. Oh. He was. Yes, the trio said in unison. Oh. Hagrid scratched his head and chuckled. I was wondering why he'd say something like that. By the way, Hagrid, Harry interjected, since you mentioned Snape. I saw him after Halloween, and his leg looked injured. Filch was treating him, and I overheard something about a three-headed animal biting him. You're the expert on magical creatures, any idea what it might be? Oh, I wouldn't call myself an expert, Hagrid said modestly, scratching his head again. But maybe it was Fluffy. Fluffy, the trio asked in unison. Yeah, Fluffy's a three-headed dog I got off a Greek bloke. Bit of an odd one, falls asleep the moment it hears music. Dumbledore borrowed it to guard something on the 4th floor. I'm not sure it's enough to protect N. Oh, I shouldn't have said that. Hagrid clamped a hand over his mouth, realizing he'd let something slip. Nicholas Flamel? Hermione asked immediately. The trio exchanged glances. Harry leaned back in his chair, suddenly calm. Who's Nicholas Flamel? Hermione pressed. Oh no, lass, that's Dumbledore's business, Hagrid said, quickly standing up to usher them out. I've already said too much. You've got classes tomorrow, it's getting late, so off you go. With no choice, the trio left Hagrid's hut. Nicholas Flamel. Ron muttered as they walked. Why does that name sound so familiar? I feel like I've heard it somewhere before. Me too, Hermione said, frowning. But I can't remember where. Harry, any ideas? Ron turned to him. You actually saw it today, Harry replied, pulling a chocolate frog card from inside his robes. Here, I've still got it on me. Ron took the card and read aloud. Albus Dumbledore, current headmaster of Hogwarts, widely regarded as the greatest wizard of our time. His notable achievements include defeating the dark wizard Grindelwald in 1945, discovering the 12 uses of dragon's blood, and his work in alchemy with his partner, Nicholas Flamel. Oh, right. I saw his name on this card before. What does he do? It says it right there, Nicholas Flamel is an alchemist, Hermione explained. I read about him in a book, Harry said smoothly, not missing a beat. Nicholas Flamel is over 600 years old. He's lived since the 14th century and is said to own the Philosopher's Stone, a magical object with incredible powers. It can turn any metal into gold and grant immortality. Hermione and Ron exchanged a shocked look, gasping audibly. Ron was astonished by the stone's miraculous abilities. Hermione, however, was amazed by Harry's impressive knowledge. You know so much, Harry, she said admiringly. Harry simply smiled modestly. Internally, he thought, if only you knew, I've met Nicholas Flamel myself. You can read more advanced chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 48, College War. Nicholas Flamel, Harry had met this renowned alchemist during Christmas in his 5th year when he visited Nurmengard Castle. The Grindelwalds and the Flamels were friends, which is why Veretia had taken him to visit the Flamels that Christmas. Harry had a deep impression of them. After all, there weren't many people as fragile and brittle as Nicholas Flamel, who looked almost like a gingerbread cookie. Just as Harry was lost in his memories, Hermione suddenly stomped her foot. I've got it. What do you know? Ron asked. Snape is trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Hermione whispered urgently. That's why he got bitten by Fluffy. Maybe he even let the troll in to cause a distraction. While everyone's attention was elsewhere, he tried sneaking past Fluffy to get to the stone and ended up getting bitten. Harry followed Hermione's train of thought and realized that, surprisingly, it did seem plausible. But why would he do that? Ron asked, puzzled. Isn't he the potions master? Would he even need something like that? Precisely because he's a potions master, he would want the stone. Hermione said firmly. I've never seen a recipe for the elixir of life in any potions textbook. Trust me, a scientist with such an obsession wouldn't be able to resist such a temptation. But Snape's a potions professor, not a scientist, Ron argued. Snape said on the first day of class that potions are a subtle science, Hermione shot back. Ron thought for a moment and recalled that Snape had indeed said something like that. Well, I guess it's possible, he admitted. What do you think, Harry? Hermione asked. Harry frowned, not answering Hermione directly. Instead, he said, that brings up the question, where exactly is Fluffy guarding the stone? Where? Ron asked, surprised. Don't tell me you're planning to help guard the stone. Of course, Harry intended to help. After all, he still hoped to have a chat with Mr. Flamel to see if he could borrow the stone himself. Since learning about the Philosopher's Stone, Harry's priorities had shifted. Perhaps the focus didn't need to be on the headmaster after all. This stone belonged to Mr. Flamel, and Mr. Flamel was a friend of old Grindelwald. Mr. Flamel, surely you wouldn't want your old friend's daughter to. Of course I'll help. I'm a Hogwarts student, aren't I? Harry said righteously. For kids Ron's age, this was precisely the time to imagine themselves as superheroes. Hearing Harry's resolve, Ron grinned in agreement. Cool. Count me in. After a pause, he added, and we'll definitely need to bring Hermione. We can't do this without her. I'm in, Hermione sighed, rolling her eyes. To keep you two from getting yourselves killed. As December arrived, the weather grew colder. The first snow of 1991 finally fell on the second day of December. These days, the trio spent all their time outside of class either practicing spells in the room of requirement or gathering together to figure out where Fluffy might be located. Harry didn't have much of a clue. Even after living in the castle for 6 years, he couldn't guarantee he knew all of its secrets. Even after 6 years at Hogwarts, Harry couldn't claim to know all the castle's secrets. The Chamber of Maps, for example, had been shown to him by Veretia. That incident had further soured Cassandra's mood, not that she was ever particularly cheerful. While walking through the halls, Harry was cheerfully discussing dinner options with Ron and Seamus when a shout from behind caught their attention. You owe her an apology, Parkinson. It was Hermione. Harry and the others stopped and turned to see Hermione standing like an angry lioness, blocking Slytherin's Pansy Parkinson. Not far away, Lavender Brown was frantically picking up her scattered books. Why should I? Pansy asked coldly. You knocked Lavender over. You owe her an apology. Hermione snapped. Forget it, Hermione, it's fine, Lavender whispered, tugging at Hermione's sleeve in an attempt to avoid further conflict. She did it on purpose. Hermione hissed. Just because you pointed out her mistake in class. Let it go, Lavender said softly. A crowd quickly gathered, curious to see what was going on. Pansy curled her lips disdainfully and patted the blonde girl beside her. Let's go, Daphne. Stop right there. Hermione shouted. Pansy's expression turned icy. And what do you want? Mudblood. Pansy. Daphne Greengrass whispered cautiously. You shouldn't use that word. Umph. Pansy sneered. Filthy mudbloods like her don't deserve to be in the same school as me. Hermione pulled out her wand. Oh, you want to duel me? Pansy taunted, smirking. Don't think scoring a few points in class makes you my equal. You'll soon learn the difference between you and a pureblood wizard, Mudblood. She pulled out her wand as well. Expelliarmus. Hermione shouted. Pansy's wand spun through the air, landing in Hermione's hand. Scour Jiffy. Hermione followed up with another spell. Pansy collapsed to the ground, choking as pink bubbles poured uncontrollably from her mouth. She tried to curse but could only gag as bubbles spilled out. Your mouth is filthy, Parkinson, Hermione said coldly. Consider this a lesson. Hermione. Ron suddenly shouted. Hermione ducked just in time to avoid Daphne's spell, retaliating swiftly to disarm her as well. Anyone else? Hermione raised her chin defiantly. Marcus Flint stepped forward with a malicious grin, flanked by several older students. The dynamic shifted. When older boys got involved, the situation became far more serious. Harry and Ron stepped in front of Hermione, wands drawn. Neville and Seamus did the same. Though their hands shook, they stood firmly, ready to defend their friends. Potter. Marcus snarled, aiming a wand at Harry and firing an orange-red spell. He had been waiting for this. His real target wasn't Hermione, it was Harry. Marcus had been stewing over the grudge from the last Quidditch match, where Harry had collided with him. Now, freshly released from the hospital wing, he'd been plotting his revenge. Of course, a senior student picking a fight with younger students would look bad. But this? Protecting younger housemates and accidentally hitting the boy who lived in the process. That sounded much better. Just imagine, Marcus thought with glee, the boy who lived covered in boils after my spell. You can read more advanced chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 49, I mean, all of you here are trash. Flint never expected that Harry was just as eager to teach this group of Slytherins a lesson. Arrogant, self-important, and smug. Ha! You lot think you're worthy. You're a disgrace to the Slytherins of 100 years ago. With quick reflexes, Harry used his wand to deflect the curse, swiftly following up with an Expelliarmus. It was a subtle technique, while it appeared as if Harry merely used his wand to parry, it was actually a protego. Nonverbal spellcasting. The onlookers were stunned. No one had anticipated that Harry would be capable of such an advanced skill, something typically reserved for adult wizards. What are you standing around for? Flint roared. Even without a wand, he still had his proud, strong physique. After all, the Potter kid was just a scrawny little first year, if Flint could just get close enough, everything would be fine. But he had barely taken 2 steps when his body suddenly floated into the air, completely out of his control. Expelliarmus. Ron's wand shot out a beam of light, successfully disarming the upperclassman who had his wand pointed at Harry from behind. The wand spun through the air and landed in Ron's hand. Behind him, Seamus and Neville let out cheers of excitement. Merlin's beard, Ron. How did you do that? Neville whispered urgently, a mix of awe and envy in his voice. Harry taught me, Ron said smugly. Ronald. Hermione hissed sharply. Can you focus on the fight, for heaven's sake? We're still under attack. Ron jolted back to his senses, scrambling to dodge a curse fired by one of the older students. He was just a first year, he hadn't even learned the Protego spell yet. Not that it was entirely his fault. In truth, in the current British wizarding world, many adult wizards, Aurors included, couldn't properly cast Protego. It was laughable, almost as ridiculous as a US police officer showing up without a gun. Unfortunately, Neville wasn't so lucky. A curse hit him squarely, his body stiffening as he collapsed to the floor with a loud thud. Oh, poor Neville, Ron muttered nervously, retaliating with another disarming spell and knocking yet another wand into his own hand. Never mind that their opponents were 5th years, honestly, their magical skill was abysmal. The trio hadn't even practiced combat coordination before, yet with Harry's experience on their side, dealing with these 5th years was a walk in the park. Within minutes, the 5th years had all been soundly defeated. Harry's emotions were complicated. He wasn't happy about this outcome. Seriously, what had happened to Hogwarts? 5th years who couldn't even cast a proper Protego, let alone stand up to a bunch of 1st years. Were 5th years always this pathetic? Harry thought back to his own 5th year. Back then, he'd been able to take on 3 Ashwinders single-handedly and come out on top. Compared to these 5th years, he was leagues ahead. Finite. Harry cast a counterspell on Neville, helping him back to his feet. Neville groaned, rubbing the sore spot on his head where it had hit the floor. Ron, why didn't you warn me? Mate, it all happened so fast, Ron said apologetically. I didn't think the curse would hit you. Potter. Put us down. Flint's voice rang out angrily. Oh, my apologies, Harry said breezily, I didn't realize Slytherins were so fragile. 7 fifth-year Slytherins had come forward to defend Pansy. Now, 2 of them were floating helplessly in the air, and 5 were lying flat on the ground. Apologize to Hermione, Harry demanded. Over my dead body. Flint snarled from midair. I'll never apologize to that filthy little mudblood. Harry's expression went cold. With a flick of his wand, Flint came crashing to the ground with a thud. I said, apologize. Harry's wand moved again, and Flint cried out in shock as his knees buckled, forcing him into a kneeling position. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree, Harry said dryly, shaking his head. From your behavior, it's easy to tell what kind of family raised you. How dare you insult the Flint family? You'll pay for that, Potter. Flint spat, his face contorted in rage. Oh, does that bother you? Harry leaned closer, his voice low and full of scorn. Funny how you didn't consider the consequences when you insulted others. Let's face it, it takes a trash wizard family to raise a trash wizard like you. Stop it. A clear, authoritative voice cut through the crowd, silencing Harry mid-sentence. The onlookers parted to make way for the Slytherin prefect, Gemma Farley, who approached with a stack of books in her arms. What is going on here? Prefect Farley demanded sharply, scanning the scene. Miss Farley, it's like this. Several Slytherin students hurried forward, eager to tell their version of the story, heavily embellished in their favor. Flint, Bowl, Derek. Farley's voice rang with anger. You're telling me that you 50ers were defeated by 3 first-years from Gryffindor. Look at you, Flint. You've brought shame to your family, she snapped. Miss Farley, Potter insulted my family. Silence. Farley cut him off coldly. You brought this on yourself. Who do you think you are, using that word? Slytherin will lose 10 points because of your outburst. And you, Miss Parkinson, she added, will also lose 10 points. Prefects had the authority to deduct points from students as punishment for breaking rules. The Slytherins were stunned. None of them had expected their own prefect to dock points from Slytherin. Whose side was she on, anyway? But Gemma knew she had no choice. If it had just been a scuffle among younger students, that was one thing. But 5th-years bullying first-years? If the professors found out, it would take far more than 20 points to smooth things over. Not to mention, Marcus Flint and Pansy Parkinson had openly used the word mudblood to insult a Gryffindor student. That was a serious offense. You are a fair prefect, Harry said politely, giving Farley a small, formal bow. If there's nothing else, we'll be on our way. Hold it right there, Mr. Potter. Harry raised an eyebrow. Is there something else? Farley stepped forward, her black hair swaying gently in the breeze. I challenge you to a wizard's duel, she said firmly. You can read more advanced chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 50, Wizard Duel. Wizard's Duel. At Gemma Farley's words, the gathered students erupted into an uproar. A 5th-year student publicly challenging a first-year newcomer to a duel in front of everyone. Was this a distortion of humanity or a collapse of morality? Harry raised his head, meeting Gemma's sea-blue eyes. Miss Farley, are you challenging me to a wizard's duel? Yes, Mr. Potter. Gemma's expression was serious, though she didn't draw her wand. You may choose the time and place. No assistance. A one-on-one duel. As a Slytherin prefect, she knew such a challenge was hardly reasonable. Yet, she felt compelled to step forward. Otherwise, how could she maintain order and uphold her leadership in the house? Why? Harry asked. It wasn't sentimentality. Even a century ago, there had been no shortage of stunning women among dark wizards. He'd hurled curses at their beautiful faces without a second thought. He was simply curious. You've already defeated 7 5th-year students, proving your abilities far exceed those of an ordinary first-year, Gemma explained. If you win, I promise no Slytherin will trouble you again. If you lose, you owe Slytherin House an apology. I don't care about trouble, Harry replied nonchalantly. If I win, I want Parkinson and Flint to apologize to Hermione. As for bothering me, I doubt Slytherins could even manage to be a nuisance. Harry truly couldn't stand anyone with the surname Flint. A century ago at Hogwarts, Muggle-born discrimination was not uncommon. The first time Harry encountered the slur mudblood, it had come from a boy named Derek Flint. That same Flint had deliberately knocked over Harry's dinner plate in the Great Hall. Gareth had stood up for him and suffered ruthless retaliation as a result. But after that incident, Derek Flint never dared cross Harry again. Gareth suspected it was because Derek's father, Mr. Flint, had been severely warned by the Board of Governors. Despite Gareth's repeated claims that his aunt, Professor Weasley, wasn't on the board and that even the headmaster couldn't dictate their actions, Harry always suspected the deputy headmistress had intervened on his behalf. Why doesn't the board do something about Cassandra Malfoy? Harry had wondered as a first year back then. Malfoy constantly mocked him for being lazy, arrogant, and unmotivated. She even tried to recruit him as her follower, a proposition Harry found particularly repulsive. Gemma furrowed her brows slightly. She didn't actually want to clash with Harry. The duel challenge stemmed purely from his disrespectful remarks about Slytherin. If she were just another Slytherin student, she might have let it slide. But as a prefect, her role demanded both honor and responsibility. "Draw your wand, Miss Farley," Harry said. He withdrew his own wand and gestured for his friends to step back to avoid any stray spells. "Harry." Ron looked concerned. Farley's name was one Percy frequently mentioned, always with high praise as one of Slytherin's finest students. Percy admired her not just for her stellar grades but for her not-so-typical Slytherin personality. "Don't worry, Ron," Harry reassured him with a grin. "Take care of Neville. He hit his head earlier, so he's probably not feeling great. I've got this." Ron wanted to protest but was promptly dragged aside by Hermione, who firmly clutched his sleeve. "I'll be the referee." Draco suddenly appeared, eyeing Harry with a mischievous grin. The crowd quickly formed a circle around the duelists. Gemma stood at the center and hesitated for a moment. "Mr. Potter, don't you need a moment to rest?" "Thank you, but no." Harry gave her a graceful bow. "Miss Farley, surely you don't need me to remind you of the basic etiquette of a duel." Gemma raised her wand horizontally across her chest, returning the bow with an impeccable dueling salute. 3. Draco raised his hand high. Expelliarmus. Both cast disarming charms simultaneously, their spells colliding in a burst of orange-red sparks. Gemma flicked her wrist, animating the statue behind her. It came to life, striding menacingly toward Harry. In response, Harry waved his wand, summoning 2 suits of armor from the doorway. Armed with long spears, they charged at the animated statue. Unnoticed by many, a vine crept toward Harry's feet. Without looking, he incinerated it with a burst of flame, then used one of the animated suits of armor to shield himself from Gemma's curse before countering with a stupefy. The duel was mesmerizing. For most of the first years, this was their first time witnessing such an intense wizard's duel. They watched with bated breath, utterly transfixed. When Gemma dodged one of Harry's spells, another streak of red magic shot toward her, an anticipated movement. Protego, she parried with a shield charm. But Harry's follow-up spell was immediate. The shield charm's energy dissipated, leaving her defenseless as the spell struck her. Incarcerus. Thick ropes materialized, binding Gemma tightly and sending her tumbling onto the snow-covered ground. Her normally loose and comfortable Hogwarts robes now clung to her, accentuating her figure as the ropes tightened. Without her magic to sustain it, the animated statue crumbled. The 2 suits of armor crossed their spears at her neck, poised to strike should she resist. "You've lost, Miss Farley," Harry declared with an air of elegance. He considered himself a gentleman, treating women as equals, deserving of his full effort in a duel. "I admit defeat," Gemma conceded decisively. Harry flicked his wand. The armor returned to its original positions, and the ropes binding Gemma vanished. Somewhere in the crowd, a disappointed sigh could be heard, likely mourning the rope's disappearance. "Now then, it's time to fulfill your promise, Miss Farley," Harry said, extending a hand to her. You can read more advanced chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 51, You Won't Be So Lucky Next Time, Potter. Gemma grabbed Harry's hand and used it to steady herself as she stood up. "Do you really think they'll listen to you?" Harry asked, slipping his hands into his pockets. His tone was casual, but there was a hint of curiosity. "I mean, you just lost to a first year. Won't that hurt your reputation in your house?" Gemma smiled faintly, her composure unshaken. "If it's to the great savior himself, no. After all, you defeated the Dark Lord," she replied smoothly. With that, she turned her head, her voice commanding as she called out, "All right, Parkinson, Flint, go apologize to Miss Granger." Pansy and Marcus exchanged uneasy glances, their expressions pleading for leniency. But Gemma's gaze was firm, leaving no room for argument. To Harry's surprise, the 2 Slytherins, under Gemma's orders, obediently walked over to Hermione. They bowed slightly and offered their apologies, their voices carrying a sincerity that seemed out of character. Harry couldn't help but feel a twinge of doubt. Were these truly the same people who had been so defiant moments ago? Draco Malfoy stood in the background, his face briefly betraying a flicker of disappointment. "Not all Slytherins are hopeless," Harry murmured to Gemma. "At least there's someone like you, a worthy opponent, Miss Farley." "Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Potter," Gemma replied with a graceful curtsy. The duel was over, and with the agreement fulfilled, the crowd began to disperse. The students, still buzzing with excitement, chattered about the unexpected turn of events. The sight of Slytherins bowing and admitting fault left many in disbelief. Some whispered theories of a hidden agenda, a cunning scheme orchestrated by Gemma Farley to exact revenge later. After all, Slytherins admitting defeat. That was unheard of. On the way back to the Gryffindor common room, Ron muttered, they're definitely up to something. That's just how Slytherins are. Still, this Farley girl, if Percy praises her, she must be something. Honestly, she doesn't seem like a typical Slytherin. No, Harry thought, this is what a true Slytherin looks like. Slytherins of the past, the ones from a century ago, had been different. Ruthless, yes, and unyielding, but they confronted their opponents directly. They didn't rely on cheap tricks or schemes to win. But today's Slytherins? Many were the children of Death Eaters. What could you expect from students raised in such households? Miss Farley is indeed a respectable prefect, Hermione said thoughtfully. But won't her actions provoke backlash from the other Slytherins? Not a chance, Ron said with certainty. Farley isn't just a prefect. She's the top student in her year, beat out the older ones to earn her spot. Hermione looked wistful. I hope I can be as strong as her someday. Not as strong as Harry. Ron teased, grinning mischievously. Oh, honestly, Ronald. Hermione rolled her eyes. I'm not even aiming to match him. Someone like Gemma, with her spellcasting prowess, seemed like an attainable goal. But Harry's level. It felt so far out of reach, it was almost suffocating. Even Hermione, brilliant as she was, felt the gulf between their abilities. I'm just average, Harry said modestly. By the time you're in 5th year, you'll probably have caught up to me. Everyone laughed, but as the laughter subsided, Neville spoke up timidly. Harry, I heard you've been helping Ron and Hermione with spells. Do you think you could, maybe help me and Seamus too? He hesitated before adding softly, I know I'm not very good, but I really want to learn. A warm hand rested on his shoulder. Why not? Harry said with an encouraging smile. We're all classmates. Helping each other is what we're supposed to do, learning from one another's strengths. Exactly, Hermione chimed in. Look, I'm good at subjects that require memorization, like history of magic. Harry is amazing at spell work. And Ron, well, Ron is very funny. Hey. Ron protested, indignant. What do you mean, just funny? I work hard too, you know. Sure, Hermione said, giving him a pointed look. Except when practicing spells, you always stop at good enough. And in real battles, you're always just short. Didn't you notice? It took you 2 tries to disarm that big guy next to Flint. Ron pouted but didn't argue. He knew Hermione was right. If she hadn't pulled him out of the way of a spell during the duel, he might have been hit. Watching their banter, Harry's mind drifted to memories of Cassandra. During his first 2 years at Hogwarts, he'd been carefree, playing wizard chess with Gareth, sneaking snacks from Professor Howen, and petting magical creatures with Poppy. Spell work had been a secondary concern, something he only practiced enough to get by. Then Cassandra had dragged him into the dueling club. She humiliated him relentlessly, disarming him, suspending him in midair, or forcing him to dance uncontrollably during every duel. I was this close to beating you. Harry would shout indignantly, dangling upside down. Cassandra would poke his cheek with her wand, smiling warmly, at least 37 degrees warm, while delivering words as cold as -37 degrees. You always settle for good enough, Potter. And when the time comes, you'll always fall just short. When will you grow up? At the time, he'd hated her for it. But during their first encounter with poachers in the Forbidden Forest, her training had saved his life. Next time, we won't be so lucky, Potter, she'd snapped after deflecting a spell meant for him. Her tone was sharp, but her movements calm as she cast a quick healing charm on her arm. Harry. Harry. Hermione's voice pulled him back to the present. She waved a hand in front of his face. Huh. Harry blinked. You seem distracted. Is something bothering you? Hermione asked, concerned. Oh, it's nothing, Harry said with a smile. Then he turned to Neville and Seamus. I hope you two won't give up after just a few days of practice, complaining about how hard it is. We won't. Neville and Seamus said in unison. All right, let's vote, Harry announced. I propose we welcome 2 new members to our dueling club. I'm in favor. So am I, Hermione said, raising her hand. Count me in too, Ron added. 3-0. Harry extended his hand. Welcome aboard, Neville and Seamus. You can read more advanced chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 52, How to Attack the Professor. As Christmas approached, the weather in the Scottish Highlands grew colder by the day. More and more students chose the warmth of the castle over the bitter chill outside. They clustered around fireplaces to soak in the heat, lingered at long tables over steaming meals, or found any excuse to avoid the biting cold altogether. The recent clash with the Slytherins had not reached the professor's ears. The Gryffindor students were wise enough to steer clear of trouble, while the Slytherins were too prideful to admit their embarrassment. After all, upper-year students bullying younger ones and resorting to slurs like mudblood would undoubtedly result in severe consequences. Even Snape couldn't turn a blind eye to that. Before the Dueling Club could welcome new members, the Christmas holidays arrived right on schedule. At Hogwarts, Christmas break was a generous affair, stretching from mid-December to mid-January. A century ago, Harry had always spent Christmas at Hogwarts, save for the fifth-year trip to Nurmengard Castle. With nowhere else to go, the castle had become his sanctuary during the festive season. Now back in 1991, Harry technically had the option of returning to his aunt and uncle's house. But to him, that house had never been home. On the contrary, Hogwarts felt like his true refuge. So, when Professor McGonagall came by to register students staying over the holidays, Harry didn't hesitate to sign his name. It wasn't just that Hogwarts made him feel at ease, he also wanted more time to explore the castle's secrets. As he sat casually eating breakfast at the Gryffindor table, he noticed that Ron and the others were still fast asleep in their dormitory. They'd stayed up far too late celebrating the start of the holiday. The festive atmosphere gave Harry an idea. Friends were supposed to exchange gifts at Christmas. Perhaps he could gift Ron a wand, Harry thought. But that posed a dilemma. Wands required the owner's presence for proper selection since the compatibility between wizard and wand was critical. And with Ron leaving for home in just a few days, randomly picking one from Ollivanders wouldn't do. It's him. While Harry mulled over his thoughts, the Weasley twins suddenly appeared, flanking him on either side. Our little hero. No, our little Lion King, Fred corrected George. He defeated Slytherin, in every sense of the word. Naturally, he's our Lion King. He crushed that Farley, Percy idolizes and spat him back out, George added with a grin. Then, leaning in conspiratorially, he whispered, so, little Lion King, how about joining us in a brilliant plan? What plan? Harry asked, taking a bite of toast. Quirrell, Professor Quirrell, Fred said in a low voice. That stench he carries around is unbearable. Who knows what's really under that thick turban of his? I think it's garlic, but George here thinks it's hiding something more sinister. Care to wager on it? What kind of wager? Harry asked, intrigued. About what's under his turban, of course, the twins said in unison. Harry paused mid-scoop of baked beans, turning to study the twins more closely. He'd always known they were fond of pranks, but he hadn't expected them to set their sights on a professor. Interesting, very interesting. Harry wasn't particularly fond of Professor Quirrell either. For someone tasked with teaching defense against the dark arts, Quirrell seemed remarkably adept at wasting everyone's time. What irked Harry even more was that if Quirrell's classes were merely dull, they might have been tolerable. But no, his lectures were not only mind-numbing but also accompanied by the overpowering stench of garlic, making it impossible to nap through class. Even Hermione, typically so respectful of authority, had taken to referring to him simply as Quirrell, pointedly dropping the professor. So, Harry found himself intrigued by the twins' plan and reluctant to pass up the chance to make Quirrell's life a bit more difficult. But wait, Harry said suddenly. Aren't you two going home for the holidays? Change of plans. Mum and Dad are off to Romania to visit Charlie, Fred replied. You've heard of Charlie, right? The Gryffindor seeker and captain before you. He's working with dragons in Romania now, Ron must have mentioned him. That sounds amazing, Harry said, relieved that his earlier dilemma about Ron was now resolved. Since Ron wasn't leaving, Harry could take him to Ollivanders in Diagon Alley instead. It is amazing, Fred agreed. Charlie actually wanted to go professional in Quidditch, but Mum insisted on a more respectable career. To avoid disappointing her, he gave up his dream. Can you imagine? He used to talk about Quidditch nonstop, even during meals. That's really unfortunate, Harry said. So, what's the plan? How are you going to get Quirrell to take off his turban? Here's how, Fred and George said, leaning closer to outline their scheme in hushed tones. Quirrell leaves his classroom at exactly 8 every morning to head to breakfast. With all the recent snowfall, we could aim snowballs at the back of his head. He'll have to take off the turban to clean up. What do you think? I'm in, Harry said with a nod. The plan was simple and had a plausible excuse. If caught, they could always claim it was an accidental misthrow during a friendly snowball fight. Surely, no professor would take that too seriously. The twins exchanged gleeful looks and high-fived. I knew our Lion King wouldn't turn us down. It's 7:40 now. We'd better prepare, George said. Harry considered it briefly and decided that snowballs alone might not suffice. Wait here. I'll grab something from the dormitory, he told them. What is it? Fred asked curiously. If the snowballs don't work, this will, Harry said cryptically before heading off. Back in the dormitory, his 3 roommates were still fast asleep. Since there were no classes, Harry decided not to disturb them. His attention turned to the window, where a potted plant sat. The plump, wriggling biting cabbage looked quite content in its pot. Neville had been diligently caring for it, watering and fertilizing it with precision. Harry smiled, thinking that Neville's enthusiasm for herbology could definitely be nurtured further. Plants like mandrakes, venomous tentacula, and biting cabbages were all formidable allies for wizards in battle. You can read more advance and fast update chapter on my Patreon. Patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 53, Ambush Quarrel. Harry slipped the biting Chinese cabbage into a small pouch, an item he'd purchased earlier in Diagon Alley from a rather mysterious wizard. The pouch, enchanted with an undetectable extension charm, was no longer legally sold to the general public. Such enchantments were now restricted, with exceptions made only for school trunks that first years had to buy from certified vendors. He also slid a pair of dragon hide gloves into his pocket. Without proper protection, handling a Chinese biting cabbage could wreak havoc on one's hands. I should grab some biting cabbage seeds next time I'm in Diagon Alley, Harry mused to himself. Neville was adept at cultivating peculiar plants like these, delegating the task to him seemed like a no-brainer. But seeds for biting cabbage weren't sold to young wizards in Diagon Alley. For those, one would need to venture into the shadowy recesses of Nocturn Alley. Tucking the enchanted pouch securely, Harry tiptoed out of the dormitory. When he reached the Great Hall, the Weasley twins were already waiting, and visibly impatient. "Oh, finally!" Fred exclaimed. "Fred thought you'd chickened out and decided to bail," George added with a smirk. "Relax. Even if you two ran off, I wouldn't," Harry retorted, his tone firm. "Gryffindor doesn't lack courage, right? Courage like persuading Quirrell to take off that suspicious turban of his." The twins exchanged glances and clapped their hands together in unison. "Yeah, sounds about right." Harry rolled his eyes. "Listen up." He sat down, drumming his fingers on the table. "Here's the plan, the three of us will follow Quirrell as scheduled. You two are in charge of throwing snowballs. If he takes off the turban, perfect. If not, I'll handle the next part." "Got it. Got it, Lion King," the twins chorused. "Good." Harry glanced at the clock on the wall. "It's 7:50 now. We've got 10 minutes to set up." Before he could finish, Hedwig swooped into the hall, wings laboring against the bitter cold. She seemed so drained that she practically crash-landed into Harry's arms, like a bird shot from the sky. "Your owl doesn't look great," Fred observed. "You should get her some tonic. The weather's brutal." "You're probably right," Harry agreed, carefully taking a letter from Hedwig's beak. Ooh. George's eyes lit up as he spotted the handwriting on the envelope. "Looks like it's from a girl." "Enough, George. Respect his privacy," Fred chided, dragging his brother back before turning to Harry. "We'll scout ahead for you." "Thanks. I'll catch up soon," Harry replied. Once the twins left, Harry unfolded the letter. A faint scent of vanilla drifted up as he read. "Dear Mr. Potter, I must apologize for yesterday. Being a Slytherin prefect carries not only honor but also responsibility. Might you have time today? I'll be waiting in the empty classroom on the second floor. Please send your reply with your owl. I'll await your response. Sincerely, Gemma Farley." "Gemma Farley?" Harry murmured, folding the letter and slipping it back into the envelope. What could she want? An invitation was an invitation, and Harry saw no reason to decline. "I'm a Gryffindor, why should I be afraid of a Slytherin?" Borrowing paper and a quill from a cheerful Hufflepuff boy nearby, Harry quickly penned a response and handed it to Hedwig. "Thanks for the quill and parchment," Harry said, returning the items. "Hi, I'm Harry Potter." "Of course I know who you are," the boy said with a bright grin, extending a hand. "Cedric Diggory. Just call me Cedric." "Thanks, Cedric," Harry nodded before pointing toward the door. "Sorry, the twins are waiting for me outside." "Don't let me keep you, Harry," Cedric chuckled. "Go on before they get impatient." Downing a quick glass of water, Harry bade Cedric farewell and hurried out. The twins were crouched behind some bushes, shivering against the icy wind. "Guys." Harry ducked behind the bushes and froze. His eyes fell on the massive stockpile of snowballs behind them, enough to supply Napoleon's artillery corps. What the? The plan was to hit Quirrell. Not every professor on campus. "Relax," Fred said nonchalantly, grabbing a snowball the size of 2 fists. "These are the ordinary ones." He crushed it with a dramatic flourish. "This," George added, holding another, "is the enhanced version." He brushed off the surface snow, revealing a gleaming ice core. Harry's eyelid twitched. Good grief, these two are terrifying. All I wanted was to chuck a Chinese biting cabbage at Quirrell. But this? What are they even trying to do? Isn't this overkill? Harry ventured cautiously. Well, Fred shrugged, it beats sitting through another class of garlic fumes. Honestly, I'd rather have Snape teaching defense against the dark arts. At least we'd learn something useful, even if Gryffindor lost 100 points. Show. George suddenly grabbed their sleeves. Someone's coming. The three of them peered over the bushes to see Quirrell strolling toward the Great Hall, a book clutched under one arm. Ready, Fred whispered. The twins lobbed their snowballs at Quirrell's turban. Who's there? Quirrell yelped, swatting at his head. But no matter how frantically he flailed, the turban remained firmly in place. As the twins prepared their enhanced snowballs, Harry stopped them. Let me. Donning his dragon hide gloves, Harry reached into his enchanted pouch. The twins watched as he pulled out the Chinese biting cabbage, now wriggling slightly in the frigid air. Harry approached Quirrell, feigning a stumble as he neared. The flower pot shattered with a sharp crack, sending the cabbage bouncing across the ground like a rogue bludger. In seconds, it latched onto Quirrell's neck. Aha! Quirrell's piercing scream echoed through the grounds. You can read more advance and fast update chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 54, Quirrell Secret. The anguished scream was so loud that even the students in the Great Hall heard it clearly. Justin Finch-Fletchley, a muggle-born Hufflepuff dozing at his table, jerked awake. Whose cat is that? Outside the hall, Professor Quirrell was frantically pounding at the biting cabbage latched onto the back of his head. His pained howls echoed through the castle. Professor Quirrell. Professor McGonagall hurried over, flanked by Professors Flitwick and Sprout. Seeing the cabbage stubbornly clamped down, Professor Sprout rushed forward. She used some unknown method, and the cabbage finally let go, twisting its round body before leaping obediently into her arms. Professor Quirrell, are you all right? Professor Sprout asked with concern. Do you need to go to the hospital wing? Lying in the snow, Quirrell eyed the cabbage trembling in Sprout's arms with visible dread. He scrambled backward on his hands and knees. The pain from the bite was secondary, what worried him was the wrath of that man. The memory of the torment he had endured after cursing Potter's broomstick during the last Quidditch match sent a shiver down his spine. Just the thought made him break out in a cold sweat. I'm fine, Quirrell stammered, even as blood trickled from his wounded scalp. The crimson seeped into his turban, darkening it. With every movement, cloves of garlic soaked in blood fell to the ground. I'll just go handle this, excuse me, Quirrell stuttered, clutching his turban tightly as he fled awkwardly. Harry had been watching the scene and couldn't help but notice Quirrell's odd behavior. Normally, a professor targeted by such a prank would at least scold the students involved. But instead of getting angry, Quirrell's first reaction was to flee. Could it be that there really was a secret hidden under his turban? Weasley twins. McGonagall's sharp tone interrupted his thoughts. She had caught sight of Fred and George sneaking back into the Great Hall. Why are you two here? She demanded. And don't tell me that biting cabbage was one of your pranks. Sorry, Professor, Harry spoke up quickly before the twins could respond. That biting cabbage was a gift from Professor Sprout. This morning, I noticed it wasn't behaving quite right, so I brought it here to show her. Is that so? McGonagall's gaze scrutinized Harry. Behind her, the twins let out a silent sigh of relief, giving Harry discreet thumbs-up signs. Good lad. Loyal to a fault. Harry nodded earnestly. Yes, Professor. That's correct, Minerva, Professor Sprout chimed in. The cabbage was a gift from me to Mr. Potter. And what exactly is wrong with it? McGonagall pressed. It seemed a bit listless, Harry replied. As soon as the words left his mouth, the cabbage snapped its jaws with an audible clomp-clomp, as though it hadn't bitten enough. You call that listless? McGonagall's eyes narrowed suspiciously. For a brief moment, she thought she saw James in Harry. But she quickly shook off the thought. Merlin's beard, no. Potter is just like his mother, not his father. He couldn't possibly be as mischievous as James. It must have been her imagination. Apologies, Professor. It really was like that earlier today, Harry said, putting on a woeful expression and looking up at McGonagall with wide, pleading green eyes. It's my fault. I wasn't careful and tripped, flinging the cabbage. I didn't think it would. McGonagall's heart softened instantly. Yes, Lily's child couldn't possibly have done such a thing on purpose. It had to be an accident. Her expression softened as she said, since it wasn't intentional, I won't punish you further, Mr. Potter. However, Gryffindor will lose 10 points. As for you two. She turned her stern gaze on the Weasley twins. Professor, Fred and George began. But McGonagall cut them off, her face hard. The snowball cannons behind the shrubbery, that was your doing. Yes, Professor, they admitted in unison. Both of you will serve detention in my office after the holidays, she declared, leaving no room for argument. Yes, Professor, they replied. As soon as she turned away, they exchanged a glance of relief. Phew. Detention. Could have been worse. Once McGonagall left, the twins flanked Harry, throwing their arms over his shoulders. Well done, mate, they chorused. Didn't sell us out. Harry shrugged. It's nothing. But now I'm even more curious about what's under Professor Quirrell's turban. Think about it, hit by snowballs, bitten by that cabbage, and he still wouldn't take it off. There's definitely something he's hiding. Yeah, you're right, Fred agreed. He'd rather let us off the hook than risk exposing what's under there. That's strange. Could it be something on the back of his head? George wondered. Like a nasty growth. Or, what if it's dragonpox? If it were dragonpox, it wouldn't only affect his head, Harry pointed out. His face and hands would show signs too. It's unlikely. He paused, then added thoughtfully, I don't think it's an illness. Maybe he's dabbling in some kind of dark magic and doesn't want anyone to know. Dark magic, the twins exclaimed in hushed voices. But he's the defense against the dark arts professor. Why would he be studying dark magic? Well, as the saying goes, know your enemy to defeat your enemy, Harry replied with a shrug. Anyone skilled in defending against dark magic would have to know it well. Otherwise, how could they counter it? That makes sense, the twins said in unison. But how do you know? It's simple, Harry explained. If it were just an illness, even dragonpox, there wouldn't be any reason to hide it. But he's clearly desperate to keep the turban's secret, even at the cost of his dignity. If it's not dark magic, what else could it be? The twins' eyes lit up. So, what should we do? They asked together. You can read more advance and fast update chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 55, No one understands Malfoy better than me. That might have to wait, Harry said. The twins exchanged a glance and asked in unison, why? Well, the first time, you could claim it was unintentional. But if you do it again, it would look like you're deliberately pranking a professor, Harry shrugged. You're right, the twins said with a chuckle. Anyway, there are no classes today. Want to join us for a snowball fight? No, I've got something to do, Harry declined. As he was about to head to the Great Hall, Harry looked up and saw Hagrid dragging a massive fir tree inside. At Hogwarts, the only person capable of moving such a huge tree with sheer muscle was Hagrid. Need a hand, Hagrid? Harry called out. Hagrid's shaggy head popped out from behind the tree, a warm smile on his face. Thanks, Harry, but I've got it. You go on to the Great Hall. Not arguing, Harry turned and continued on his way. Unfortunately, Professor Sprout hadn't returned the biting cabbage to him. After all, it had been the culprit that had chomped down on the back of Professor Quirrell's head. Hey, mate, Ron greeted, already up and about. Do you know where that biting cabbage ended up? Neville's going crazy looking for it. Professor Sprout confiscated it, Harry replied. I accidentally tripped while carrying it, and it flew out and bit Professor Quirrell on the back of the head. Ron leaned back dramatically, his eyes wide. After a moment, he managed to croak, that's actually kind of cool. I thought that cabbage was just ornamental, but turns out it's for biting professors. As the holidays approached, the students' minds were wandering. Those who would usually pretend to study in the Great Hall had given up the act, instead happily chatting about their plans for the break. After lunch, Harry remembered his appointment with Miss Folly and left the Great Hall. This is so frustrating, Hermione muttered, ruffling her hair in annoyance. She'd hoped to squeeze in some study time in the hall. Looking up, she saw Ron playing wizard chess with Neville. Look at you. All you ever do is play wizard chess. It's pathetic. Hermione began scolding him. Ron puffed out his cheeks indignantly. What else am I supposed to do? It's the holidays. Besides, aren't you going home? Why are you still here at Hogwarts? It's only the 16th. I leave tomorrow, Hermione said quietly. But you, Ronald, we promised Harry that after the holidays, we'd start real combat practice. Have you memorized your spells? Of course I have, Ron replied confidently. Then tell me, what's the incantation for the stunning spell? Hermione asked. Ron froze. He stammered for a while but couldn't come up with the answer. Fine. Then what's the incantation for the blasting curse? She pressed. Ron racked his brain but drew a blank again. Hermione gave him a disdainful look and asked one more time, what about the petrification spell? That one I know. Ron exclaimed, a light bulb going off. You used it on Crabbe and Goyle on the train. Hermione's face softened into a faint smile. But then Ron's next words made her hang her head in despair. What's the incantation again? Scratching his head awkwardly, Ron grabbed a nearby soda can and took a big swig. Cut back on the soda, Ron. It's bad for your teeth, Hermione advised. My dad's a dentist, and that's what he always tells me. It's fine, Ron said. The wizarding world has tooth-strengthening potions. Haven't you heard of them? Our very own Dumbledore even endorsed them. Now that you mention it, I remember seeing something about that in my potions book, Hermione said thoughtfully. If it works, maybe I should buy some to take home. It might boost my dad's dental practice. Ron didn't reply, taking another sip of his soda. Weasley, drawled Draco's irritating voice. Seeing that Harry wasn't around, Draco had regained his usual swagger. Malfoy. Ron turned, soda in hand, to see Draco's pale, sharp face. Is that a muggle drink you're holding? Draco sneered. Just like your family, completely disgraceful. Not only do you befriend Muggleborns, but you even use their products. Truly the shame of purebloods. Ron's face turned red as he gripped the soda can, ready to throw it. But Hermione stopped him, firing back, oh. Really? I wonder what your ancestors would think of you mocking the descendants of their old allies. What do you mean? Draco asked, frowning. You don't know. Hermione gasped theatrically, covering her mouth. Goodness, the ancestors of the Malfoy family fought side by side with the Weasleys to quell the Goblin Rebellion. You didn't know that. I. Draco stammered, suddenly unsure. Could the mudblood be telling the truth? Draco wondered. But then again, why hadn't his father mentioned it? What nonsense are you spouting? Draco snapped, trying to recover. How would a Muggleborn like you know anything about the Malfoy family? Oh, poor thing, Hermione said, wagging a finger mockingly. Imagine not knowing your own family history. Shame on you. Draco's face turned crimson, not because of Hermione's tone, but because of her words. Not knowing more than a Muggle-born about the Malfoy family. That was humiliating. Impossible. If that were true, my father would have told me. You're just making things up to defend your little boyfriend. Draco retorted. Hermione pulled out a book and slammed it on the table with a thud, reading aloud an account of Cassandra Malfoy's exploits. Draco leaned in reluctantly. The detailed records made him doubt his own knowledge. If it was true, why hadn't the Malfoy family celebrated this history? And if it wasn't, why was it documented here? He noticed the author's name on the title page, Bathilda Bagshot. Her reputation in magical history rivaled only that of Professor Binns. Ask your father about it, Malfoy, Ron chimed in, playing along. Ask him if there was a Cassandra Malfoy. It's hard to believe that the so-called proud Malfoys would ignore such a shining figure in their family's history. Really makes you wonder who the true disgrace to purebloods is. Draco was visibly shaken. Without another word, he stormed off, planning to confront his father about it during the holidays. You can read more advance and fast update chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 56, That's Just How Slytherins Are. The holidays had finally arrived. Early in the morning, Hermione boarded the Hogwarts Express to return home. Among her dorm mates, only Ron stayed back at Hogwarts, while Seamus and Neville had also gone home for the break. As Hermione read in her compartment, a knock came at the door. Excuse me, is anyone here? Initially annoyed at the interruption, Hermione looked up and was surprised to see Harry and Ron standing there. Harry! Ron, she exclaimed, her mood lifting. What are you two doing on the train? I thought you were staying at the castle. Harry wanted to visit Diagon Alley and asked me to come along, Ron explained with a shrug. Besides, we figured we'd make sure no Slytherins gave you any trouble on the way. Hermione smiled. That won't happen. Didn't Harry already settle things with Miss Folly, she asked, setting her book aside. Speaking of which, I heard she met with you yesterday afternoon. Oh, yeah, Harry replied, leaning back lazily in his seat. Hermione and Ron's curiosity was piqued. What did you two talk about? They asked in unison. Not much, Harry said. She wants to be friends with me. You know how Slytherins are. Indeed, in Harry's experience, Slytherins were straightforward, they ignored those without talent but respected those who demonstrated ability. It was a far cry from the current crop of Slytherins, who clung to outdated notions of pureblood superiority, parading their lineage like peacocks without realizing how the world had changed. Ron scratched his head. Is that what Slytherins are like? He asked skeptically. To him, they'd always seemed far worse. It was hard to blame Ron. The Slytherins he knew were mostly descendants of Voldemort's Death Eaters, arrogant and cruel. Compared to someone like Grindelwald or Vinda Rosier, who exuded an air of sophistication, Voldemort's followers lacked class. And Voldemort himself? Trying to kill a 1-year-old and failing so miserably. No dignity at all. At least Miss Folly seems decent, Hermione observed. Her earlier duel challenge was likely just her way of fulfilling her duties as a prefect. Be honest, mate, Ron said, turning to Harry. Did she ever try to threaten you using her family? Harry smiled reassuringly. Relax, she's not like that. Their meeting had been uneventful, Gemma had simply expressed her desire to be friends. Harry didn't see a reason to refuse, as the saying went, the more friends you had, the more doors opened. Who knew? She might prove helpful someday. Since you're both here, why not come over to my house for a while? Hermione suggested. There's plenty of space. We still need to go to Diagon Alley, Ron replied. Hermione raised an eyebrow. What for? Christmas presents, Harry explained. It's tradition to exchange gifts, and Ron needs to pick out his. What kind of gift? Hermione asked, intrigued. Harry turned to Ron. Have you noticed that learning spells feels harder for you? Like there's resistance when you use your wand. Ron thought for a moment before nodding. Now that you mention it, yeah. There you go, Harry said, draping an arm around Ron's shoulders. Mr. Ollivander told me wands choose their wizards. If your wand doesn't suit you, it could be why spells feel difficult. So, your Christmas gift will be a new wand. Ron was speechless for a moment before muttering, thanks, Harry. What are friends for? Harry laughed. Besides, you'll need to duel Hermione when school starts again. Can't have you blaming your wand if you lose. Ron grinned. At least it's a solid excuse if I do. Oh, boys. Hermione shook her head with a fond sigh. As the train pulled into the station, Hermione stopped them before they parted ways. Why don't you come to my house for dinner first, she offered. My dad can drive you to Diagon Alley afterward. It's a long walk from King's Cross to the Leaky Cauldron. Harry considered it and nodded. Thanks, Hermione. That's a good idea. As they exited their compartment, they ran into Draco Malfoy, flanked as usual by Crabbe and Goyle. To their surprise, Draco avoided eye contact. Upon seeing Hermione, he hastily lowered his head and hurried past, looking almost frightened. What's with him? Harry asked, puzzled. Nothing, Hermione replied with a sly smile. At the station's exit, the Grangers were waiting. Hermione had sent word via owl. Her father, a skin, had an unmistakably English name, while her mother, Claire, was a gentle and warm woman. When they learned that Harry and Ron were Hermione's classmates, the Grangers warmly invited them to visit. Ron's eyes widened at the sight of Mr. Granger's car. Whoa. Is this a car? Hermione raised an eyebrow. You know what a car is. Of course, Ron replied defensively. My dad has one, though it's nowhere near as fancy as this. It doesn't have that golden snitch-looking emblem either. Following his gaze, they spotted a winged bee emblem gleaming on the car's hood, a clear sign that this was no ordinary vehicle. You can read more advance and fast update chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 57, The Malfoy Family, A Secret History. The Granger household consisted of dentists. They weren't destitute by any means, but neither could they be described as fabulously wealthy. There's an old saying, gold teeth and silver eyes. Dentistry, after all, was a lucrative profession. For the Grangers, being exceptional in their field meant their clinic was always bustling with patients. Take their Bentley Arnage, for instance, it represented half a year's income for Mr. Granger. Oddly enough, Mr. Granger had taken quite a liking to Ron Weasley, particularly fascinated by Mr. Weasley's enchanted flying car. To this Muggle gentleman, even 100 Bentleys couldn't hold a candle to the wonder of a car that could soar through the skies. That's just so cool, he exclaimed, his enthusiasm genuine and unrestrained. Throughout their journey, Mr. Granger couldn't stop peppering Ron with questions about the car, even suggesting that Ron ask his father if Mr. Granger could visit the burrow during the summer to see it. Ron, naturally, agreed without hesitation. Despite it being their first meeting, he found himself genuinely liking Mr. Granger. Meanwhile, back at Malfoy Manor, Draco had already returned home. The moment he stepped inside, his face was clouded with displeasure. Draco? Narcissa Malfoy asked, her voice tinged with concern. What's wrong? You've been in a foul mood since you arrived. Did something happen at school? Draco shook his head, his thoughts etched plainly across his face. Let's eat first, Narcissa said gently, sensing he wasn't ready to talk. I had Dobby prepare your favorite, red wine braised beef. Thank you, Mother, Draco replied, managing a faint smile as he followed her to the dining room. Narcissa took her seat to Lucius's right, while Draco sat across from her. Ah, Draco, Lucius said, glancing up briefly from the Daily Prophet, congratulations on being sorted into Slytherin. You already congratulated me in your letter, Father, Draco replied, his eyes flicking to the newspaper obscuring Lucius's face. For some reason, he felt a sudden surge of boldness. You lied to me, Draco blurted out. The sorting ceremony doesn't involve fighting a werewolf. He thought he heard a faint, synchronized, from both his parents, a sound so subtle it might have been missed if not for his heightened awareness. Could it be? Were they stifling laughter? Impossible. Absolutely not. All right, Draco, Narcissa interjected gently, cutting him off. Finish your meal. Your father has been waiting to speak with you. Draco had a nagging suspicion that his mother was suppressing laughter, but he had no proof. He merely mumbled an okay, and sullenly ate the meal he would have otherwise relished. After dinner, when the house elf served tea, Draco hesitated several times before finally mustering the courage to speak. Draco, if something's on your mind, just tell your father, Narcissa urged, giving Lucius a pointed look. With a sigh, Lucius lowered his newspaper. It's like this, Father. Draco took a deep breath, carefully choosing his words. I heard some troubling rumors at school. Troubling rumors? Lucius's gaze sharpened as he exchanged a glance with Narcissa. Could someone at school have said something to upset Draco? Or worse, had whispers about Lucius's past as a Death Eater reached his son's ears? What kind of rumors? Lucius asked. They're about our ancestors. Draco hesitated. Is it true that someone in our family once fought alongside a Weasley to suppress a goblin rebellion and destroy the Ashwinder? I heard her name was Cassandra. The moment the name escaped Draco's lips, Lucius's expression shifted dramatically. Who told you that name? He demanded sharply. A classmate, Draco stammered, swallowing hard. One of Harry Potter's friends. Silence. Lucius thundered, slamming his serpent-headed cane onto the floor. How dare you mention that name? Draco flinched, startled by his father's intensity. Harry Potter. Why was that name so taboo? Saint Potter. He's my classmate, Draco mumbled softly. Lucius froze briefly before his features softened ever so slightly. He exhaled and began rubbing the silver serpent on his cane with his thumb. Oh, you were talking about Harry Potter. I thought you meant him. Him? What do you mean? Draco asked, perplexed. Was there another Harry Potter? Yes, Lucius replied, his tone dry and uneasy. Taking a sip of tea to moisten his throat, he continued, as you might guess, there was another Harry Potter. You know the title, the Dark Lord. It was originally used, not for the dark wizard we know, but to describe this man. Was he more terrifying than the Dark Lord? Draco asked, leaning back in astonishment. Many truths about him have been obscured by goblins over the years, Lucius mused. But you're correct. Our family did have an ancestor named Cassandra Malfoy. She was your grandfather Abraxas's aunt, which makes her my grandaunt and your great-grandaunt. Lucius paused, as though weighing how much to reveal. There's no harm in telling you now since you've already heard part of it. She followed that man, along with his companions, to thwart the goblins' rebellion and destroy the Ashwinder. However, in their final confrontation with the goblin leader Ranrock, he perished alongside the goblin. No one knows what became of him. So, he just died? Draco asked, frowning. Some believe he died, others think he survived, Lucius replied, a trace of melancholy coloring his voice. As for Cassandra, she was an extraordinarily gifted witch. According to your great-grandfather, at your age, she could already cast a flawless shield charm. Then why have I never heard of her before? Draco pressed. If the Malfoy family produced such an exceptional witch, why isn't her name celebrated? Why hasn't anyone, grandfather or you, ever mentioned her? You can read more advance and fast update chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 58, Family Secrets. The exact details of it, even your grandfather never heard from your great-grandfather, Lucius said, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. A house elf scurried forward to refill his tea. Part of the reason involves the goblins, so the Malfoy family also agreed to avoid mentioning Cassandra. Does that mean the Malfoy family fears the goblins? Draco asked incredulously, staring at his father. No, my dragon, Lucius replied gently. If the goblins hadn't shown enough sincerity, how could the Malfoy family agree to such a request? Moreover, he continued, your grandfather once told me that the family's agreement with the goblins was convenient, but the real reason was that Cassandra stole the Merlin heirloom passed down through our family. Your great-grandfather was so furious that he erased her name from the Malfoy family tree. Why would she do that? Draco asked, perplexed. And where is she now? No one knows. It's said that during that time, she was deeply distraught, constantly muttering about that Potter boy. After that, she disappeared, Lucius said, lifting his teacup. However, your great-grandfather left a dying wish, if Cassandra is ever found, she must be welcomed back into the Malfoy family. Ha! As if that's possible. So many years have passed, she's probably long dead. Or perhaps she's still alive. Why else would great-grandfather say that? Draco asked hesitantly, feeling a strange certainty that Cassandra might still be out there. Because Cassandra was his most beloved little sister, Lucius replied. People always struggle to accept the loss of their loved ones. Draco nodded in understanding. Tell me about your classmates, Lucius said casually. No need to mention the Slytherins. How about that Potter boy, the one who defeated the Dark Lord? At his father's prompt, Draco began recounting how he met Harry, describing their interactions in detail. When he mentioned insulting Hermione as a mudblood on the train, both Lucius and Narcissa's faces darkened. Perhaps you should be more mindful of the company you keep, my dragon, Lucius said gravely. We may disdain muggle-born wizards, but someone with proper upbringing would never say such a thing to their face. It brings shame upon our entire family. Yes, father, Draco quickly apologized. I was wrong. He went on to describe Harry's proficiency with spells, particularly his impressive duel with Miss Farley. Gemma from the Farley family? Lucius mused, nodding thoughtfully. She's a talented young witch. Her spell casting is exceptional, even among adults. So you're saying Harry Potter, a mere first year, managed to defeat her in a wizard's duel? Yes, father, Draco affirmed, straightening his posture under his father's gaze. I witnessed the duel myself. Before that, Potter had already bested Marcus Flint and his friends. Lucius fell silent, exchanging a meaningful glance with Narcissa before addressing Draco. I understand. Perhaps you should consider befriending Potter instead of antagonizing him. If you keep your eyes open, you'll likely find that Miss Farley has already approached him. But, father, Draco protested, frowning. Potter associates with the Weasleys, the disgrace of purebloods, and a muggle-born. Draco. Lucius raised an eyebrow and spoke in a sing-song tone. What did I just say? Yes, father, Draco quickly amended, the Malfoy family prioritizes interests above all else. Lucius relaxed his expression, pleased with his son's realization, and added, and family above all else. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron were enjoying the warm hospitality of the Granger family. Mr. Granger, ever the charming host, treated the boys with respect, devoid of the usual condescension adults often show toward children. His demeanor was so amiable it felt like a refreshing breeze. Dinner was a feast. Harry and Ron ate to their heart's content, especially Ron, who started out shy but soon abandoned all pretense once the meal began. By the end, he was slumped in his chair, groaning with satisfaction. Who wants pudding? Mrs. Granger asked as she brought in dessert. Only if I undo my belt, dear, Mr. Granger replied weakly, leaning back in his chair. I've already undone mine, Harry echoed, leaning back as well. In England, finding such delicious food was a rare treat. I took mine off as soon as the caramel potatoes and roasted lamb came out, Ron chimed in, holding up his belt with a sigh. Auntie Granger, your cooking is amazing, better than my mum's. All right, gentlemen, Mrs. Granger said with an indulgent smile, setting down the pudding. Why don't you head to the living room? Leave the cleanup to me. You mean, stand up? Mr. Granger asked, glancing up. I don't think I can, Harry admitted, shifting in his chair to no avail. I didn't even wear a belt, Ron added matter-of-factly. Men, Hermione muttered, shaking her head at the trio. Under the Grangers' warm invitation, Harry and Ron stayed the night. After all, where else would you go but back to the castle? Mr. Granger had said. The television buzzed softly in the background. Ron, fascinated, stared at it intently, his first encounter with such a device. These are turbulent times. Mr. Granger commented while watching the news. I think I should take out a loan in rubles and exchange it for pounds. What do you think, dear? Whatever you decide, Mrs. Granger replied, leaning down to kiss him on the cheek. Then it's decided, Mr. Granger said, turning to Harry and Ron. Boys, I'll be heading to the bank tomorrow. I can drop you off at the Leaky Cauldron if you like. Thank you, Uncle Granger, Harry said gratefully. He turned to Hermione. Hermione, are you coming? I'll pass, Hermione said, shrugging. I need to organize Christmas gifts at home. Oh no, I just remembered, I still need to prepare presents for the professors. I hope the owls can handle it. Her words reminded Harry of something important. That's right, what should he get the professors? You can read more advance and fast update chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 59, Out-of-Body Experience. Harry had already given much thought to the gifts he would prepare for his professors. It wasn't just about the professors, even his classmates, and surprisingly, his cousin Dudley, deserved something this year. But Professor Snape presented a unique challenge. Harry knew Snape was a potions master, and giving him a potion would be pointless. Snape could undoubtedly brew far superior ones himself. What could he do? Lying on his bed, Harry wrestled with the question for a long time before finally coming up with an unconventional idea. That's it. Since Snape had a good relationship with his parents, why not gift him a photo of them for Christmas? Once the idea took root, Harry was certain it was the perfect choice. The photo of his parents was a gift from Hagrid, who, perhaps worried Harry might lose it, had thoughtfully made several duplicates. This would make the perfect gift. The next day, Harry prepared a detailed shopping list before heading out. In addition to gifts for professors and friends, he needed ingredients for potions like aging potion, along with clothing suited for an older appearance. The aging potion was a concoction that temporarily made the drinker appear older, depending on the dosage consumed, a crucial element in Harry's upcoming plans. Appearing older would grant him greater freedom and allow him to explore Nocturn Alley without drawing suspicion. After all, Nocturn Alley was like an underground black market. An 11-year-old wandering there without supervision would raise more than a few eyebrows. Moreover, Nocturn Alley was home to rare items unavailable elsewhere, such as seeds for biting cabbages. Though Harry wasn't one to shy away from danger, his friend's influence had taught him the value of caution. Stocking up on biting cabbages seemed like a prudent way to compensate for his current lack of combat experience. After arriving at the Leaky Cauldron, Mr. Granger arranged to meet them in the afternoon before hurrying off to the bank. Harry and Ron strolled through Diagon Alley, checking off items on their shopping list. To Harry's surprise, Zonko's joke shop was selling aging potion, albeit at a price several times higher than the cost of the raw ingredients. Gritting his teeth, Harry bought the potion along with a pile of joke items, deliberately hiding the potion among the other goods to avoid attracting attention. Afterward, Harry led Ron to Ollivander's wand shop. The shop was eerily quiet, now in its off-season. Harry called out a few times before Mr. Ollivander appeared from the back room. It's rare to see young wizards here at this time of year, Mr. Ollivander remarked, stepping forward. His expression brightened when he saw Harry. Ah, Mr. Potter. We meet again. Hello, Mr. Ollivander, Harry said, pulling Ron forward. This is my friend Ron. I'd like to buy him a wand as a Christmas gift. Mr. Ollivander turned his gaze to Ron, who shifted uneasily and lowered his head. The youngest Weasley boy, I presume. Mr. Ollivander said with a knowing smile. He gestured for Ron's wand. May I see the wand you're currently using? Ron hesitated before handing over his older brother Charlie's wand. Examining it closely, Mr. Ollivander nodded. Ah, yes, pear wood, unicorn hair, 12 inches. Let me guess, Mr. Weasley, you've been encountering significant resistance while casting spells, haven't you? Yes, sir, Ron admitted nervously. That's to be expected. Unicorn hair cores produce the most stable magic, rarely experiencing surges or blockages, Mr. Ollivander explained. However, they are also the most loyal of wand cores and remain deeply bonded to their original owners. If you weren't the brother of this wand's first owner, the resistance would be even more pronounced, he continued, before smiling at Harry. Mr. Potter, your thoughtfulness is impeccable. A proper wand will significantly improve Mr. Weasley's progress with spells. Hearing this, Ron finally understood the true depth of Harry's gesture. Thank you, Harry, Ron said sincerely. We're best friends, aren't we? Harry replied with a grin. Mr. Ollivander measured Ron and selected several wands for him to try. After a few unsuccessful attempts, Ron finally held a wand that emitted a brilliant glow. Yes, that's the one. Mr. Ollivander exclaimed. Willow wood, unicorn hair, 14 inches. Give it a try. Ron cast, Expelliarmus. A red beam struck a stone in the shop with a resounding thud. Brilliant. Ron murmured, staring at his new wand in awe. Harry was delighted for his friend. After paying 7 galleons, they left the shop together. Let's grab lunch, Harry suggested, discreetly tucking the bottle of aging potion into his pocket. They headed to a French restaurant, a favorite among wizards seeking fine dining, and chose a quiet corner. Midway through the meal, Harry excused himself. In the restroom, he drank the aging potion and transformed into a 19-year-old. After changing into the clothes he had prepared, Harry left the restaurant unnoticed and made his way to Nocturn Alley. The grimy, decrepit streets were filled with broken cobblestones, filthy walls, and gaunt, sinister wizards lurking in the shadows. Harry quickly caught their attention but strode forward with purpose. Turning into a narrow alley, he was soon confronted by a toothy wizard with a menacing grin. Boy, you don't belong here, the men sneered. Hand over your money, and I might let you walk out of here unharmed. Harry smiled coldly. Since you've come to me, don't blame me for what happens next, he thought. Locking eyes with the men, Harry whispered, Imperio. You can read more advance and fast update chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 60, This is none of your damn business. Toothy wizard with a sinister grin, Dueling stood in a daze, feeling as though he had fallen into an endless sea of bliss. If Harry were to choose a spell he was most proficient at besides the disarming charm, it would undoubtedly be the Imperio's Curse. In an era when dark wizards were as common as stray dogs and poachers roamed freely, not being adept at resisting the Imperio's Curse was practically an open invitation for dark wizards to exploit you. Cassandra had spent countless hours training Harry in this very spell. The two would take turns casting the Imperio's Curse on each other, breaking free of its control through sheer willpower, repeating the exercise to build resistance to its effects. The Imperio's Curse didn't inherently harm the caster. Its unforgivable nature lay in the way it allowed the user to manipulate others. Hence, Harry harbored little aversion to practicing it. And truth be told, making Cassandra dance like a robot was oddly satisfying. Practice makes perfect. Harry became so skilled at the Imperio's Curse that he could cast it without a wand. The greatest advantage of wandless magic. No risk of spell reversal. Give me your wand, Harry commanded, stretching out his hand. Under the influence of the Imperio's Curse, Dueling obediently retrieved his wand from his coat and handed it to Harry with both hands. Harry took the wand, raised an eyebrow, and glanced at Dueling. Blackthorn wood, dragon heartstring core, 12¼ inches, Dueling replied with deference. Pocketing the wand, Harry issued another command, take me to the nearest shop. I need to buy some special items that you can't find elsewhere. Yes, sir, Dueling responded, bowing deeply before leading Harry out of the alley. An outsider striding so boldly into Nocturn Alley was bound to attract trouble. But when the locals saw Dueling, the sycophant, walking alongside Harry, they immediately dismissed any thoughts of confrontation. If someone as well established as Dueling had been subdued, even the shrewdest dark wizards weren't about to tempt fate. The journey was uneventful. Dueling led Harry to a reasonably well-kept shop, pushed the door open, and stepped inside. Approaching the counter, Dueling rang the bell. While waiting for the shopkeeper to appear, Harry surveyed the store's wares. On a cushion inside a glass case lay a shriveled human hand, a stack of blood-stained cards, and a glassy, unmoving eyeball. Grimacing masks leered from the walls, while human bones adorned the counter, and rusty, jagged implements hung from the ceiling. Before the withered hand stood a pensieve. Judging by the items on display, this was clearly no ordinary shop. After a short wait, a hunched man appeared behind the counter, repeatedly slicking back his greasy hair. Harry thought this shopkeeper might find common ground with Professor Snape. Dueling. What are you doing here? Mr. Borgin asked, frowning in apparent displeasure. Dueling let out an ingratiating chuckle and gestured toward Harry. This gentleman here is looking to purchase some rare items that aren't available elsewhere. I thought of introducing him to you, Mr. Borgin. Only now did Mr. Borgin notice Harry, scrutinizing his pristine, immaculate attire. A flicker of caution crossed Borgin's face. Good day, sir, Borgin ventured. May I ask your name? Harry, of course, wasn't about to reveal his real name. Without hesitation, he borrowed a friend's. Sebastian. Sebastian what? Borgin repeated, clearly fishing for a surname. Harry, already impatient, snapped, Sebastian, none of your damn business. My apologies. Everyone has their secrets, don't they? Borgin said smoothly, recovering quickly. His tone was as slick as his hair. An honor, Mr. Sebastian. Welcome to my humble establishment. How can I assist you today? I need seeds for biting cabbage and, if possible, venomous tentacula, Harry replied. Borgin sighed dramatically, speaking in a slow drawl. What a pity. Those magical plant seeds are currently prohibited from being sold. So he didn't want to sell, eh? Without a word, Harry pulled 5 galleons from his pocket and slapped them onto the counter. At the sight of the gold coins, Borgin's eyes gleamed with a greed that rivaled a goblin's. But then again, at Borgin and Burke's, we pride ourselves on meeting all needs. There's nothing we won't sell, if the price is right. Harry pressed his hand against the coins, holding them in place. Borgin took the hint, turning to a cabinet and retrieving 2 small pouches. These contain seeds for biting cabbage and venomous tentacula, Borgin said, placing them on the counter. However, they've been stored for some time and may require special care. Harry drew his wand and pointed it at the pouches. Borgin flinched, but when he saw Harry's wand merely touching the pouches, he visibly relaxed. After verifying the seeds were genuine, Harry tucked them into his pocket. Mr. Borgin? Harry asked. Yes, sir. Borgin replied, pocketing the galleons with glee. What's your relation to Herbert Burke? He was my grandfather, Borgin answered. Why, did you know him? Harry smiled. Of course. I even witnessed his sorting ceremony. Borgin glanced at Harry's youthful face beneath the hood and assumed he was bluffing. Being a businessman, however, Borgin saw no point in arguing. He merely smiled and let the remark slide. Harry shrugged, indifferent to whether Borgin believed him. He had spoken the truth, after all. Herbert Burke was memorable, especially since there were no abbots in his year, making him the first to be sorted. With his purchases in hand, Harry left Borgin's shop, satisfied. Back in the alley, Harry lifted the Imperious Curse from Dueling. Dueling blinked in confusion before realization struck. Pointing a trembling finger at Harry, he stammered, You used an unforgivable on me. Relax. It was just a harmless little spell, Harry said calmly. It's our little secret, and I trust you'll keep it that way. You're letting me go? Dueling asked hesitantly. Of course not. I prefer a safer approach. Drawing his wand, Harry aimed it at Dueling. Before Dueling could react, his body twisted and shrank, transforming into a wriggling flobberworm. But Harry wasn't done. He followed up with another spell. Obliviate Maxima. You can read more advance and fast update chapter on my Patreon. patrayon.com/winkaze